Check. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All right, now I doubt we had any breakfast, so I will try again. If we have some tour guides, I'm sure that wouldn't work for any of your guests if you're speaking like that. And so I will try and go again. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, much better. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I am deeply honored to be here for this second Uganda-Kenya Coast Tourism Conference. We welcome all of you on behalf of our consulate here in Mombasa. Thank you so much for joining us for this second Uganda-Kenya Coast Tourism Conference. We would like to start, and apologies once again, because getting everyone into the room from where you are was clearly a challenge, because everyone wanted a selfie by the coast in the morning. That was the very first activity. And so getting everyone in the buses was the most difficult thing. And I think we will need to appoint a chief whip for every lodge where our Ugandans are staying, so that we can get Ugandans into the same room. But also, I know some of us, the Ugandans, have not slept. In fact, honorable members of parliament and ambassador, some have just come straight from our club opposite the door and have joined us this morning. So if you have a neighbor who is dozing along the way this morning, please tap them and remind them we are here in a conference, right? And they can forget about last night. But we want to thank you for joining us this morning. I want to run through some bit of protocol, which we shall also do a little later when our guests arrive and the representatives of our county, the Kwale County where we are, join us for this conference. So I want, in a very special way, to request that we put our hands together for our host, and of course Uganda's Consulate General to Mombasa, Ambassador Paul Mukumbya. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause. Thank you so much, Ambassador, for having us and for hosting us for this third edition, though a lot of people will think it's a second edition, but third edition because we were here for another conference before COVID, all right? I need to recognize our members of parliament. We brought the chairperson of our Trade and Tourism Committee of Parliament in Uganda, the Honorable Mwine Mpaka, who is here with us. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I also want to recognize the Honorable Nora Bijirwa, the chairperson of our Foreign Affairs Committee of Parliament. And we really appreciate both members of Parliament for being here because they're very critical to this conversation, the conversation on sustainable tourism and how we can consolidate our synergies and diversity to maximize the tourism potential between Uganda and the Kenya coast. I want again to recognize the key stakeholders in this room, but allow me begin with the Kenya Coast Tourism Association that is also hosting us, and all the players at the Kenya Coast tourism sector. Ugandan delegation, can we give them a big round of applause for hosting us? We want to thank you, Victor, and your team, and all the other stakeholders for hosting us, of course, including this very beautiful Kwale County, especially Diani, for hosting this second edition. I want to recognize three stakeholders here from Uganda. The very first being the Uganda Tourism Board, and the Deputy CEO is here, Mr. Cheng. Can we give him a round of applause? The Private Sector Foundation has a big delegation, and that delegation is with the acting chair of the Private Sector Foundation, Daniel, who is also AKA Ragadi. The Uganda delegation will tell you why there is an alliance there. And of course the CEO, Mr. Stephen Asimwe, who is here. Can we give him a round of applause? We have the president of the Uganda Tourism Association, Mr. Herbert Byaruhanga. Please stand for recognition. And we really have a huge delegation from Uganda. So the Ugandan delegation, please stand. We want them to know that we filled the Airbus A330, 800, and came all the way. Please take your seats. Can I give a special mention for those who came on the train, the SGR? If you came on the train, please stand. We want to appreciate you for supporting. There you go. I also want to mention, I think there is a couple of people still stuck on the Mombasa highway. There was an accident, I think, last night. And the trucks have been on the road for the last 15 hours. No one is moving. And we have some delegates who are coming by road. And they thought they would enjoy the entire road. Clearly, they are enjoying the entire road. But it's when they come, we'll share some love. We'll give them some Kericho tea, and they'll be fine. So, ladies and gentlemen, allow me request that the Kenyan delegation stands and the Ugandan delegation gives you a thunderous applause for hosting us. The Kenyan delegates, please stand for recognition. Can we give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Victor and your team, thank you. Asante sana. Please take your seats. Victor, earlier, I don't think you noticed, we had speed dating here. And the Ugandan delegation was surprised that I gave them an opportunity first thing this morning to engage with the Kenyan delegates and sell themselves. So for me, I've already done my part, Ambassador. I have already sold Ugandan products to the Kenyan community, and I think we have done very well so far. Ladies and gentlemen, two things. One is that the ushers, the ladies, the lovely ladies in black, will be available for you in case you want to know where to turn or where to go. If you can't log in your Wi-Fi, if you need access to the washrooms, please ask. There is directions. When you make your way out, they will be able to show you where the washrooms are. Again, we want to appreciate our host, Diani Reef, for hosting us. And I want to take the pleasure of inviting Mr. Lawrence Ogola, who's the room division manager here at Diani Reef, to come and welcome us to this facility. Lawrence, he will also run us through any administrative issues we may need to know about, and then we will formally start after Lawrence has run us through the drills for Diani. Can we give our host Diani Reef a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen?
All right. The Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Honorable Vincent Bagire, the Consul General of Uganda, and Ambassador Paul Mukumba, all protocols observed. On behalf of the Managing Director, Diani Reef Beach Resort and Spa, Mr. Bobby Kamani, and the management of this fine resort, I extend a warm welcome to you and each and every distinguished guest gathered here for the second Uganda-Kenya Coast Conference 2023. Jambo, as mentioned, my name is Lawrence Otieno. I'm the Rooms Divisions Manager, and we are truly thrilled for this exceptional assembly here at Diani Reef. We hope that minds from Uganda and Kenya will converge and explore and enhance the synergies and diversity that underpin the tourism potential between our two nations. And as we embark on this journey of knowledge and exchange and collaboration over the next few days, it's our sincere hope that this conference will definitely be a catalyst for consolidating networks and forging partnerships that will contribute to the growth and prosperity of the hotel, hospitality, and tourism industry, and generally our economy. Your presence here is definitely a testament to your commitment to the advancement of the tourism industry, and we are honored to have each one of you with us. Our goal, together with the whole members of staff, is to make this conference a platform for meaningful discussions, insights, and most importantly, actionable outcomes that will shape the future of our industry and the whole region. To ensure your safety and comfort during your stay, we have diligently prepared emergency procedures, which includes, there are two exits on this conference. One is at the back, the other one is to your left from here. So you're free to use both of them. Our washrooms and toilets are to your right, are on my right. And we have also liaised with the Diani Beach Hospital. In case of medical emergencies, we have an ambulance on standby. Our security team is also present. and they are backed up by the national security apparatus in case of anything. The fire emergency, the fire assembly point is right outside the conference, and our staff is ready to assist you at all times. We've also arranged delightful meals. The tea break will be served just outside the conference, and lunch will be served from 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock in the main restaurant in the main building. Feel free to let us know of any dietary requests you might require well in advance. Our chef will be happy to serve that to you. Once again, welcome to this conference, and may your time here be filled with enriching experiences, fruitful discussions, and forging of lasting connections. Thank you very much, and let's make this conference a resounding success. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Lawrence. Can we give Lawrence and Diani Reef another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? I will now request the technical team, if you have this graphic of all our sponsors, can we have it on the screens? I really want to appreciate all the stakeholders, and I know they are on the board here, but I wanted everyone to see them. Those are our partners and sponsors. Can we give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? I think one is sitting over the other. Can we expand it? I think there's one graphic sitting over the other. Just close the other one. I just need to make sure all the stakeholders are happy. And since I'm one of the stakeholders and my logo is cut halfway, I was complaining. All right. Okay. I think not all of them are able to be fixed in one, but we'll fix that. But all these are our stakeholders. But I want to give a special shout out to one of our key partners, Uganda Airlines. Can we give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Yesterday, which is not the very first time, they flew our huge Airbus A330-800 Neo into Mombasa, and it became a tourist attraction for those who were heading out at the airport. Because they were wondering what this huge bird from Uganda was doing. And then all of a sudden, 300 Ugandans descended upon Mombasa. We are excited that they decided, since we had overbooked, that instead, you know, the challenge with airlines, when you overbook, they give you the next flight. They said, no, we will get you onto one flight and fly you all into Mombasa. So we want to thank Uganda Airlines, Miss Peggy Macharia and Alexander Mujungu. Thank you so much for having us on your airline. Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I want to take the pleasure of inviting our dear friend. The very first time we came, him and Philmon introduced us to what is becoming Uganda's favorite food, the octopus. Don't ask us why. And ever since we came, Herbert, when was that? 2001? And we had an opportunity to eat the octopus. We have never been the same. So ladies and gentlemen, welcome with me Mr. Victor Shitaka, the chair, Kenya Coast Tourism Association, with a big round of applause to come and receive us. And like I said, Victor, the Ugandan men have never been the same. And that is why we keep coming.
Good morning, all. I think protocol calls for us to do a prayer before we start. So, Mugisha, we didn't do that prayer, and I saw on the program that there was somebody supposed to pray. So allow me, if you will. And then you cannot refuse because I'm the one on the mic anyway. To call the person who was supposed to pray. I saw on the program was Madam Janet. Could you come and say your prayer so that we can start, please?
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. all the protocols observed. We are going to go before the Lord to commit this function in His hands, because without God we cannot do anything and make it. And since we have so many faiths represented here, I'm going to do in a Christian way, but all the faiths will be observed. Let us pray. Our Heavenly Father, we come before you this morning with a lot of gratitude and thanksgiving. We thank you, Father, for your goodness, for your love, for your mercies. We thank you, Father, for the journey mercies that you accorded to our visitors all the way from Uganda to Mombasa. We have people who have come succeed in a big way. We thank you, Father, for all our sponsors. We thank you, Father, for everyone who is represented here. As we converge here, mighty God, we invite you to be in our midst. And we know, Lord, when you are with us, this function will be a success. And even other functions that are for the coming in the future, my Heavenly Father, they will be a success. Because we started by committing each and everything in thy hands. And we know, Lord, you are going to guide us. We worship you this morning. We magnify your holy name. And I just want to pray this, believing and trusting in the mighty name of Jesus. Amen.
Thank you very much, Janet. I was a bit confused because Mugisha said this is the third one. I knew this is the second one, really. Officially, this is the second one. So it is my pleasure to welcome all of you to Diani. The first one was in Mombasa. Now the second one is in Diani. And I want you to remember how this started. Oh, have I done all the protocols? Oh. Ministers, honorable ministers, ambassador, Vanduvosi, all the people, and a person who doesn't speak much, Richard there, all protocols observed. Now, when Ambassador Mukubia thought about this is a brainchild of Ambassador, and you must give him all the credit to this. But it is growing. It was smaller last year, it is bigger this year, and next year, I'm sure it will even be bigger. Do you know that in 2022, Kenya received 135,204 Ugandans into Kenya? Okay, that's in 2022. In fact, Uganda was our second source market. However, Kenya sent to Uganda in 2022 376,249. Okay, that's triple, eh? That's triple. In fact, in 2021, it was 9% less. So in 2022, there has been 9% more from Kenya into Uganda. But from Uganda into Kenya, it was 4%. So, Kenyans, there's something we are not doing right to get the Ugandans here. If there is triple the number of Kenyans going to Uganda, then Kenyans, we are not doing well. But if we've also only attracted 9% since 2021 into 22, it means we can do a lot more to get a bigger number going into Uganda. And that is why we are here. That is why together, this whole big team, you know, this was supposed to be in where was the place? Neptune. But because of the numbers, because of the interest, and it's also fantastic to know that we've got delegates from Nigeria. Okay, so this is fantastic. And again, once again, I want to thank you, Ambassador, for initiating this great partnership. Speaking from the KTB side, Kenya is going to go regional, very heavy regionally, because if you can imagine, just in Nigeria, the population of Nigeria is 220 million. Now, if East Africa, because now we are going to sell East Africa. You see, His Excellency, our President, has removed the visas His Excellency, the President of Rwanda, is removing the visas as well, so that everybody can come to Kenya, which is the origin of mankind. So when Ugandans have come here, they've come home. And so Ugandans come home. In fact, what you should do, you should go to Turkana and start digging. Yeah, you might find your ancestors there. So this is what we want. Come home to Kenya. We want Africa for Africans. And that's why we are going to go regionally. And we are going to ask them to come to East Africa. Not only Kenya, to come to East Africa. Mine was to give a welcoming remark saying thank you everybody for taking time off your busy schedules to come here to Diani. We are also already thinking about next year's plans, so that it was in Mombasa, it is in Diani. Hopefully, because Phil is here, maybe we'll do it in Kilifi next year. And then, distance, they're very happy, maybe in Kilifi next year. And then we go to Taita Taveta. So Taita Taveta, you've got to get the capacity to do it. And then we will discover a place that none of you has gone. We will discover Tana River. How many of you here have been to Tana River? Awe wacha. Okay, you've been to Tana River. Monica, have you been to Tana River? Yep. Do you know... anyway, I was just supposed to do the welcome remarks, so I will leave that. Know that Tana River is going to open. So Uganda, let's explore Tana River, both for investment, both for tourism, because it's got the red, what monkey is it? It's got the red velvet monkey, which is in only 2 places on earth, the red velvet monkey. And it is in Tana River, here in the coast, where Coast KCTA, in charge of the coast tourism, is pushing. I am also very glad that the tourism associations now in our coast are working together. So we are glad to see Kato, we are glad to see the chairman of Kata, we are glad to see Skull, we are glad to see Perak. Although Perak, we've still got to learn a lot about entertainment from Uganda. But I hope the Ugandans had a good time last night when they went to Coco. I saw the pictures. But unfortunately, the person I saw dancing the most was a Kenyan. I expected Mugisha to be the biggest dancer, but Tony here, who is from Kwale here, maybe he was showing us the way. Tony was the biggest dancer. Tony, congratulations. So he's my small brother. We were in school together. Tony, congratulations. The moves you made yesterday were, and I've got you on video, so the moves that you made yesterday were fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome, enjoy yourselves, participate, and if there's anything we on the Kenyan side can do for you, we are at your service. Thank you very much.
Makofi tafadhali ya Victor. Victor, our host. Asante sana. Please note I have a dangerous substitute who will help me with my Swahili. I'm still learning. Nazungumza Kiswahili kidogo tu. Unajua ile Kiswahili yetu ya Uganda ili stop kwa border hapo Busia. Sasa mimi natoka southwestern Uganda pale kwa border ya Rwanda na DRC. Hiyo ni, how do you call village in Swahili? Kijiji. We have a minister who's called Kajiji, so I will be careful with that one. Okay. First of all, Victor, yesterday Ugandans were so excited to come that we had people at the airport by 9 a.m. when the flight was at 2:30. So you can't have a Ugandan who was at the airport at 9 a.m. dancing at 2 a.m. The way our Kenyan brothers were. But what I like is that the Kenyans were more happy to see us in Coco last night. Now wait for us tonight. I have seen the itinerary for tonight. You will see a better Ugandan version of the dance. And we carried a Ugandan DJ, by the way, and also carried our chairman of PSFU, who is also a musician. And so we are covered. And if the DJ doesn't know who Ragadi is, there's a problem. Do we have any county executive committee members here? We really want to appreciate you. If you're here, please stand for recognition. Please stand and we clap for you. Makofi. Thank you so much. I needed to make sure. Victor, tukona, see, do I invite her or it is oh, please. Yes. Victor, you can do the honors. I can give you the mic and you invite her to go and speak. So I can give you the mic from here. From here? Yes.
I sit or I stand?
Stand.
Okay. Yeah, I see. You know, today I'm on the high table. Normally I'm behind the sana ati to go pamoja. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got from Taita Taveta, the CEC of Tourism and Education. In fact, when we went to Taita, she did not want to be the CEC of tourism. And we pleaded with her because she's got a lot of ideas for tourism and we want to work together to bring Taita Taveta up. So ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce Madam Gloria. Gloria!
Surely, give her another round of applause as she makes her way to the front. Please, the Wi-Fi is available to weka your Wi-Fi kwa screen. Unajua data iko expensive, huh? And please tweet or X post using our hashtag UGKE Coast Tourism. And we will share and retweet all you're sharing with us.
Okay, thank you so much. All protocol observed. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am Gloria. The name that Mr. Shitaka forgot is Ikombo from Taita Taveta County. I'm humbled to be here today, and I really want to extend my thanks to the ambassador for inviting us as a county to this forum. I was at the Neptune event, and I'm also pleased to be here today. As a county, that is Taita Taveta County, my governor, Andrew Mwadime Wakuja, he was supposed to be here today, but now due to the national event, we are supposed to plant trees. He could not make it here today, but tomorrow he'll be ably represented by the deputy governor. So I am the CEC for Trade, Tourism, Cooperative Development and Industrialization in an acting capacity. Shitaka mentioned that I'm the CEC Education and Tourism, but I'm the CEC Education, Libraries and Vocational Training Centers. In trade, I'm in an acting capacity. And I wish to thank Mr. Shitaka for stating that I have so much to offer as far as tourism is concerned. And I want to acknowledge the fact that Taita Taveta County, there is a lot that we can exploit as far as tourism is concerned. We are all aware that Tsavo National Park is in Taita Taveta. In fact, over 60% of our land is Tsavo National Park. So we have all the animals there, and I would wish to request the Ugandans that next time you don't end your tour in, coast, where we have the beaches. You also need to extend, the visit to Taita Taveta County, get to explore the national parks. And apart from that, we also have other products, of tourism. We are very rich, in our culture, our Mwazindika dance. The other day, of course, we had even the UNESCO officials visiting our county so that it can be recognized worldwide. That is Mwazindika. So, Ugandans and even Kenyans who are here, I wish to welcome you to Taita Taveta County. And again, I want to commend the organizers of this event. As Mr. Shitaka was making his remarks, he did say that Ugandans. They are coming to Kenya in very large numbers. And the Kenyans also who are going to Uganda, they are going there in large numbers. But now comparing the two, we see that the Ugandans, we also need to maybe increase the numbers. And as he was making those remarks, I was wondering, as Taita Taveta County, what do we need to do so that we can have more Ugandans visiting Kenya? And not just Kenya, Taita Taveta. And now that Taita Taveta has not been explored, maybe in that area, because I know the tour will end here in the coastal counties where we have the beaches. So next time, I want to believe that the visit will now be extended to Taita Taveta, and that is one way of increasing the numbers. Instead of, the Ugandans coming to maybe do the weddings in Kwale, in Kilifi, in Malindi and Mombasa, we can have those weddings also taking place in the Savo, because there are very nice facilities in the Savo. So at this juncture, I wish to end here and welcome the Ugandans to Kenya, welcome to Coast, and welcome to Taita Taveta County. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much, CEC. And I think the very first edition, when we did the farm trip, we also didn't hit Taita. Ambassador is listening. Ambassador, I would also like to go to the Savo. And so please work on that in the next edition, our next farm trip. So, ladies and gentlemen, a couple of things. One, if you're walking in, there's seats at the front. And again, if you sit in front of the cameras, you will get captured by the cameras, so your relatives will see you. All right? So please sit in front, not at the back of the cameras. So there's seats, there's still seats here. We did speed dating first thing this morning. And we had the Kenyan, this is so a nice thing. So tomorrow if you come early, I could do it again. This is the best thing you can get if you come on time. So at exactly 8:30, we had the Kenyan delegation that was here, 17 of them, engaged with up to 30 Ugandan delegates who were here. So if you came also after 9, you'd missed out. So from 8:30 to 9, we did that. Tomorrow we may start earlier, depending on what night we go, how late we go to bed, thanks to Victor, later tonight. But we will have that, which is an addition to your B2Bs that you're going to have. So please use these opportunities. I'd really want us to engage as much as we can. So when you sit at the back, you won't really sit with a delegate. You might sit with a service provider, all right? So I want to take the pleasure of inviting someone who, and the reason Victor said this is a second, the third was that the very first one was the agriculture and trade excursion we had here in 2019. And that led to the very first Uganda tourism, the Uganda-Kenya Coast Tourism Conference. Now this is the second Uganda-Kenya Coast Tourism Conference. I want to invite our host, the Consul General of the Mombasa Consulate here in the coast, to come and make welcome remarks. Can we show him some love and give him a round of applause? And shortly, when the honorable ministers join us, again, why we didn't have the anthems is there will be a formal opening ceremony where we'll have the anthems and the ministers will then address us. But I thought we would have these welcome remarks so that we kickstart the conversation we are here for. Over to you, Ambassador.
Thank you very much, Maurice. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. I wish to express our deep appreciation to all of you for honoring our invitation to this conference. We, as the Uganda Consulate in Mombasa, are so excited to have you here. We had our first conference last year in Mombasa, but as Victor indicated, we worked very closely with him and the Kenya Coast Tourist Association to organize that first conference that took place at Pride Inn in Mombasa. At that conference, our Minister of State, who will be joining us shortly, recommended, and I'm being polite by using the word recommended, because ministers don't recommend, they direct. So he recommended that this be an annual event. So we had no choice. For us, we thought we were organizing a one-off event, but the minister, in his wisdom, saw a very big opportunity, and he directed us to make this an annual event. So that's why we are here for this second Uganda-Kenya Coast Tourism Conference and Expo, and Tourism Conference, sorry. And what is the concept we are working with? The concept is not competition. The concept is complementarity. We know one of the most popular tourism products at the coast are the very beautiful beaches. That's one of the products which we really, most of the Ugandans and other tourists enjoy. There are, of course, a lot of other products. There is the Fort Jesus, the Vasco da Gama Pillar in Malindi. And Uganda doesn't have the beaches that, like the ones we see here. We also have some things we call beaches, but they are not quite comparable to what we have here. We don't have Fort Jesus in Uganda. We don't have the Vasco da Gama Pillar in Uganda. So can we compete with Kenya on those? We can try to compete with them on the beaches, but we don't have Fort Jesus, and we are not about to create one. We don't have Vasco da Gama Pillar, and we are not about to create one. But what do we have in Uganda? We have the mountain gorillas, and please, Kenyans, these monkeys and whatever, they are not about to turn into mountain gorillas. Even that monkey which Victor told us about, the one in Tana River, even with evolution, it will not become a mountain gorilla. We have the chimpanzees, we have the adventure tourism on River Nile, we have the Kampala nightlife. I'm happy to note that the coast is also trying to learn how to have nightlife. I hope you will take advantage of the presence of the Ugandans here to show you what it means to have nightlife. But we are not competing with you on nightlife, and I'm sure you cannot compete with us on nightlife. But it's good to learn from us. So as you can see, these are completely different products which can complement one another. And we are looking at two things here. One, as Victor indicated, Uganda is the #2 source market for Kenya after the US. And Kenya is the #1 source market for Uganda. So these are the two concepts we are working with. One, we already have a strong foundation to start with, the two countries really being #1 and #2. But then, where the complementarity also comes in, we have those third-party countries, tourists that come in from the US, from Europe, from China, and even from Africa, coming to the coast, but also going to Uganda. Now, when we have these products complementing one another, it means that a tourist who comes to the coast can, on the same itinerary, proceed to Uganda, and vice versa. The one who starts in Uganda can, on the same itinerary, come to the coast. And last night, as we were chatting, I met a tourism operator from Belgium. And she told me that, you know, we have been promoting Uganda, the safaris in Uganda, but our clients have been telling us, can we also, on the same itinerary, do the beach? So I was excited to hear that, because that is exactly what we are working for. So that is complementarity that we are promoting, and that is the concept which we are working with. So last year after the conference, we took Ugandans that came for the conference on excursions at the coast, here in Diani, in Mombasa, and in Malindi. And then after the conference, we took some Kenyans to Uganda on a farm trip to experience these products, so that when they are selling something they have experienced. And I always talk about what we call the Google operators. They are tour operators, but they are also Google operators. They go on the internet, they feed in, I want to take a tourist to Uganda, I want to take him to Kampala, I want to take him to Jinja, I want to take him to Bwindi, but also to Kibale. Then Mr. Google may tell you, like he told someone, that the distance from Entebbe to Kampala is 5 minutes. And we have one of us here in this audience whom Mr. Google told that it is 5 minutes from Entebbe to Kampala. Then this Google tour operator, when we took her on a farm trip to Uganda last year, she realized that actually Entebbe Kampala is 1 hour, even when you have a lead car, which we had when we went with her. So Lillian, thank you very much. I can see Lillian behind there. She was the Google operator whom Mr. Google had told that Kampala Entebbe is 1 hour, and she's doing a great job marketing Uganda and the Kenya coast. We shall have her on one of the panels, and she will share her experience. So that is the concept we are promoting, to see how these products can complement each other. So the key objectives, of course, the theme is consolidating networks, synergies, and diversity to maximize the tourism potential between Uganda and the Kenya coast. And the key objectives are to assess the progress made in the cooperation between Uganda and Kenya coast since the last year's conference, to create more awareness about the destinations and the tourism products they offer, to enhance the synergies and complementarity between key tourism players and from Uganda and the Kenya coast. And I'm happy to note that Maurice already started that as soon as we walked into this hall, to explore investment opportunities in the tourism sector in Uganda. People, Kenyans, we still have a lot of demand for high-end tourism sites. I mean, lodges, high-end lodges in our tourism sites. So I know there is a lot of resources that you can invest in, and we shall tell you about these investment opportunities and how to go about them. So we want to provide a platform for B2B networking, learning, and information sharing. We want to equip the key tourism players from Uganda and the Kenya coast with the first-hand experience of the tourism attractions, so that they are in better position to market these attractions. And I've given you an example of that. And finally, we want to promote and popularize the Entebbe-Mombasa route operated by the Uganda Airlines. And I also want to join Maurice in thanking Uganda Airlines for really helping us in promoting the connection between Uganda and Kenya. Because previously, for one to travel from the coast, you had to go through Nairobi. And that could take you the whole day connecting through Nairobi. But because of the direct flight between Entebbe and Mombasa, it takes you 1 hour and 20 minutes to get to Entebbe and to get to Mombasa. So thank you, Uganda Airlines, for partnering with us. And yesterday, like Maurice was saying, we caused a scene, actually, both in Entebbe and in Mombasa, when we offloaded about over 200 Ugandans who have descended on the Kenya coast. So really, if the Kenya Coast, you can't clap for us for bringing you 200 marketeers to come and promote you, and they are finding you at your destination. Last evening, someone was saying that this is the biggest ever farm trip that has been organized in the history of tourism. We have brought you 200 marketeers. In one of our local languages, we say that if I try to translate it, it will be up to you to decide how to thank us, really, for bringing you all these marketeers to come and promote. I'm sure we are going to see more arrivals of Uganda, of Ugandans here, and some of the hotels here, especially here in Diani, will tell you their experience. When a Ugandan wedding descends on your hotel, take all your alcohol, and then you may go to the nearby hotel to get more alcohol to serve to them. They will dance away. They will eat all your food. For 3 nights, they will do enough havoc on your hotel. So please clap for the Ugandans for knowing how to party and party. So if you I encourage you to really show them around so that they are able to see the facilities that you have here. So those are the key objectives that we have. So we have this conference again this year, and then from Wednesday, the Ugandans will be seeing again the products here. We shall do excursions here in Diani. We shall go to Mombasa, and we shall also go to Malindi and Watamu. Again, we want to show them these products. And then, actually, it's the whole itinerary that we have created for them, which they can just replicate as they are doing the promotion. So this is what we are doing. And then after that, we shall again take a selected number of Kenya Tour stakeholders to Uganda on a farm trip from the 22nd of this month up to 1st December. And again, what are we promoting? We shall take them to Kampala so that they can compare the nightlife here and ours in Kampala. There is a special bus in Kampala. It's called 707. We are going to put them in that bus, and we take them around the nightlife of Kampala. Then they will pick up a few lessons on how to do nightlife. And this is in good faith, because we are not competing. We want to show you everything that we have. We don't care whether you replicate it here, so that the tourists, when they come for nightlife here, they can enjoy the same at the coast. Then we shall take them to Ndere Center. Ndere Center is our cultural village. And within 2 hours, it takes you around the whole of Uganda, showing you the different cultures that we have in Uganda. Those who went last year, and we took them there, they said, oh, you people, you don't know what you have. This is a national treasure. Really, they were saying, and the complementarity comes in here. Those who have been coming to the coast, they have seen and enjoyed the Maasai culture, especially, not only that, but when they go to Uganda and then also enjoy a different type of culture, that completes the picture. So we shall again take them to Ndere Center. We shall take them to Uganda Matters Shrine in Namugongo, where the 22, more than 22 actually, almost 50 Christian martyrs Ugandans were martyred by one of our kings many years ago. We shall take them to Bwindi, again to Kibale, where we have the chimpanzees, to Jinja, where we have the adventure tourism, to Machon Falls, the most beautiful falls in the world, and all these other experiences, so that, again, we expose them to these products so that they are able to promote them from a point of knowledge. We have the full itineraries in this magazine, which we have produced for this conference, so you can read the details of both the excursions and the farm trip in Uganda. Really, we have walked a long journey. We started these preparations since June. We have worked with all the stakeholders both in Uganda and the Kenya coast. We want to thank the host county, Kwale County, for putting together this so well. The governor of Kwale, the destination Diani, with whom we have worked together so closely here in Kwale. Our team, I don't know if they are around, the team we have been working with, the organizing committee in Kwale. If you are around, please stand up for recognition. I've seen some of them. Joan, are you in the room? Heidi from the county government, Paul, Lillian, all of you, thank you very much for all the preparations. The Uganda Consulate in Mombasa. You people, I have such a strong team at the Consulate in Mombasa. Juliet, are you in the room? Moses, Dennis, Miriam, Solome, and all our local support staff. You cannot imagine the strong team that we have. So much so that I am not as busy as they are. And that is what being a team leader is. You manage I want to use some popular phrase here. It's a bottom-up approach. And really, I have empowered my team. We work very strong, and I'm using the word team deliberately. I always encourage them not to call me a boss because I didn't come to boss them around, but we have built a very strong team, and I really wish to thank them. We have crisscrossed all the counties at the coast. We have been to Mombasa, and the CECM for Mombasa is here. Wazir for tourism, thank you so much for working so closely with us. Thank you for supporting us. He was at the airport yesterday to receive the Uganda delegation. We have Dr. Ikwaye in Mombasa, the chief executive of the Kenya Association of Hotel Keepers. I don't know if he's in the room. Yes, he's behind there. Mr. Msengeti, who is not in the room. That is the team we have worked with in Mombasa. In Kilifi, we have Mr. Phil Mwavara here. He's been such a strong asset. Mr. Phil Mwavara is one of the biggest tour operators in Kenya and maybe in East Africa. Sometimes he handles 3 charter flights in one day. That can be as many as 600 arrivals in one day. But despite his very busy schedule, he gave me time always. So sometimes he would even travel over to Mombasa to meet me. Sometimes we would travel to Malindi. Thank you so much, Phil. Maureen, I don't know if she's around. Maureen, the chairperson of the hotel keepers in Malindi. And then the CECM for Malindi, the deputy governor, and even the governor himself. Thank you so much. In Taita Taveta, I have been there. I have met with my sister here several times. I've traveled there together with my team. We have been to Tana River. We've met the CECM there, Mr. Yahaya. We've been to Lamu. But to Lamu, for personal reasons, I sent there my team. I have some personal reason. The time I went to Lamu, I was put on a speedboat. I didn't quite enjoy that experience. So I decided to empower my team to represent me there. And I told them that maybe the next time I go to Lamu, it might be if and when my president goes there. So I'm not looking forward to going back to Lamu. And you know those boys on those boats, for them it is normal. The way they hit the waves, for me I think anytime I'm tipping over and falling in the water. So I said, now let me not lead God into temptation. So I have promised not to go back to to Lamu for that reason. So the hotels, our sponsors, of course, even in Kampala, we had an organizing committee. Mr. Stephen Asimwe, the CEO of Private Sector Foundation, he gave me an office at Private Sector Foundation. So, and it is his office. So when I go there, he either gets out and leaves the office to me, and the chairman, representing the chairman of PSFU, we really appreciate the support from PSFU. Mr. Byaruhanga, he has been the president of the Uganda Tourism Association. He's been so part of us since we started the journey in May last year. The Uganda Tourism Board, represented here by the Deputy CEO, Mr. Bradford Ocheng. We really have had a strong team. I want them to stand up for recognition. I can see Julie here, I can see Dorcas, and all the others with whom we have worked so closely in Kampala. So thank you so much. All the stakeholders, the sponsors, we really appreciate your support. Let me inform you people, none of all of these Ugandan delegates is paying for accommodation here. Where do you find such strong partnerships? Really? So Ugandans, wherever you are staying, the price you are going to pay is by promoting those facilities. They will be happy to receive your clients. And even in Uganda, those people we are taking for a farm trip to Uganda, they are not going to pay for their accommodation. And I can see one of our friends who supports us in Uganda, Betty. She's the manager of one of the most beautiful facilities in Kibale, Chimpundu. Chimpundu Lodge in Kibale National Park. You can't find a better facility in Kibale. Betty, thank you, and extend our deep appreciation to the management and owners of Chimpundu for always supporting us. I stayed there last year and I really enjoyed my stay, and I look forward to coming back there. Thank you very much. So all the Ugandans the Kenyans going to Uganda on the farm trip, their accommodation is fully complimentary. It's offered to us on a complimentary basis, and we really appreciate that. So all the individuals, the tour companies that have given us vehicles, we really appreciate. We have been traveling to Kampala every month, and we have really crisscrossed. We have been on Uganda Airlines. I must say, whenever we travel to Kampala, we travel Uganda Airlines. So thank you so much. As I wind up, my brother here, Victor, you know, he should have been a politician. Now he's saying that Kilifi, Taita Taveta, Tana River, then we go to Uganda. For me, as far as I know, we are supposed to be in Uganda next year before we come back to the coast. But what I want, if Uganda gives us a good bid, we take it to Uganda. If Kilifi gives us a good bid, we take it to Kilifi. So let's open it. Whoever gives us, because to hosting goes with responsibilities. You don't just put up your destination to host, and then you sit back and relax. So Phil, please inform the governor and the county government of Kilifi and all the private stakeholders, if they want us in Kilifi next year, let them encourage us to be in Kilifi. I will convince the Ugandans. But Uganda, you put together an attractive bid to host us next year, and we shall be there. So it's going to be competitive. We don't mind where we are. After all, we are still in Uganda and Kenya, and the intention is to promote these two destinations. So thank you very much. We really appreciate you. Once again, thank you for making time to be with us, despite the fact that it's a public holiday here, which is for planting trees all over Kenya. That's why we don't have the county government here as yet. but we hope to have bigger numbers here. Thank you very much for listening to me. Once again, we appreciate you, and thank you for your continued support, everyone. May God bless you for God and my country, Uganda.
Can we give His Excellency another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? So I found it difficult to stop him from speaking since he's the host, but everyone else, I will come, or very shortly I will introduce my co-partner for the next 2 days. But before I do that, allow me in a very special way, and I know the ambassador spoke about him, recognize the CEC for Mombasa, who is also here with us, and for receiving us yesterday. So ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Mohamed Osman, please stand for recognition. Watu wakupigie makofi. Thank you so much for yesterday. It was interesting having lead cars all the way from the airport, and the moment they hit Kwale, they left us alone. And so from Kwale we were to ourselves. The moment they hit the border, wametoka gari, walisimama, wamepiga salute, tumepita. And they said, see you, we have done our bit. But it was so nice, and we really want to appreciate the Uganda delegation. Can we appreciate the Mombasa team for receiving us yesterday? Asante sana. It was really beautiful at the airport and also all the way out of the traffic. And you know the Mombasa traffic in the evening can be quite a mess. We are streaming this conference live, and the link is available. If you look up the second Uganda-Kenya Coast Tourism Conference, you will be able to see the live stream. Share with all the stakeholders in the business so that they know we are here to do business and we're here to promote the Kenya Coast and Uganda's tourism. I want again to request those of you who are coming in, and anybody who's seated just behind the media, you can always make your way. There's seats on this side and join us. And I'm glad one of the delegates from Kenya said, why are the Ugandan delegates seated together? Now, when we have the coffee break and you come back, I wish we had name tags. We would have shuffled the name tags. I am hoping, Nancy, where is Nancy? Nancy, I don't want to see you sitting with another Ugandan when we come back from coffee, all right? So Ugandans, when you come back, please sit with somebody who is going to give you business. The hotels that have benefited from the Ugandan weddings, please raise your hand. I know Leopard is one of them, but all the hotels that and lodges that are benefiting from the millions of dollars in Ugandan weddings, just raise your hand so that we celebrate you, so we know who you are. I see one behind there, so that we know, and the others can find out what you're doing that they are not doing to get these Ugandan weddings. Ambassador, it's not just the weddings now. The other day, Stephen was sharing with me, a Ugandan team came to celebrate somebody's 50th birthday. And they spent close to $1 million here in Mombasa. I am told there was no more champagne in Diani, because they finished all the champagne in Diani. And this was really high-end Ugandans. These were not, si wale wa nani, the high-end. And they spent close to $1 million. It was quite something. When we saw the pictures, we all wanted to come to Diani. So that is how Uganda celebrates the coast, and why everyone seems to want to come to the coast. I was on the flight yesterday with somebody who has done weddings here before, and she tells me all her friends keep saying they want to do a destination wedding, and their choice of location is always Pwani. And we want to appreciate all of you for hosting the Ugandans, and we also want to apologize for the good problems they bring you when they cause drought in your bars later in the evenings. So I want to now quickly invite my co-host, Esther Ingolo, to help me teach Ugandans some Swahili words, because unajua ile Swahili yetu ni ya chakula. Ours is for food. We just want, when we know how to say we want to eat food. After that, So over to you. Can we give her some love? Esther? This is the second time we're doing this. We were together at the
Yes.
agriculture show. Yes, go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much, Maurice. Good morning, everyone. Good morning once again. Ambassador, you just said you have over 200 marketers, but Maurice amesema they are stuck together. Sasa wanauzia nani? Who are they selling to? Are they selling to each other or are they selling to us Kenyans? I think, like Maurice said, we'll probably have that change after the coffee break. But thank you very much once again for joining us. My Waziri from the County Government of Mombasa, thank you very much, Waziri Mohammed, for being here, and thank you for the beautiful welcome that we extended yesterday to the delegation from Uganda. So I'd like to welcome you all to Kwale. Just in case you did not know, Kwale was voted Africa's leading beach destination in 2023. I think they deserve a round of applause for that. And it's actually not the first time. They had done that from 2014 to 2019. So meaning that we could never be at a better place than in Kwale, because this means that they've earned the position of actually being able to host this year's conference. And of course, Victor, like the ambassador said, if it's bidding, Kilifi hatuwezi kushindwa kubid. Tunaweza shindwa kweli? Of course, we started in Mombasa. We are going by the chronological order. Mombasa is 001, Kwale 002, then we go 003. We cannot deviate and go to Uganda. I refuse. Sawa? So Kilifi people, we will bid with you as a region and make sure that next year Ambassador atajikuta tena yuko pwani. Sindio? All my coast people say yeah? Thank you very much for that. So I know we all know why you are here, basically for this conference, just to be able to strengthen our ties as a region, and also foster future partnerships and also collaborations as a region, and also sell the East Africa region as a tourist destination, and of course align with the integration agenda of East Africa. And so just because you are here to do that, I know that it's going to be a beautiful few days here. And of course, after that, you'll definitely be able to enjoy the rest of the excursion. I can see there are a lot of activities. And like Maurice said, you know, Victor, you introduced them to the octopus. I am not sure if they said they have never been the same. So if the Ugandans have never been the same, are the Kenyans still the same? Because you see, we need to integrate this. So please make sure that when you are doing the octopus, you make sure that you are integrating us as well, so that we do not remain the same just like you are. Thank you very much. That's on a lighter note. So at this point, I'd like to call upon Mr. Jeff Mukolwe, the GM, Baobab Beach Resort and Spa for Destination Diani, to be able to give us his remarks. Mr. Mukolwe, please. Karibu sana, as you give us the remarks. A round of applause as he comes to give us his remarks. Thank you very much. Karibu sir.
Murimtia. Hamjamboni. Okay, I'm going to start afresh. There's an air of submission and subduedness. Murimtia. Hamjamboni. Good morning. I also heard there's some Nigerians. I don't know how to say that in Nigerian, but I recognize you. My name's Jeff Mukolwe. I am wearing several hats right now. The first one is myself as the general manager of the Baobab Beach Resort, Africa's leading family resort, voted 3 years in succession. I'm informed there'll be a slight variation to the program, and then we'll be back.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like us all to be upstanding for the national anthem. Sorry, we have to do a detour in the protocols. We will have the three anthems. First, the Kenyan anthem, then we'll have the Ugandan anthem, and then, of course, we'll have the East African anthem. All the anthems, we are doing one stanza each, so I know that we'll be able to sing along as we proceed. The sound team, when you're ready with the national anthem, we are. There seems to be no sound. Thank you very much. I'd like to request us all to have a seat. And now I'd like to call upon Maurice to be able to take us through the next session. Thank you very much.
Esther, you're still on session, don't you worry. I'll just do one thing, which is to recognize our permanent secretary in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Honorable Vincent Bagire. We want to thank you, sir, for joining us, and it's indeed a pleasure to have you here with us. Honorable Minister, with us is the two members of Parliament, the Chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee, the Honorable Nora, and the Chair of the Trade and Tourism Committee, the Honorable Mwine Mpaka, and we appreciate them for being here with us. Honorable Minister, you found us in the middle. We'll just move to the next phase, but allow me to request Jeff to come, because Jeff had just taken to the floor, and Jeff will do his remarks, and thereafter we will transition to the opening ceremony. And Jeff, you can introduce the Deputy Governor. See, I have given you the honors.
I quite honestly nearly did not recognize my Deputy Governor, because in the years I've known him, I have never seen him in a suit. So to the Ugandans, you must appreciate the importance. If the Deputy Governor, His Excellency Chirema, can decide to wear a suit from this day, then you must be very important. Please give his suit a round of applause. You're most welcome, Your Excellency Deputy Governor. It's always good to have you with us. All protocols observed. I have the great honor of my remarks being said when more important people are here. So the victors and everybody else who came before me, your remarks, these great VIPs will only see them on TV. As I was saying, I wear several hats. The first hat that I wear is as the General Manager of the leading family resort in Africa, Baobab Beach Resort and Spa, based here in Diani. The second hat that I wear is in my role as part of the I Love Diani Destination Diani initiative, which I will give you a bit of history on. The third hat that I wear is a hat I wear as Jeff the Kenyan, and the fourth hat that I wear is one that I wear as Jeff, the son of a Ugandan from Iganga, who was born in Iganga and lived there. So I have my feet in two countries. I am half Kenyan and half Ugandan. And I guess that leads me well into the history of why we are here. I've had several remarks about how we got into this, but the true story starts in 2016. In 2016, a few resorts from the destination Diani started to recognize the importance of a source market known as Uganda. We then came together. Initially, it was just 3 resorts: Swahili Beach Resort, Leopard Beach Resort, and this one, Diani Reef. And the general managers sat together and we decided that we would need to explore the Ugandan market. We went to the Pearl of Africa Tourism Expo. At that time, it was held, I think, at the Serena. And for the very first time, the Kwale Destination Diani team exhibited as one team. Normally, we would always exhibit as different resorts, but this was the very first time in the history of all the Diani resorts that they exhibited in any exhibition in the world as one team. And we had the very first Destination Diani banner at the Poate in 2016. This started a relationship, a very special relationship between Diani and Uganda. At that particular time, no disrespect intended to the other coast destinations, none of the other coastal destinations were involved or were quite frankly interested. Only Diani was. So we started to build a relationship with Uganda at that particular time. Destination Diani has since hosted a 150 Parks golf tournament at the Kampala Golf Club. We have hosted several cocktails. We have invited several farm trips to Diani from Uganda. And I think the destination, my destination partners here will agree with me that we started this baby. So can we get an applause for the Diani destination? We worked at this market because we knew the importance of this market. Forget the fact that I'm half Ugandan and I led the initiative, but we worked at it because this was an extremely important market. We have mentioned weddings. Of course, we've had a lot of successes with weddings in this destination. But not only that, we've had successes with FIT tourists and leisure tourists just coming in. And believe it or not, we have also hosted conferences from NGOs and also conferences from parastatals from Uganda. I have personally hosted the Uganda Revenue Authority here in Diani in one of the resorts. So you can see how that partnership started. And we built it to a very, very strong partner. We value that Ugandan market. We then took it a step further and said, how then do we make this mutually beneficial? How do we start by saying, yes, we want to benefit as a destination from Uganda, but how then does Uganda benefit from us? And because of such conversations and initiatives from fantastic gentlemen like Ambassador Mkumbia, we then started having discussions about how do we bring everyone together. And of course, KCTA, under the leadership of Victor Shtaha, started getting involved, and others also. But the Diani destination has consistently exhibited at Poate as a destination, always as a destination, never as individual resorts. And we have constantly engaged the Ugandan market. So the question here for us today will be, how then do we start this reciprocal partnership? Because I, as a Ugandan, would like to see a lot of Kenyans going into Uganda. There's a lot to offer in Uganda, and I don't think we explore or exploit Uganda as much as we should. So the Ugandan side of me is appealing to the Kenyans, the Ugandan side of me is appealing to the Kenyans to ensure that we start to reciprocate. Victor mentioned certain numbers. Diani has benefited immensely from the Ugandan market. I dare say, and if Peggy is here from Uganda Airlines, I dare say that one of the reasons that the airline found it viable to start a flight from Entebbe to Uganda was because of the traffic that was coming into Diani. So as we discuss all of this, I'm just trying to put Diani into perspective so that you understand the importance that this destination has played in bringing the Ugandan market here and getting us to where we are. The ambassador has done a lot and has recognized the Kenyan coast as an important destination. We, Excellency, with our Excellency, the Deputy Governor and the Governor's acceptance, have made him a honorary Kwale citizen. We will be very soon, hopefully, giving him a Kwale County passport because of his support to Kwale and all that he has done to make this county and the Uganda partnership thrive. You've done a great job and we appreciate you and may God bless you for that. Very, very good at that. So, with those few remarks, I welcome you to Diani. Diani is the leading beach destination in Africa. There is no other like this one. Our beaches are pristine, they're white, they're beautiful. We have unique resorts, beautiful unique resorts, fantastic excursions in this destination. And don't be worried about the ferry that you crossed yesterday. Very soon that will be obsolete. I see my friend CC from Mombasa looking at me strangely, but he does know that this time this year it will take you 30 minutes from the time you get off the Uganda Airlines flight to the point where you're checking into your resort in Diani. Mark my words. So your journey from Kampala to Entebbe, the 2-hour, 1-hour wait at the airport, the 1 hour, 15 minutes or 1 hour and a half flight to Mombasa, and a 30 to 45-minute drive to the resort, you're looking at sitting in one of the world's best beach destinations in less than 4 hours after leaving your house. Isn't that great? And hopefully it will be Diani and of course the Kenya coast. So thank you very much for all of you for being here. I look forward to interacting with all of you. Please take time to interact with us. Let us build these partnerships and the synergies. And again, I appeal to my Kenyan brothers and sisters, let us look at going into Uganda. There are a lot of opportunities there, a lot, not just investment, but also tourism opportunities there. And please do not just restrict yourself to the Nyege Nyege Festival. There's a lot more than the Nyege Nyege Festival in Uganda. Isn't it, Ambassador? Thank you. May God bless you and have a fantastic conference. Thank you.
Round of applause for Mr. Jeff Mukolwe. Thank you very much for pushing us to venture into Uganda. I think it's one of the things that most of us would love to do. And so we are proceeding with the program, and I'd like to make a special mention of the team from Magical Kenya. Thank you very much for being with us. The Director of Market Development for Kenya Tourism Board, Fiona Ngesa, and your team, thank you very much for being here and being able to market Kenya as a good destination. We are glad that you're here as Magical Kenya. This conference would not have been complete, of course, without your presence. At this point, I'd like to call upon a gentleman who has a lot of interest in real estate. As the MD of Kombani Homes Limited. He is also the chairperson of the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry Kwale chapter. Of course, we can never speak business and not speak about the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry in the country. Mr. Abubakar Mkumbuka Banzi, karibu sana. Thank you very much for being here, and welcome to make your remarks. Makofi kwa Mr. Abubakar. Thank you. Karibu sana.
The Deputy Governor of Kwale County, Bwana Chirema Kombo, ministers from Uganda, CECs, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. Thank you. Before I proceed, I would like to recognize the presence of my board. I would like to recognize the presence of my Vice Chair, Mr. Willis David, for the Chambers of Commerce. I will also like to recognize the presence of Director Swale Mwakuyala. I will also want to recognize the presence of Director Kelvin Miano. And also I want to recognize the presence of one of our vibrant members, Amina Hassan Ramadan. I expect she's here. Yeah, Amina Hassan, she's here. She's the one who helped us to organize this conference. It is my great pleasure to welcome each and every one of you to the beautiful shores of Diani in Kwale County for this momentous conference that brings together Ugandans and Kenyans to deliberate on pivotal subject of tourism. As the chairman of the Kenya National Chambers of Commerce and Industry, I'm honored to stand before you. I'm honored to stand before you today and extend a warm welcome to our distinguished guests who have traveled both from Uganda and other parts of Kenya to be part of this collaborative endeavor. Kwale County, with its pristine beaches, vibrant culture, and warm hospitality, serve as an ideal backdrop for this gathering. The conference we are about to embark upon is more than just a meeting. It is a shared commitment to fostering cooperation and understanding between two of our nations for the mutual benefit of the tourism industry. Tourism is a vital sector for both Uganda and Kenya. contributing significantly to economic growth, job creation, and cultural exchange. By bringing together key stakeholders, experts, and enthusiasts from both sides, we aim to explore avenues of collaborations, share the best practices, and identify innovative strategies that will propel the tourism sectors of Uganda and Kwale County in the Kenyan coast to the new heights. This conference is not only about strengthening economic ties, but also fostering cultural exchange and building bridges between our communities. Through open dialogue and collaboration, we have an opportunity to create a lasting connection that transcends borders and promote a spirit of unity in diversity. Over the course of the next 2 days, beginning today, we will engage in insightful discussions, listen to the experts in this field, and explore possibility for joint ventures and partnership. It is my hope that this conference will serve as a catalyst for meaningful exchange, encouraging and increased tourism, sustainable development, and deeper understanding of each other's unique offering. As we embark on this journey today, let us keep in mind the tremendous potential that lies within the collaborations of our nations. By working hand in hand, we can create a tourism landscape that not only attracts visitors from around the world, but also showcases a rich tapestry of experience from both Uganda and Kenya, which we have to offer. Once again, I would like to heartfully welcome each one of you. May this conference be a resounding success, and may our shared commitment to growth and prosperity of our tourism industry be the foundation for a brighter and more interconnected future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for Mr. Abubakar. Asante sana Abubakar. Kizungu imelala hapo vizuri kabisa, paka mwenyewe nimekubali. The guy is a guru kabisa kwa mambo ya biashara, and also very good with the media relations, and a great asset for the people of Kwale County, and especially the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry Kwale chapter. Thank you so much for welcoming us to Kwale. You'd notice that Mr. Ishpalo Beroi, the Chairman Kato, was supposed to speak today. However, he's not available, and so we are going to have the lady who, obviously, if you see her in any event, you would know that it's definitely a tourism event. In Mombasa, if there's a tourism event and you don't see her, then probably that event will not happen or is not there. And she's the Iron Lady in issues of tours and safaris, a real guru from the Kenya Association of Tourist Operators Coast Chapter, Ms. Monica Solanki. Thank you very much and welcome, so that you may be able to give us your remarks. Please let us clap for them as they come to give the remarks. And I'd just like to remind us to make our remarks short and sweet, so that we can be able to proceed very well. Karibu sana, Monica.
Thank you. The dignitaries, ladies, gentlemen, all protocols are set. Welcome to the Kenya Coast second, actually now we are told it's third, conference of Uganda-Kenya tourism. I'm sending in for my chairman, Ishpalo Beroi. He's sending his apologies. He's not able to attend for this hour. He's actually busy with a big group of Ugandans. That's why he's not here. So we are seeing the business is already coming here. So thanks. So I'm reading his speech and then I will give my small remarks. I have handed over my responsibilities to my former chair, Mrs. Monica Solanki, who is an expert in Kenya Coast and a mentor to a lot of us tour operators. I will only state the next few issues. The bridging of Uganda, Kenyan tourism, is a great barrier breaking out. What must be done right. MOU must be signed between Uganda Tourism Association and ours, Kato, and the Kenyan Harbour is here. We have to work on it hardly. Kato is the principal tour operators body must be steering the organization, clearly directing you on the operations in Kenya. Please note, all KATU members are bonded. In this moment, it is not there, but I ask all KATU members to stand up so you know whom to look for. Who is here? KATU. Where is Lillian? Where is Phil? Max is there. We have many here. There. So you look for them, they're bonded. And they have the connection to Europe, like Max, I saw him, he's to Poland. We have Polmans, they are going from Europe, they're all over. So these are the ones who can come here, and now with the direct connection, you can take them for 2 days to Uganda, divert them, and bring them back to Mombasa before they go back to Europe. So look out for these colleagues of mine. We wish the same from Uganda. We deal alone only with legit tour operators. Inbound, outbound traffic will be eased a great deal with the opening of border controls for African nations in Kenya. Uganda can only enjoy the coastline. You will experience it in the next few days. So really make sure you know what you are enjoying here. As we know, Uganda is known for its birding, but Kenya, we have also got a number of birds. Herbert, you have seen a few of them. You can confirm also in Kenya we have the birds. We have a leadership in the Mombasa Consulate, Ambassador and Paul leadership steers in a great direction. Once again, welcome to the Kenyan coast, and trust me, we have so much to offer. In the short time, you haven't been enough. So you must come again, all of you, each fellow boys. So let me add to it. Sharing is caring. If Uganda and Kenya can work hand in hand today, we have a great connectivity between the countries, not like before. I remember when we went, I was on that team, Jeff, when we had the first Pole of Africa. Steve was that time UTB. I remember the stand of Diani was really shining amongst everybody else, was not like the Diani one. So we need to share and work together. Today also you can go by bus. Sadly today the team from Uganda by bus is not here, but they will join us. So Ugandans enjoy the beach. Diani and Mutatwapa is competing with the guys in Kampala. Nightlight is also there. And the Kenyans, we can now sell for you the chimpanzees and the gorilla and the Kampala nightlife, of course. So consolidating network synergies, diversity to maximize the tourism potential between Uganda and Kenyan coast is why we are here. Let me tell you for free, this is a great chance for us to make most out of it. Asante sana to all the sponsors, organizers, of course, Paul, we have come a long way, and we are going further. You forgot to mention John Gonja, the bananas, and the Rolex, the Ugandan. So the ones who are from Kenya going there, they should look for Rolex and for Gonja. But they are not watches, let me tell you. Karibu, asante.
Thank you very much, Monica. That was really nice of you. And a Ugandan just reminded me that you forgot to mention the grasshoppers. So there it is. I have mentioned them, the grasshoppers. We are inching closer to just having the opening speeches. However, we are still getting remarks from the different players in the tourism and industry. And at this juncture, I'd like to call upon Dr. Samuel Kwai, the Executive Officer, Kenya Association of Hotel Keepers, Coast and Private Sector, to be able to give his remarks. Sam is a great tourism industry player for very, very, very many years. When I knew him, he was not even an industry player, but he has come out to be one of the strongest men within the industry. You can never mention the industry without mentioning Sam. Karibu sana. A round of applause for Sam as he gives us his remarks. Thank you.
Asante sana. I had a small presentation. Let's see if it will run. As we set up the presentation, I saw the ambassador's message yesterday to our brothers to be here by 8 for the opening policy statements. Ambassador in Kenya will receive this on Twitter and anywhere. Probably where we were will be the safest place to be able to get this. Is it up? Thank you. I can see it. Go back. So, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. I have the privilege this morning on behalf of the private sector and trade associations to speak to you. And I wish to share this in the form of an African folklore. We do very well to speak through stories, and stories really carry the message. Africa is ours, and we have very good stories that can actually carry the message that has actually been emphasized this morning by all the speakers. The story of teamwork, the story of togetherness, and this story is actually the history of many of our trade associations in the region, because we have many associations here. You've heard about Kenya Coast Tourism Association, KCTA, which is as old as 1948. It has been evolving to 1962 as MCTA and came to become KCTA in 2014, led by my brother, Chairman Victor. We have the story of KATO, Kenya Association of Tour Operators, which is as old as 1978. We have the story of KAHC. So as we set this up, Kenya Association of Hotel Keepers, and then we have Pubs, Entertainment and Restaurant Association of Kenya, that is PERAC, SALTO, KATO, KATA, Kenya Association of Travel Agents, and we also have KAWIT, Kenya Association of Women in Tourism. All these players form what we call the mainstream trade associations in the region, and they exist. If you look at the mandates of all these associations, you will notice that one theme is running across. One of the themes that is running is our mandate range from ensuring that we have highest standards of service to our members. We offer information exchange amongst our members. We seek business opportunities for our members. We lobby, we advocate, and actually advance the interest of members. So this is what we do across the section as associations. One of the associations, we only have one CEO in the region, that is my brother Julius, all of us executive officers. KATO is also headed by Mureithi. I don't know if Mureithi is around, the executive officer of the Kenya Association of Tour Operators, and that is how we work. So let's pick some lessons from the story that defines our journey as industry, and maybe the region represented by our countries here today. And so this is how the story goes. You will follow with me, and we see the lessons that you can pick from this story. So once upon a time, there was a tortoise and a hare, and there was an argument. What was the argument? Who was fastest? So there was an argument, and as usual, when there's an argument, you put it to rest by doing what? Proving. So these two brothers, the tortoise argued was the fastest, and the hare said, I am the fastest. So they decided to end that argument by going to a race, and they agreed on a route, and they started the race. So the hare shot ahead and ran briskly for some time. Then seeing that he was actually far ahead than the tortoise, he decided to sit under the tree and relax. And his argument was, this guy is so slow, he's so poor. I mean, he will never catch me. Then the hare fell asleep. And as soon, the tortoise came slowly, plodding over, finished the race, and emerged the undisputed champion. The hare woke up and realized that he had actually lost the race. Very good. So this story speaks to the history of the many trade associations that, and even how we strive. Because there are lessons that you can pick from this story that if you are actually slow, steady, you can actually always win the race. This is the version of the story that you have all grown up to, and we know it. However, this story continues. Shall we? Well done. The hare was disappointed that he had actually lost the race and did some soul searching. He realized that he had lost the race because he had been overconfident, he was careless, he was task. If he had not taken things for granted, he would actually not have lost to the tortoise. Now, this is a very good example of what we have actually experienced as a region, between trade associations and between countries. You've seen what Ambassador has been trying to do and the effort that has actually been put forward to try and find out who is ahead of the other, isn't it? So they challenged the tortoise, the hare challenged the tortoise to another race. And now this is how it went. He called the tortoise and they agreed, and this time the hare did not take a break. He did not stop under to sleep. He ran very briskly without stopping and went to the finish race and won that race. What are the moral of the story to this end? The fast and consistent will always beat the one that is slow. Normally somebody who is fast will always win the race, but is always very good to be chap. This story did not end here. Are you following me? The story did not end here. For those who sat with your grandmothers, you'll understand how this story goes. The tortoise did some soul searching and realized that there's no way that the hare could actually beat him in the way the race was currently structured. Can you see who will be the tortoise in this case? Between Kenya and Uganda, or between our associations? Are you getting? Of the see, so how can you take advantage of the race? And this, I'll explain how this plays into how we work as associations in the region, because then we have different strengths. There are areas that KHC or the Association of Hotel Keepers will be doing very well, and there are other areas that Kato or Perak or another association will actually be doing very well, and we allow them to be able to take the lead, so that we don't have that conflict. We have what the term that has actually been used here, complementarity. So this is what these two friends did this time. The tortoise challenged the hare to another race. How did this race go? The hare started off, now ameshajua barabara, keeping with himself self-made commitment, ran very fast, but then he came to the back of the river. What happened? The hare could not swim across the river. So the hare, wondering what to do, the tortoise came, and because the terrain had actually, the tortoise was able to go into the water and swim across. Okay? On the other hand, in this story, the moral of the story here is that you must first of all be able to identify your core competencies, and then as much as possible change the terrain, change the field, look at your competencies. And we do this very much as associations. We try and look at what our key competencies are and go for them. And I think this is also the lesson that we're picking from this conference. When I got the theme and asked to speak on this particular theme, you can see that our brothers, the Kenyans, are doing very well on the products that they have. Our sisters and our brothers in Uganda have actually realized their competency, and now each one is competing with whatever strong strength they have. This story hasn't ended. Can I end it? The story didn't end here. The hare and the tortoise, by this time, they had become pretty very good friends. What did they do? They did some thinking together. Both realized that the last race could actually have been won better if they had actually run together. Are we there? So they decided to do one more final race, but this time they decided to run as a team. So they started off, and this time, who took off? Are we together? The hare, because it was very fast, carried the tortoise, and when you reached the riverbank, who took over? The tortoise took over and swam through, and on the other side, the hare finished the race. So the bank on the other side, the hare carried the tortoise, and they reached the finish line together. So they both had a very good, greater sense of satisfaction than they had had earlier together. Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes as trade associations, even as industry partners, and even as countries, we must be able to realize our competencies as you've already done. Who will start the race? Who will carry the other one? And I hope this theme and the lessons that are picking from this story can actually resonate and speak to all of us as we embark on this journey. That Kenya has its competencies. We have the wonderful beaches as espoused by Brother Jeff, and the ambassador has talked about the great product that we have in Uganda. Is it possible that we can actually pick good lessons from here and carry each other so that we can actually have a great much sense of satisfaction when we get the end of this particular journey? Ladies and gentlemen, let's pick the lessons from here. Hopefully, as emphasized, we can start this evening, and let's enjoy together to grow the destination together. Asanteni sana.
A big round of applause for Sam. Thank you very much. I was not ready for that presentation in a form of storytelling. Truly, you are a storyteller, because the way I know Sam, he's just a storyteller. So saying that with a story was really powerful. Are we all enjoying the conference so far? Are we? Or we are still yet to get the hang of it? We are in it already, eh? Okay, thank you very much. I know that with time, we'll definitely get better. So at this point, the last gentleman who will be giving his remarks before we move into the next session comes from Uganda, the Uganda Tourism Association. He has a history of working in leisure travel and the tourism industry, and very great at events management. He's a good marketer as well, and also very good at tourism. Mr. Herbert Vyaruhanga, you are next to give us your remarks from Uganda Tourism Association. Karibu sana, we are ready for you as you give us your remarks, Mr. Herbert. A round of applause for Mr. Herbert Vyaruhanga, the President, Uganda Tourism Association, as he comes to give his remarks. Thank you very much. Karibu.
Thank you very much. I don't know how to say you are welcome in Swahili. Maybe say karibu. Everybody says karibu. Karibu. Honorable ministers who are here, members of parliament, governors, CEOs from Uganda and Kenya, the leaders of the associations here, and the business community and the media, you are all welcome to this conference that is very important for us in the business community, for bringing us together, hearing our fears of working together, and to this far. I want to thank the ambassador, Mr. Ambassador Mukumbi from Uganda, for initiating this process. Please join me to clap for him. It was a call from Stephen Asimwe, who instructed me, can you please go to Golden Tulip immediately and meet Ambassador Mukumbi? He said, what is it? Just go there. So I rushed there, and when I got there, we started the business of coming to Mombasa, and it has grown to this far. Mr. Asim, thank you very much. Ambassador, thank you very much. Quickly, it's about doing business together. It's about complementation. How are we complementing each other? It's about understanding our products, understanding what we offer, understanding what we offer to each other, Ugandans to Kenyans, Kenyans to Ugandans. And then we look at other business, other customers we have, both of us. We have customers from all over the world that come to the region. You find sometimes there are people who are excited living at the coastal beaches, coming for 5-10 years. They always come here. They've never known that there's business in Uganda. And somewhere, two operators here are stuck. Their clients are asking them, where do we go now? Where do we go now? Then we say, let's come and talk about it. You can take them to Uganda. They can come through Uganda, end up here. They can come through Kenya, end up in Uganda. The Uganda tour operators are ready to bring the people they get, to bring them here, because they also have clients who go there every year. Someone has been coming for 5 years, repeat clients. So time has come to say, wait a minute, can't we increase on the days of stay? The days of stay of the tourists will give us more money, more jobs, and we become better. Eh? How do we do this? The leaders who are here, there are a few things we need to focus on. First of all, I am happy that our minister has come now. She is one of the best Swahili speakers in the region. The other time he shocked me how we spoke Swahili here. We have to communicate to each other. In business terms, we must understand each other. That what we are saying, we understand it. Thanks to the leaders, the political leaders who decided to make Swahili an East African language, that we can all learn it and be able to speak to each other. But also we have another language, English. We can still communicate to each other and be able to sell to each other products. Number two, we need to do the products ourselves. Tests. We test our products. I mean the TASTE and TEST. We test and test our products ourselves. The next item to me, Ambassador, is this, that we get Ugandans, start from the border, enter this Kenya, drive on the road and test the products. Go around so that when we come here, we are talking about what we went through. The same way when we go to Uganda, get the tour operators from here, the hoteliers, get them on the road, put them in our vehicles, give them our guides, let them test the product properly. So that when you come back here, we talk about the business of what you're supposed to be doing. Because what you have done so far is very good. Maybe one of the ministers didn't know this, that usually people feared to go to Kenya to do business with Kenya. How can I deal with Kenyans? No, I don't know Kenyans. Kenyans were saying, how can I deal with Ugandans? Ugandans are not trusted. Ugandans, because we didn't know each other. Just that, we didn't know each other. But when you came here, you can imagine the hospitality of hosting 200 plus. We have about 250 people from Uganda coming here. People have given you where to stay. People crossing the other side. They are sleeping very well, moving everywhere, tracking gorillas, seeing chimpanzees, and that was the beginning. Now let's do it practical. Get the tour operators, guides, hoteliers in all the country, all parts of the country where we have these circuits to go and test them so that we come back and feed in the following. We need legislation. We cannot do business without legislation. It will be very difficult. Somebody mentioned the word bonded. We need to have laws that can help Ugandans and Kenyans to have these bonds in place. How do you bondage your companies? Okay? We need standards of the service providers to win the confidence. You have your clients for 10, 20 years. Okay? But they want them to send them to Uganda. Are you sure about the standards? Are you sure about the service people are going to provide? When I talk about standards, I mean the waiters, waitresses, barmen, type of coffee we offer, the guides at all levels. Can we have these people, put under some standards so that we're able to win confidence of doing business together? Once we do that, I know Ambassador Mukumbi will be very, very happy, and we shall work together. Now, I am known for doing one thing. My core business is bird watching. Somebody said, sit to next other. Who is doing bird watching here and we sit and talk about bird watching? I need that one so that we can sit and talk together. So we need to look at businesses that is going to attract people. If you're doing culture, can we know who is doing culture? Who is doing mountaineering? Who is doing rock climbing? Who is doing scuba diving? Who is doing snorkeling? So that we discuss on along those lines. That is the message from the private sector. I thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much for those remarks, and thank you very much also for reiterating why it's important for us to take the conference seriously and some of the things that we need to do as a region to make sure that we are cementing this. At this point, we are moving on now to the opening speeches, and right now we are in Kwale County, and because we are in Kwale County, I would want excuse me, just a minute. Sorry for that. I'd like to call upon the CAC, Kwale County, from the Department of Tourism, Trade and Enterprise Development, to be able to introduce the fellow county executive committee members who are here from Kilifi, Taita Taveta, and Mombasa, and also just to now welcome us officially as well to Kwale County, and then from there we'll be able to proceed with that. Honorable Michael Mutua, Karibu sana, the stage is yours. A round of applause for our hosts as he comes to welcome us to Kwale County and also introduce the other CECs who are here from the other 3 counties in the Pwani region. Karibu sana. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor, Kwale County, my big brother, Honorable Chirema Kombo, the Consulate General in Mombasa for Uganda, Ambassador Paul Mukumbia, the Minister for State Regional Affairs, my Honorable John Mulimba from Uganda, the Honorable Martin Mugara Bahinduka, Minister for State Tourism, the Republic of Uganda, Honorable Bigirwa, the Chair Foreign Affairs Committee, the Honorable Osman Mohammed, CEC for Mombasa, representing the Governor, stakeholders for tourism, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning once again. You seem to have your sugars very low and it is in the morning. I think we will do some very good cakes to increase the sugar levels in the body. Let me take this opportunity to welcome you to Kwale County, specifically in Diani. I have heard one of the speakers talking about Mombasa, and we get very jealous here in Kwale when we hear you talking of Mombasa. It is coast region, and in coast region we have Mombasa County, we have Kwale County, Kilifi, Tana River, and Taita Taveta. So here we are in Kwale County, we are in Diani. You know, some people, when they are in Nairobi and even in Uganda, they say we are going to Diani in Mombasa. No, Diani is in Kwale County. I am the man who signs the visas for Diani. And there is another one who signs visas for Mombasa. So please feel welcome. Let me also take this opportunity to recognize the presence of my counterparts and colleagues, the CEC from Mombasa, and I know he will have an opportunity to greet us. So just stand, Honorable Osman, and wave. We will give you an opportunity later on. A clap for him, please. Also with us is the Honorable CEC for Tourism, Trade and Cooperatives from Kilifi, Honorable Clara Chonga. Also amongst us is the CEC for Tourism, all the way from Taita Taveta, Honorable Gloria Monikombo. I think my short task for now was just to welcome you to Diani. And I know we have so many things you will be engaging in between today and tomorrow. We have investment opportunities that will be spoken about during this conference, but I just want to challenge my big brother, and I call him my big brother because you've heard from Jeff that we have given him a honorary citizenship of Kwale, the Ambassador Paul Mukumbi. And the last time we were doing the media launch, I also volunteered to give him a small share of my plot so that he can live there. I will just cut a small size of 10 by 10, just to enough for a room. You know, Africans, we really respect land. So just to show how much we appreciate what you are doing amongst us, please, after the conference, when we are doing the farm trip, I will show you the place where you will own a 10 by 10 somewhere in Shimba Hills. So karibuni, karibuni sana. We will have an opportunity that maybe we didn't list here. We have just in our neighboring ward, when you cross the river, we have a ward called Tiwi. In Tiwi, we have the map of Africa that has naturally formed in the ocean. So when it is low tide and you look at a bird's eye view, you see the map of Africa. So that means when I'm in Tiwi in the morning, I can be able to swim in Johannesburg, and within a few minutes, I go to Morocco. it is a good opportunity to visit the map of Africa and see, because its potential for investment. And I know my chief officer for tourism will be speaking about the investment opportunities that we have. You will also get an opportunity to visit Kisite Mpunguti. But even here in Diani, we have scuba diving. These things, we see them on National Geographic. While you are here, take advantage. Let's sink down into the ocean and see what is there. You can be trained in 3 hours and you go down there using oxygen. So karibuni sana, feel at home. In Diani tunasema tunapenda wageni. Kwa hivyo mjisikie nyumbani kabisa. Before I sit down, let me also remind you that Diani, and this is another difference now from Mombasa. When my brother Osman stands, he will speak about Mombasa. But where you are sitting today, you are sitting at the home of Africa's leading resort, which is our neighbor Leisure Lodge, Diamond Leisure. Where you are today is the home of Africa's leading beach resort, and it's just 2 kilometers from here, the Swahili Beach Resort. Where you are today is home of Africa's leading family resort, and the GM was proudly standing here, my brother Jeff from Baobab. Where you are today is a home to Africa's leading hotel residences, and it's just a few hundred meters from here, the Leopard Beach Resort. So, honorable delegates, you are in very safe hands to enjoy yourselves and to know that you are in the best place in Africa. I look forward to sharing with you, because I am the unofficial chairman of the Diani Nightlife. We will meet later on in the evening to sample. Thank you so much. Karibuni, feel at home.
Thank you very much, Bwana CEC. Umesema tupige sherehe. Is that what you're saying? Sasa, you know, when we say in Kenya tupige sherehe, it is a clarion call that you will not sleep, you will not slumber, you will not eat, you will just celebrate and enjoy. So nightlife is just about to be much better. The CEC himself has said that he has given us permission to celebrate. My co-MC Morris seems to be having a lot of fun and has already disappeared. I think the octopus is playing a trick on him. But it's okay, I will hold fort because that's why I'm here. So Morris, when you get back, then I'll be here. I'd like to recognize the chairperson, Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Taita Taveta, Mr. Mwamburi. Thank you very much for being with us, asante sana, and thank you for joining us today in this conference. So, at this point, I'd like, I'm not sure if I'll be able to pronounce the Ugandan names vile inafaa. If I don't, please don't hit me with stones. You can teach me. I am a very good student and I'll learn very fast. If I will not learn right now, if you get me at night, even better. I am a better student at night. So I will be one of the students at the nightlife. I'd like at this point to invite Honorable Vincent Waiswa. The first one I will skip for obvious reasons that I may not be able to pronounce it. The Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Uganda, to come and give his remarks. Karibu sana, Honorable Vincent Waiswa, for the remarks. Oh, okay. Okay, sorry. There's a bit of a change. I would like to call upon, before Honorable Waiswa, the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Uganda, gives his inaugural speech. I'd like to call upon Honorable Mohamed Osman, the County Executive Committee member, Tourism, Culture and Trade, who's representing His Excellency Governor Abdul Swamad Sharif Nasir of the county of Mombasa to be able to give the governor's remarks for today. Karibu sana, Bwana CEC, very, very passionate about issues of tourism and issues of trade as well and culture from the county government of Mombasa, County 001. Karibu sana. Makofi as Honorable Mohamed Osman presents the speech on behalf of His Excellency. Thank you.
Morning once again. My name is Mohamed Osman. I'm the CEC Trade, Tourism and Culture, Mombasa County. First and foremost, Honorable Minister of State Affairs, Foreign Affairs, Honorable John Blimba, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Honorable Bogere Vincent Waiswa, Ambassador Paul Mkimbia, Consul General, Uganda, our Deputy Governor, Kwale County, all the CEC present, all the Uganda delegates, and all protocols observed. Morning once again. On behalf of Mombasa County and on behalf of our Governor Abdul Sharif Nasir, who had wished to be with us here today, but due to some unavoidable circumstances, he could not be here, so he's well represented here. Before I embark on his written speech, I'd like to make two comments. First, my brother CC Kwale. I was just listening to Dr. Sam, and I remembered the tortoise race. So what we did yesterday, we are there. I just reached there, and then I decided to let the tortoise move on now. So on those small notes, it's my pleasure, and I really want to thank the Uganda delegates, the ambassador. We've been working together to make this a reality, and on behalf of the governor, we'll be waiting for you for our governor's dinner. That is Wednesday and Thursday. And I wish the cabinet, if you have an opportunity, you'll join us for those governor's dinner on Wednesday and Thursday. So on a few notes, I think we share a lot because in tourism industry is echoed by our CC trade, Kwale. We have a lot of common. We share a common denominator, all of us as Uganda and Kenya. So it's time now we work together and see how we can complement each other. So those are things that we're looking forward. And also remember that as the 6 Jumuiya counties, the 6 blocks which are here today, we've already have our blueprint, 2030 Tourism and Heritage Blueprint, which we need to share with you. We have a meeting and then we see what we can do together so that we have a one blueprint between Uganda and Jumuiya. We have one economic bloc so that we can ensure that we work together as one. Because yesterday I was speaking to the minister, and we remember we talked about a tourist coming here for breakfast, and then having a lunch in Entebbe, and then having a dinner in Dar es Salaam. That is a circuit that we need to make. So on those few remarks, let me read Governor's speech. Gentlemen, it's with great pleasure that I stand before you here today at the 2nd Uganda-Kenya Coast Tourism Conference and Discussion. These events make a significant milestone in our shared journey to promote tourism in our two beautiful countries. I'm also happy to know that it has become an annual regional event as envisaged in our first conference. As you know, Uganda and Kenya are blessed with some of the most stunning natural beauty in the world. From the snow-capped peaks of Rosero Mountains to the pristine beaches of Indian Ocean, our countries offer a wealth of experience for tourists of all ages and interests. Yet, despite our shared potential, we not yet fully realize the full potential of tourism in our region. This conference is an opportunity to come together to share ideas, forge partnership, and develop strategies to attract more tourists to our shores. According to various sources, approximately 1,521,000 tourists from Uganda visited Kenya in 2022. This made Uganda the top regional tourism source of market for Kenya, accounting for about 12% of total arrivals. Tanzania was the second largest source of market with around 123,000 visitors, followed by Rwanda with 48,000 and Somalia with 40,000. This shows that this conference has come at the right time, and we can only expect the numbers to go higher. The coast region countries and Mombasa in particular has initiated various strategies aimed at increasing number of tourist arrivals. One of them is advocating for open sky policies. Open skies policies for Mombasa is a government initiative that aims to boost tourism in the coast region of Kenya by allowing more foreign airlines to fly directly to Mombasa International Airport. Under the open sky policies, airlines from all over the world will be allowed to operate direct flights to Mombasa without any restrictions. This will make it easier and more affordable for tourists to travel to Mombasa and is expected to lead to an increase in number of visitors to the region. Open sky policy is a welcome development for the tourism industry in Kenya and is expected to have a positive impact on the economy of coastal region. The other strategy is leveraging on mixed tourism. Mixed tourism, or meetings, incentive, conferences, and exhibition tourism, is a lucrative sector for tourism industry in Mombasa. The city's vibrant cultural heritage, stunning beaches, world-class hospitality facilities make it an attractive destination for business and events and gatherings. Other reasons that make Mombasa an attractive mixed destination is affordability. Mombasa offers competitive pricing compared to other major mixed destinations in Africa, make it an attractive option for organizers seeking cost-effective yet highly quality venues and accommodations. Mombasa also has diversified accommodation options, exceptional event venues, supportive infrastructure and cultural richness reflected in its vibrant Swahili culture, its cuisine, tradition, and art that adds authentic and engaging dimension to NMS events. The county government of Mombasa is committed to achieving blue flag accreditation for the city. And for this one, I want to congratulate the Kwale for having attained that accreditations. The Chief Officer for Environment and Natural Resources announced that the government is working on a number of initiatives to improve environmental management of Mombasa beaches. These initiatives include improving the waste management, protecting marine ecosystems, providing educational programs. If Mombasa is successful in achieving blue flag accreditations, it will be a major boost for city's tourism industry. It will attract more visitors who are looking for sustainable tourism destinations, and it will help to boost the local economy. This year's conference theme is consolidating network synergies and diversity to maximize the tourism and potential between Uganda and Kenya coast region. Having outlined some of the opportunities in Mombasa, consolidating network synergies and diversity can significantly enhance the tourism potential between Uganda and Kenya coastal region by fostering collaborations, leveraging complementary strength, and embracing the rich cultural diversity. Both countries can attract more visitors and extend their stays and generate great economic benefits. In network consolidation, we can initiate joint tourism marketing, tourism partnership, and develop a tourism corridor connecting Uganda and Kenya coastal region. This could involve improving infrastructure, establishing signage, and promoting joint itineraries. In terms of synergy leveraging, develop complementary tourism products by combining Uganda's strength in wildlife tourism and cultural experience with Kenya-renowned beach vacations and marine activities. We can also create multicultural itineraries that showcase the unique attraction of each region, share infrastructure utilization, as well as joint tourism training programs. In embracing diversity, we can coordinate cultural exchange programs, promote community-based tourism initiatives, and multilateral tourism promotion in multiple languages, including English, Swahili, and local Uganda and Kenya language to cater to a wider range of visitors. By consolidating networks, leveraging synergies, and embracing diversity, Uganda and Kenya coastal region can create a unified, competitive, and diverse tourism destination that attracts more visitors, extend their stay, and generate greater economic benefit for both countries. I'm confident that this conference will be a success. We have gathered some of brightest minds in tourism industry from both Uganda and Kenya. I'm eager to hear their insights and recommendations. Finally, I would like to thank all of you for being here today. Your presence is a testament to your commitments to the tourism industry in Uganda and Kenya. I'm confident that this conference will be a catalyst for growth in the tourism industry in our region. Together, we can create a more prosperous future for our countries and our people. Thank you, and God bless you.
Surely we can do better than that. The Uganda delegation that did receive a warm welcome yesterday from County 001. That always gets me. County 001. It's quite a nice number. So the county numbering starts from Mombasa. All right. A couple of things before we move into the next few speeches. One is the coffee is ready, and so very shortly we will have the coffee. So let's do away with the opening ceremony, and then we'll do the break, and then have the presentations immediately after that. But just to build up momentum for my honorable member of parliament, I want us to stand. Let us stand. Let's. I don't know if you know your neighbor. So if you know your neighbor, that's a problem for me, because then you're not here to do business. You should be seated with someone who is going to give you business. So let's stand. Let's all stand. Sasa, if you're next to a Ugandan, this is the best part. The Kenyans tell any Ugandan next to you, tusimbude, tusimbude. As you do that, you ask them what it means. So the Kenyans tell Ugandans, tusimbude, tusimbude. Ugandans, you tell them what tusimbude is. Tusimbude. Does it? Oh, this is Kenya to Kenya. Now, oh yes, tusimbude. That is the way to do it. All right. So the Ugandans now tell the Kenyans, tumeanza, tumeanza. Now you know what tusimbude means, right? All right. Please take your seats. I just wanted to make sure you get. That's why we are here, really. We are here to set off and take off and do business. And I really wanted us to remember the reason we are here, right? So I now take the pleasure of inviting the chair of our Foreign Affairs Committee of Parliament, the Honorable Nora Bijira, to come and make her remarks. Can we give her a big round of applause?
Thank you very much, Master of Ceremonies, for today's very great event. Our Honorable Minister, Honorable John Mulimba, Minister of State, Regional Affairs from the Government of Uganda, Honorable Ambassadors, President here from the different counties in the region, my colleague, Honorable Johnny Mpaka from the Republic of Uganda, the Parliament of Uganda, and Chairperson Foreign Affairs Committee of Parliament, who is with us this morning, and all protocols observed in the interest of time. I want to appreciate Ambassador Paul Mukumbya, Consul General of Uganda to Mombasa, for organizing the second Uganda-Kenya Coast Tourism Conference excursion and fun trip. And take this opportunity to welcome all of you for today's event. But allow me in the very first place, appreciate the Head of State of the Republic of Uganda, His Excellency, Dr. William Ruto, for creating an enabling environment for us to be here. And I would pray that we give a very big up and applause for this. And not forgetting Mzee Kazi, our President for the Republic of Uganda, His Excellency Mzee Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, for the good bilateral relations between the two countries. As we speak this morning or this day, Uganda is being represented by two arms of government. We've got the executive, part of the executive is here, and I and my colleague represent the third arm of government, that's the legislature. We are only missing out on the judiciary. This shows that this event is a very, very important event. I want to thank you so much, all the key stakeholders that have been able to make this event happen. For all the support you have accorded this from the very time we started on this. Thank you very, very much. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Diaspora Affairs of the Republic of Kenya, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Uganda. These are very key ministries in the region, and indeed they have provided the enabling bilateral relations, and that's why you see us collaborating very, very well. I want to thank you. I want to thank the Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Heritage of the Republic of Kenya. I want to thank the Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities for the Republic of Uganda, because if they were not together and collaborating very well, I don't think we'll be able to do what we are doing right now. In a very special way, I want to appreciate the Ministry of Tourism for the government of Kenya. And the reason is that for 2023, they were very deliberate in putting across and coming up with the focus they wanted as a country or as a sector. And that was promotion of regional tourism to enable performance of African markets. That is very great. And secondly, one of the focus they had as a ministry, promotion of affordable and accessible travel across Kenya for free independent travelers. I think we need to appreciate them and give them a very big hand of applause. Colleagues, the foreign affairs sector and their missions are very key in as far as bilateral relations and diplomacy are concerned. And I want to thank the government of Kenya through its ministry for a well sought out foreign policy that they have. And among the pillars that they have in their foreign policy, or they have in their foreign policy, is that of peace diplomacy, economic and commercial diplomacy, and also diaspora diplomacy. And this is what it really informs the foreign affairs sector and its missions. And I want to thank the government of Uganda, my government, for the very good foreign policy objectives that have greatly informed and guided our country, and especially shaped the operations of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and our missions abroad. Just this year, as a Committee on Foreign Affairs, we were able to visit our counterparts here in the National Assembly, and we discussed a lot. And I want to let you know that these two committees from the two different countries, the Parliament of Uganda, National Assembly of Kenya, a lot is being discussed, and we're expecting them next year. Where are we doing this? We want to put in place through the different parliaments the enabling legislation and the policies that are able to ensure that our foreign affairs ministries and missions really move in a very, very smooth way. The legislative arm of government through the different committees, and especially foreign affairs, has got the mandate to foresee or to oversee foreign affairs ministry and also our foreign missions that have been spread across the globe. Not forgetting that the missions we have as countries are the images that we have with the faces of our countries wherever they are. And therefore, as the Parliament of Uganda and National Assembly of Kenya, what we do is to ensure that we appropriate the right funds to be able to help our missions run smoothly. Secondly, making sure that we put in place the policies that enable our foreign missions and ministry to be able to operate in their countries where they are across the globe. And therefore, the Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations and Diaspora Affairs and Immigrant Workers, that is the National Assembly of Kenya, and the Committee on Foreign Affairs of Uganda are working closely to ensure that we have these things take place between the two countries. Friends, for effective management of our foreign policy, you would agree with me that the key national asset in the execution of the two countries' foreign policy objectives is the scale and breadth of our diplomatic missions. So it's therefore important that as legislators, we ensure that we empower them. Because if we want to see anything good coming out of our missions, then the onus is on us as legislators. A prosperous region, in this case, Uganda and Kenya, can only thrive if we can be able to trade and permit the free flow of people and resources across not only regional borders, but also international borders. Ladies and gentlemen, I take this responsibility on behalf of my colleague, on behalf of the country of Uganda, because our Speaker, the Right Honorable Anita Mong, is aware that you're here, to urge our Consul General and all your staff to ensure that you keep the face of Uganda while you're here. Not only a Consulate of Mombasa, but also a High Commission of Nairobi. Because we are represented through the mission that we have across the board. And therefore, we are requesting you to ensure that you keep in close relationship with the host country, you maximize the benefits of foreign relations and diplomatic engagements we have between the two countries. We are looking forward for better engagements going forward, not only the two countries, but also as a region and the entire Africa, because I believe that it's a dream for all our heads of missions. I say all this for God and my country. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together once again for the Honorable Member of Parliament and the Chair of our Foreign Affairs Committee. Please note that, first of all, we appreciate what His Excellency Ruto is doing. And I think all of us in Uganda were so jealous when we saw him in the US the other day. And he's become the #1 ambassador, not just for Kenya, but the entire region. Because whatever product you launch in Kenya, the market is actually East African community. And that's why the Honorable Minister for Regional Cooperation is here. But why I really wanted to appreciate our Foreign Affairs Committee is that year on year, they continue to support the PS in the ministry to increase the budgets of our consulates and embassies so they can actually carry out activities like these and not just attend the champagne events that a lot of them attend. Almost every month there is a country that is celebrating independence and then there is champagne. Which used to be what ambassadors were doing around the world, was to be present at national celebrations. But Foreign Affairs now is being given a budget every year. Year on year there is an increase, so they can support activities like what the Consulate is organizing. These activities are very, very, very important, but they are very, very expensive, Honorable Nora. Now that you're here and you have seen, Ambassador Mukumbi has raised 400 people in this room. Clearly we need to support him and support the ministry. Can we give Foreign Affairs another round of applause? She says they are going to increase. That one we shall have another conversation. I wanted, before I invite the PS, to recognize our embassy team from the High Commission in Nairobi, the Uganda High Commission in Nairobi. Please stand for recognition. We have a huge delegation from the High Commission. Please stand for recognition. These are the bosses in Nairobi, and we appreciate you and we thank you so much for joining us. I now take the pleasure to invite our Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to come and make his remarks. He will thereafter invite the Honorable Mlimba to address this gathering. Makofi tafadhali ya PS. And I think when Jeff was speaking, Jeff, the PS is from near Iganga. So this is your man, he's your neighbor. So you should have another conversation. He's from Busoga.
Thank you very much, Maurice. Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor, representing the governor of the county government of Kwale, the Honorable Minister, the Honorable John Mulimba, our Minister of State for Regional Cooperation, the chairpersons of the sessional committees of the Parliament of Uganda, the chairperson of the Committee on Foreign Affairs and the chairperson on the Committee of Trade and Tourism, deputy governors here present, our general consul, government officials from Uganda and Kenya, friends, all protocol observed. A good morning to you all. First of all, I'm extremely delighted to be here, but allow me to first make an observation. When we visit, we are taught to feel at home, isn't it? And in most cases, when we feel at home, we really feel at home. So I want to start by, on behalf of my chairperson, to say that indeed, she meant His Excellency President Ruto, the President of the Republic of Kenya, isn't it? Because you know, you come to very good events like these ones, and what makes the headline is something that is not corrected. So allow me to correct that. In any case, I'm from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs that is responsible for protocols. But indeed, I thank you all. I was last in Diani in July 2004. Don't ask me what I came to do. Don't ask who I came with, but I was here then. And I'm delighted to be back. And I want, in a very special way, to thank my colleagues, the Consul General and your team, and all the organizations that have been part and parcel of this organization, organizing this conference. What we do in foreign affairs is one thing: coordination. We coordinate on behalf of all sectors. And that's what my colleagues in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs here in Kenya do, and that's what we do in Kampala as well. So our job is to arrange marriages, and I think we have organized this one successfully. The couples are the tourist actors, and we want to wish you a very good marriage and collaboration. Of course, we've seen the example of the hare and the tortoise, and I'm sure we picked some lessons from that. And therefore, the expectation is that we are going to collaborate, work together, complement each other, and indeed work for the best of our organizations, our countries, and increase employment in the region. And indeed, for us, as the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Kampala, it's one of our efforts to reinforce the spirit of regional integration. So we are happy to have you here, and allow me, without wasting time, to invite the Honorable Minister, the Honorable John Mulimba, our Minister of State for Regional Cooperation, to indeed come and address us. Thank you very much.
Mheshimiwa Naibu Governor Kaunti ya Kwale, mawaziri kutoka kaunti za Pwani mliopo hapa, mawaziri wenzangu kutoka Uganda, nadhani tuna Mheshimiwa waziri ya utalii lakini bado hajafika, wabunge kutoka Jamhuri ya Uganda, wafanyabiashara katika sekta ya kibinafsi, katika sekta ya utalii, wageni walikuwa mashuhuri kutoka nyanja mbalimbali, mabibi na mabwana, hamjambo. Kwanza kabisa kwa niaba yangu na niaba ya wajumbe kutoka Uganda, napenda kuwashukuru sana Bwana Governor na Mheshimiwa Muhammad ambaye alitupokea wakati tuliowasili hapa Pwani. Nataka kuwashukuru kwa ukarimu wenu, kwa matunzo tangu tulipowasili jioni hapa katika miji ya Pwani. Tulala vyema, tumeamka vyema na tuko sawa kuendelea na mawasiliano. Asante sana. Hawezi kuruka juu sana bila mbawa za kuchukua kiasi hicho. Na wajua wenzangu ambao nilitembea nao, wengine hawana mbawa za kuruka hicho kiasi. Na sitaendelea kwa lugha ya Kiswahili, tafadhali mnibalie nirudie tena kwa Kiingereza. I'm very pleased to be part of the second Uganda-Kenya Coast Tourism Conference. Last year, I was part of the conference which took place in Mombasa, and I recall we agreed that these conferences should be annual. To that far, I'm very grateful to the county leadership working together with our Consul General to have made this conference happen. Thank you very much. It's my sincere pleasure to once again thank the Consul General of Uganda and other stakeholders for organizing this conference. A few months ago, when we met in Kampala on 22nd August 2023, during the launch of the second Uganda-Kenya Coast Tourism Conference, I emphasized the importance of strengthening the partnership between Uganda and Kenya in the area of tourism. Our two countries possess potential which we need to explore and showcase the rest of the world. We need to use the platform such as the second Uganda-Kenya Coast Tourism Conference to build a strong and vibrant tourism sector in the region. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the objectives of this year's conference is creating awareness about the two destinations and the tourism products they offer. As you are aware, Uganda is endowed with unique safaris, rich cultural and historical heritage, a variety of attractions of flora and fauna, including the mountain gorillas, tree climbing lions, over 1,063 bird species in the national parks and protected areas spread across the country. On the other hand, the coastal region of Kenya is endowed several tourism attractions, from historical Fort Jesus, beautiful beaches and resorts, marine national parks, elephant sanctuary, the dolphins, wild parks, slave caves, sacred forests, Vasco da Gama, Fort in Malindi, white sands, the coral reefs, etc., etc. However, there is a lack of enough awareness about the tourism products in both countries. A big section of the population, including tourism stakeholders, is not aware of the rich and diverse products in each other's countries. Even when the two countries remain each other's top tourist source markets. Therefore, we need to raise awareness about the tourism products in both countries so that we can increase the number of tourists between Kenya and Uganda. We also need to carry out sensitization about the existing visa-free regime between our two countries, as well as East African tourist visa, especially for tourists coming from outside the African continent. We also need to encourage regular farm trips and excursions between Uganda and Kenya in order to showcase the rich tourism products which can be marketed by tourist stakeholders in both countries. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to build a strong partnership between Uganda and Kenya in the area of tourism. Building partnerships enables tourism stakeholders to share information, knowledge, and expertise on how to boost tourism sector in the two countries. It also helps create joint itineraries that can be used by stakeholders to market tourism destinations in Kenya and Uganda. At the policy level, we need to create an enabling environment which can foster building synergies and partnerships among stakeholders in the tourism sector. This would require efforts of public and private sector to jointly work together to formulate public policies that support development of tourism. We can also use forums such as joint ministerial committee meetings, between our two countries to create an enabling policy framework that can facilitate tourism between Kenya and Uganda. We need to address the bottlenecks that hinder tourism between our two countries. Much as we are endowed with rich, diverse tourism products, a lot of barriers that prevent full realization of the benefits from tourism sector still exist. For instance, the high cost of air travel between Uganda and Kenya is making it hard for tourists to move between our two countries. Therefore, we need to make air travel between our two countries and the whole region as affordable as possible. In addition, we must also improve our existing infrastructure, especially roads and airport facilities, to facilitate movement of tourists. As government of Uganda, we have embarked on expanding Entebbe International Airport, construction of a new airport in Hoima district, as well as upgrading the existing airfields. In addition, we have also undertaken to improve existing infrastructure, leading to tourism-rich areas. However, we still have gaps in the area of accommodation, especially high-end lodges in the major parks and game reserves. We therefore call upon partners to come and invest in high-end accommodation in Uganda in order to address this gap. As I conclude, the theme of the second Uganda-Kenya Coast Tourism Conference is consolidating networks, synergies, and diversifying and diversity to maximize the tourism potential between Uganda and Kenya coastal region. Indeed, there's a lot of potential existing between our two countries, yet we have not explored it. However, we have the ability to build strong and vibrant tourism sector, which can facilitate an increase in tourism figures between our two countries. We can move beyond 370,000 Kenyans who visited Uganda last year and 150,000 Ugandans who visited Kenya last year. All we need is to work together to ensure we make this partnership work. I wish to thank all for participating in this second Uganda-Kenya Coast Tourism Conference. I look forward to seeing you in Kampala next year. Enjoy your stay in Diani, na asante sana kwa kunisikiliza.
Makofi kwake tena, a better round of applause. Thank you very much, and also for the beautiful Swahili. Umeitamka vizuri sana. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Thank you. At this point, I'd like to invite Honorable Michael Mutua to take the stage. Honorable Michael Mutua is the CECM, that is a County Executive Committee member for Tourism, Trade and Enterprise Development, to be able now to invite the Deputy Governor, Kwale County, who will be able to give us his speech. So kindly, I'll allow you to invite your boss to be able to give us the speech, kindly.
Thank you so much, MC. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, and I know today is the National Tree Planting Day, but you have committed yourself to be with us here because of the importance that you give to this sector of tourism. Let me take this humble opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, to ask you to be upstanding to welcome His Excellency, the Deputy Governor, to give his remarks. A round of applause, please. Welcome, Your Excellency.
Hamjamboni. Sijasikia jambo. Rafiki yangu waziri, wakati ukizungumza kila mtu alikuwa anauliza, anasema huyu ni mtu wa hapa pwani, ni vile tu alienda Uganda. Colleagues, it is another blessed day today that slowly we are actualizing our dream. And for those who are seeing me for the first time, may you be blessed. I will be reading the speech of my boss, and I'm not a very good reader for speeches. but I'm a very good speaker. So after the speech, you will enjoy a 1 minute talk. Honorable John Mulimba, Minister of State for Regional Affairs, Republic of Uganda. Honorable Bigirwa Nora, the other name, Nyendoha, Chair, Foreign Affairs Committee, Parliament of Uganda. Hon Bagire Vincent Waiswa, at least this one I've tried. Permanent Secretary of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Uganda. On Clara Chonga, the CCM Tourism, Kilifi County. Honorable Mohammed Osman, the CCM Tourism, Culture and Trade, presenting the Governor of Mombasa. On Gloria Monikombo, the CC Tourism in Taita Taveta County. My brother from the other father, Ambassador Paul Mukumbia, the Consulate General in Mombasa. Stakeholders in the hotel and tourism industry from both Kenya and Uganda. Colleagues from the national and county governments, ladies and gentlemen, good morning again. On behalf of the county government of Kwale, I would like to extend a warm welcome to all of you to Kwale. As a government, we appreciate the effort and resources you have invested in organizing this conference. Many thanks to the Consulate General of Uganda in Mombasa, Ambassador Paul Mukumbia, tourism stakeholders in Uganda and at the Kenya coast for organizing this conference, excursions and farm trip, and particularly for choosing to hold the conference in Diani, Kwale County. Hongereni sana, thank you very much. This year's conference theme, Consolidating Networks, Synergies and Diversity to Maximize Tourism Potential between Uganda and Kenya Coastal Region, depicts the importance of building synergies and complementarity based on the different tourism products both by Uganda and the Kenya coast. I encourage stakeholders in the industry, especially hoteliers and tour operators, to take advantage of this year's conference to increase the number of tourists and to the destinations, that is Uganda and Kenya coast. Tourism development in the county is anchored on our beaches, marine parks and reserves, wildlife and culture of our community. Kwale's Diani Beach has this year's 2023 been voted Africa's leading beach destination by the World Trade Awards. This is after scooping the same award from 2014 to 2019. Can you clap for Kwale County and Diani Beach? Indeed, destination Kwale is home to Africa's leading beach destination. It is no surprise that a growing number of Ugandans visit Diani for weddings or spending their honeymoon at some of the top coastal beach hotels. Though Kwale is primarily a holiday destination, there are opportunities for conferences, sports like golf, water sports, cuisine and cultural tourism. We encourage our visitors to sample some of these experiences. And as a county, we have invested a lot in developing destination Kwale as a prime tourist destination, notably looking at one, infrastructure. You will find most of the roads leading to the beach have been cabro paved. That's the work of county government. And it remains our responsibility to ensure that all roads leading to the beach are passable and safe. Opening up of beach access roads, construction of washrooms along the beach access roads, and erection of street lights to ensure security of our holiday makers and every user of the roads to the beach. We are organizing, as a government, of a model to manage our solid waste so that the environment and the serenity of Diani and the coastal line of Diani Beach is attractive. Of course, beach safety is an area that we are investing in by employing lifeguards and tourism enforcement officers. We have also ventured in training our beach operators in a number of skills that we found as a gap. And again, I wish to laud the national government for the following ongoing projects, and the GM Baobab said this very well, that we are in the process of pushing the national government to ensure that Dongo Kundu bypass, which will leverage us from the pens of the ferry, as he said, is complete by the end of this year or early next year. Tamaking of Kinango Kwale Road is ongoing, and expansion of Ukunda airstrip to be upgraded to Diani Airport. All this will enhance accessibility to Kwale. Going into the future and in partnership with the relevant stakeholders, the county will continue improving destination Kwale to always meet expectations of our visitors. This will include opening up of more beach access roads, construction of public amenities along the beach access roads, betterment of beach environment for both tourists and traders, and improvement of our waste management systems, as I earlier said. In diversifying our tourism products, we will focus on both beach and inland tourism. We are in the process of developing new tourism circuits and products such as the Map of Africa in Tiwi, Majimoto. Majimoto is, for those who are not conversant with the Kiswahili, is hot water. These are springs where the waters are boiling. You go there with your cassava, you dip it into that spring, 5 minutes, you get your snack naturally cooked. So that's one of the circuits we are trying to develop. Wasini Boardwalk, Shimoni, Fikrini Caves, and the First World War memorial graves at Mkongani, among others. Further, we intend to improve our cultural tourism products through the development of abomas of Kwale. For those who are hearing this for the first time, as a county government, we have chosen very deliberately to do a convention center by a good name, Bomas of Kwale, that will bring together, exhibit, showcase the cultural diversity in this county, and I'm very sure it will be a facility that will be bringing a number of activities and events year in, year out. So this is also a commitment to make sure that Kwale remains at the top in terms of promoting local tourism. The county will continue to encourage and support local and national regional partnerships that aim at boosting tourism. Additionally, we will participate and support stakeholders market, as I said, the destination Kwale, in tourism expos such as Magical Kenya Travel Expo, the Pearl of Africa Tourism Expo, and East Africa Regional Tourism Expo, among others. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank all of you for the various activities you are undertaking in the tourism industry, and I look forward to your continued participation for many years to come. Thank you very much. Those are the words from my boss. Now listen to my words. First of all, I'd wish to really say a very big thank you for everyone to have found time to be with us in this conference. And I know it has not been easy planning for those who come from Uganda, planning, choosing the best clothes to fit in your suitcase, choosing the best shaving style. My minister, I can see, is well done. And many other activities as you prepare to fly to Kenya. For those who flew from Uganda to Kenya, most welcome. As always, feel home. My friend said he's been here last year, but he made a get so that we don't ask him, why did you come, with who, how many days you stayed. But we say thank you for finding time to come again. Honorable Minister from the government of Uganda, first of all, as the Deputy Governor of this county, we are not taking this opportunity for granted. It is an opportunity for first, you are participants in this conference. But to my friend GM, you are clients. So you bear many names. In the hotels, they look at you as clients. For the participants, for the meeting, you are participants. So I say karibuni sana, and those colleagues from Kenya, from the various counties, those from Nairobi, I extend again, I say thank you very much for finding time to be with us here in Kwale. Thank you very much to the committee led by the stakeholders and my friend Mukumbia for making it a reality. Last time we were with him is the time we were doing a media briefing, and he was a worried man whether this day will come. I told him, my friend, you are not going to die. You will see this day. The day has come, and let's clap for ourselves for having seen this day together. Let's appreciate the two heads of state, starting with my president, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, for giving an opportunity to foster the brotherhood, or you call it sisterhood, between Uganda and Kenya. Without their consent, we could not be here. Again, thank you very much to the head of state, Republic of Uganda, Kaguta Yoweri Museveni, for giving an opportunity so that this dream becomes a reality. I'm very sure as the top leaders, as the leaders of our states, they know what it means to foster regional partnerships and to boost trade among the peers, Kenya and Uganda. So again, I say thank you very much to the relevant departments at the national government for the collaboration, the legislature. We have the honorable member here who sits in the Assembly of Uganda, trying to build that synergy and to ensure that whatever is discussed in the Assembly of Uganda resonates to the agenda that is being discussed in the Assembly of Kenya, for the betterment of the citizens of our two beloved countries, that is Kenya and Uganda. Much has been said, and I've heard several speakers telling us what to do and the way forward. But I want to remind ourselves what I said during the media briefs. As Africa, we have the brightest mind in this world. As Africa, we have the brightest mind in this world. But what stops us from going up is that we apply a lot of theory. We are very theoretical. Very theoretical. And today, as we sit here, for those who are new to this idea, one gentleman and few colleagues, I don't know whether they slept and dreamed or they were walking as they were dreaming as they walked, came up with the idea of trying to unite or joining the dots, the Kenyan dot and the Ugandan dot, in the tourism promotion market. And I'm very sure it started as a discussion around a table. Today, we have filled this room, around 400 people. If we can emulate the dreamers who have never slept, spent their energies, burnt midnight oils, and today they have convinced us to come and listen to them. Really, us who have come behind them, we need to commit the same level of energies to make sure that what we are looking up to is achieved without fail. The tourism sector, for those who've been working in this sector for a number of, for many years, Madam from Kato, I knew her when I was still a young man, a very handsome young man then. And she was already in this game. My wish as the Deputy Governor, as the government allocates resources to this sector, may ask the players, one, let's stop unnecessary competition. Uganda and Kenya, we are not competing. This discussion is to find a way so that we can complement our efforts together. You can imagine the dream of what we were discussing, and it is well said by the CC Mombasa, that we can make a circuit, an itinerary that involves Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi, and Somalia, who is joining the East African community very soon. It is possible. But that requires commitment and goodwill from us all. Uganda is not an opponent in this. Tanzania is not an opponent to this, neither Rwanda nor Burundi. So if we can stop the unnecessary competition, we will be there together celebrating the gains of a well-done job. Colleagues, as we sit here to deliberate, my second thought is, let's walk the talk. As we walk the talk, I know it comes with costs. Let's be ready to face the costs and the challenges that will come ahead of walking that talk. I listened to the Permanent Secretary saying the greatest work he has in office is to coordinate. If the county government of Kwale is willing, the county government of Mombasa is willing, Kilifi county government is willing, Tana River is willing, Taita Taveta is willing, Kenya as a country is willing, Uganda is willing, what will stop us from walking the talk? Thirdly, as I said, let's turn theories to actions. The little you can conceptualize and make it a theory, help us to become actions, so that they can be implemented and they can be seen what you meant in terms of concept. And fourth, ladies and gentlemen, let us build our own market. Let us build our own market. Do not wait for Europe to build a market for us. Let's build our own market as Uganda and Kenya. There are times I told them during the media brief, this town you are seeing today with 2-3 Muzungus, 15 years ago, times like this, you could walk to Ukunda and you could not locate black skin. It was all white. But those times are gone. They are no more. Now, tourists, a tourist begins with you, just like safety. That's why I said, when you are in this room, you are participants. But if you walk to the restaurant, you will see for yourselves how the waiters will be running for you to serve you, because to them you are a client. So as you sit here, let's clap ourselves that we are tourists. It's no longer skin for you to be a tourist. It's your wallet. And I'm very sure everyone has money here. Amaram again. Yes. So, as I wind up, I want to say it's a good moment for us to reflect. The little gains we have had since we started this, and to reshape our discussions towards a better achievement. And I'm very sure with the number of experts who are here, they will be telling us what to do and what not to do. And I really want to appreciate the big players in this game who have agreed to join us so that you help us discuss the best way forward. I can see a future whereby the problems we see now of unemployment are slowly getting responses through such initiatives. You can imagine a vibrant working program, how many youth will be involved in realizing this. So let's work for the better of let's work together for the better of our citizens. I know our youth are looking at this. The moment we have the hotels full capacity from January to December, matters of jobless will be cut by 50% by the tourism sector. So as we develop our own market, I think you've heard from the two heads of state, for an economy to stand, you must produce. We cannot be an importing economy and stand here and say we want to liberate ourselves from poverty. No. We need to produce, and the products that we are discussing today, they may not be tangible. We are not doing cashew nuts here. We are not doing maize. But equally we are discussing products that again will spur to the enhancement and improvement of our economy. So, ladies and gentlemen, I say feel at home, most welcome, feel free to interact. Before I say that this forum is official open, I want to give permission to everyone to look around. Those who have come in pair, be blessed. You can remind yourselves of the honeymoon times. Those who have come alone, I'm not saying singles, no. Those who have come alone, I give you permission to look around. Does that sound funny? If you do, for those who did it yesterday without the governor's permission, that is illegal. But from this time to, from now, going forward, you have the permission to look around. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. My governor would really love to have been here. But again, as you are told by the CEC, today as a country, it's a tree planting national day, and it's a holiday. And I was briefing the minister that from here, we will equally join the national agenda to plant a few trees. But again, as a county government, because of the hospitality that we have, and we enjoy being recognized, tomorrow, after discussions, make sure don't take enough lunch. Leave space, because the county government has hosted dinner for all of you. There will be a lot of dancing, free fall, free rise for each and everyone. So, asanteni sana, mujienjoy, and now it's my pleasure to declare this forum officially open. May God bless you.
Makofi, makofi, ya governor. Governor, please hold there. I'm inviting the Honorable Minister and the team to come for a photo there as the technical team moves that podium away. Victor and your team, please come. We will have a photo moment that will officially mark the opening of this second Uganda-Kenya Coast Tourism Conference. The technical team, please, if we could move that podium. We'll have the, of course, PSFU and UTB joining. So the parties know themselves. You can make your way to the front, and we really want to appreciate Kwale County for hosting us, and we will be looking forward to the dinner at the governor's residence, and we are excited to join you. Please note today, as the deputy governor said, is a tree planting day, National Tree Planting Day, and immediately after this photo, the governor and the honorable minister teams will make their way to the Diani Reef Garden, it is a short distance from here, to plant trees, which will be to commemorate this day, and the Ugandan delegation will be participating through the honorable minister and our team from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in this very important climate action activity. That is, of course, significant in addressing the climate challenges we are having on the continent and in the world. Members of the press, I have only about 2 minutes, and immediately after our deputy governor has walked out, coffee is going to be served, and of course our lovely Kenyan tea. We can use the exit door at the back, yes, where the lovely ushers are, and make our way to the garden for tea and coffee. That will be immediately after this photo. I encourage you to continue sharing our conversation today using the hashtag UGKE Coast Tourism. That's our hashtag. But also today I want to celebrate one of our own, Don Lillian Katusime, also known as Don Buchura. It's her birthday. So if you're next to Lillian, please wish her a happy birthday on our behalf. Where is Lillian? Where are you? I want to give you cake during the coffee break. Where is Lillian? Ah, Lillian. Okay, happy birthday, Lillian. We will celebrate you during the coffee break. Asante sana, Governor. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We want to thank you. We are going for the tree planting. So the teams, please lead our governor and the honorable ministers to the tree planting exercise that is happening on the left side of the entrance of this hall, and that will be the final activity that the governor and the honorable minister will undertake, and that also marks our coffee break. So if you can make your way, delegates, please make your way to coffee and tea. If we can do this in 10 minutes and come back, I know you want to start your B2Bs, but we have great conversations going to happen here. Our very first presentation is going to be happening in this room immediately after the coffee, and that will be the presentation on unveiling business and investment opportunities in the travel trade industry. That will be with our CEO of the Private Sector Foundation, Mr. Stephen Asimwe. That should start in 10 minutes. I'm hoping at exactly 12:30 we can be here and begin that presentation. I will try and get you back in the room myself, but please, if you can make your way back, it would be nice to have you back in this room in the next 10 minutes. The other option would be to pick your coffee and return to the room and sit next to somebody you are not sitting to right now. So I'm being hopeful that when you come back, the sitting arrangement will change, right? Sit with your other delegates. No, not for the High Commission, but for our delegates. So delegates, the B2Bs are starting during coffee. You can come back with your colleague from the other side. So if you're Ugandan, you must come back with a Kenyan delegate and sit together. And let's have those conversations in this room. So pick your coffee and tea and return to the room. Let those conversations continue. And I want to see that we start our next presentation at 12:30. Thank you very much.
and experience the magical Kenya. There is so much more to the magic.
This is the real deal.
This is the real deal.
This is the real deal.
This is a real deal.
This is the 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 real deal. This is the real deal. This is the real deal.
This is the real deal.
Uganda Airlines. Uganda Airlines. Uganda Airlines.
Lagos.
Uganda Airlines. Uganda Airlines. Uganda Airlines.
Lagos.
Uganda Airlines. Uganda Airlines.
I'm a big city guy. I'm from Sacramento, California, to be exact. I mean, I lived in Los Angeles. I lived in Washington, D.C. And I've even had a chance to live in Kampala, Uganda for a little over a year. So when I had the opportunity to travel out to Western Uganda, I was a little skeptical. I'm not the kind of person that likes to do, you know, Voyager type of things, hikes, you know, all that kind of stuff. It's just really not me. But I was convinced to take a trip to Kabale Forest. Now, there was a lodge that we stayed at called the Chimpendu Lodge. It was excellent. It was nice. And I noticed that it was built like 10 to 15 feet off of the ground. Now, this is right before we went to the chimpanzee walk tour at Kabale Forest. But I want to kind of give my own personal thoughts of this particular lodge as a Black American. Number one, I've never known a Black man to ever own anything like this. I mean, if you can see it in the background, it is completely amazing. You know, the way that the infrastructure is on the place. You know, there was a pool there. There was a sauna there. We all had a good time there. But I was just really empowered. I never saw anybody in my personal family, anything that owned anything like this. And the fact that it was built really dead smack in the forest off of the ground, like 10 to 15 feet off the ground, so it didn't like really mess with the forest itself or the earth. And I thought that was really, really genius. Somebody had really planned it out. But that was something that was really, really spectacular for me. I've never seen it. And the cabins were great. The food, oh my God, the food was amazing. You get to pick what you want for breakfast, for lunch, for dinner. I mean, it was like business class, Qatar Airways type service. But let me kind of go to the part where we went to the Kabale Forest tour. So you go there, you pay a certain fee, you got in the back of the truck, and you go in, and like I said, I had on some Nikes and stuff like that. I would not recommend that. I was falling all over the damn place and stuff, and it was a long walk. I was getting bit up by red ants. But I saw a lot of Europeans that were there on the chimpanzee tours, and we finally got a chance to see the chimps that were there. And I kind of really didn't know so much about chimpanzees outside of what you may see in the zoo, but they're very intelligent animals. You know, they have a very strict hierarchy, and you know, we got to see them like coming way from the trees and like running around and searching for food. And you know, it was really, really interesting, because for me, I'm a guy from Sacramento, California. You know, I never really like to see nature or anything like that, but it was just a great experience. We had a wonderful tour guide. He talked to us about what was going to happen on the tour, and it was just completely amazing. We went back. We got some really, really beautiful drone footage from what you can see right here, and we went back into the lodge and we stayed. We had an excellent time at Chimpendu Lodge. It was amazing. We got a chance to really bond, and if you really want to know what that means, a lot of us as a staff, you know, we're always working, but we're so relaxed. You know, we got a chance to really talk, and we felt really at home. It was really secluded, really safe. The manager always checked on us. We got a chance to use the on-site spa. Simran was able to really do a lot of swimming and things like that. You know, me, I was at the bar getting my Hennessy shots and things like that. So for me as an African American, to be able to be in this part of Africa, you know, at a luxurious lodge, and for to experience something that I thought I would never do, it really has opened my scope, not only about, you know, city life, but what Uganda has to offer, and also the amenities that investments that have been made to compete on a global scale. And I would say that if you ever come to Uganda, and there's really, really many reasons why you should. I mean, we would love to have you in Uganda. We have our excellent staff. It's an excellent country. We produce a lot of great content. But consider going to Chimpindu Lodge and staying there and, just having a wonderful time. Check out the Kabale Forest. Go on the chimpanzee tracking and just experience it for yourself. I mean, I never thought somebody like myself would ever be able to go in Africa and would actually do something like that. And it was just completely amazing. We got a certificate afterwards, for completing that. And I got a chance to learn about nature. I got a chance to learn more about Uganda, more about the ancestral land that, our forefathers come from, in Africa as a whole, and the beauty of the country, the beauty of what these lodges have to offer people. If you bring your family there, I mean, you're eating really good, you're having a great time. So again, this was an amazing experience for me. I hope you guys decide to check it out. I'll put all the information for the lodge. They treated us very, very nice at the first comment pinned to the top. But if you're ever in Western Uganda, check out Chimpindu. You will not be disappointed. Peace.
I've been around the world, 92 different countries and around 750 different hotels. And here in Uganda, Chimpindu Lodge, it's in top 3 hotels.
See you as the year
They are dealing with already habituated chimpanzees. They look for them. Finish the contact time is only 1 hour. They go back. But habituation simply means making chimps to accept human presence.
Hello, my name is Bruno and I'm coming from Estonia, and the people who are working there very, very nice. They do whatever you want and they're very kind against us, and the food is great, and I think I'm sure I will come back maybe after 2 years with a new group and I will choose the same lodge. Thank you very much.
Every morning, I wake up to this magnificent landscape. This is Kenya. And this is where I have been training. This is where cold metal dreams come true. This is the home of champions. Come and experience the magical Kenya. There is so much more to the magic.
Hello, I'd like to call everyone back into the room, please. Kindly let's finish our tea or coffee. You can carry it in the room. Kindly let's congregate back into the room. We don't have so much time. We are actually running late by almost an hour, and the program is still quite long. Kindly request anyone who's outside, if you know anyone who's outside, request them to come back in. We have so much lined up for this afternoon before we break for lunch. So we need to actually do a few things. I'd like us all to come back to the room. Kindly, hospitality team, lead the people and let them have their sitting positions. In case of any issues, you can contact the ladies in black. They are able to assist with anything that you'll be able to be requesting. Remember, the Wi-Fi is RIF. The R is in caps. And then EEF at 123. We are also streaming the event live on YouTube, so you can ask your family and friends to be able to follow the proceedings as and when we are in session. We have several presentations this afternoon that will lead us up to the lunch break. Then in the afternoon, of course, we'll have panel discussions as well, before we are able now to interact business to business and eventually enjoy the night later on this evening. One more announcement. Kindly, I can see people are taking photos. I would like to request that we sit. We will utilize the lunchtime after we eat to be able to take some photos and still interact. I'm calling everyone to be able to sit so that we may be able to proceed kindly. The team at the back, kindly, may we have our seats? If there's anyone who's still outside, kindly let's help in asking them to resume the session this afternoon.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and we will start shortly, and Esther will introduce our very first presentation in the next 2 minutes. Mine was to ask you to let your colleague know we want to start, and these presentations is really the reason why we are here, because we have among you people who are looking at opportunities in Uganda, and that's really where the very first presentation will be focusing. And also to highlight what it is that the private sector and government and all the stakeholders in the tourism industry are doing to make, first of all, not just Destination Uganda, but Destination East Africa. I was having a conversation with Dorcas from Uganda Wildlife Authority. She will be speaking later this afternoon. And Dorcas was telling me the other day they noticed the lions from the DRC had crossed into Uganda. And there were challenges initially, just talking to the Congolese on conservation and how to manage the wildlife, that is across the border. Now, the DRC people are very interested because their lions are in Uganda. And they're asking to talk. So these things we cannot dictate over them. These things will come naturally. As the Ugandans look for the ocean, we don't have the ocean. I came, first thing I wanted to do this morning, because we got in late, was to see the ocean. That's the very first thing I wanted to do this morning. Unfortunate for me, the water was closed. It was still here. So I took some of the best pictures. Never mind that the sun was on the other side. So I am dark in the picture, but the ocean looks very beautiful. And that you can't pick anywhere. We have the gorillas, as you've been told. Again, it doesn't matter what you do with your monkeys. Even if you try to ask some pastors to do some magic, they will never become gorillas. And so this partnership we are talking about and driving is an opportunity for this region to become the one-stop center for all the tourists in the world. And so we are saying, when the tourists come in and land at Mombasa, they will get to see the beautiful ocean and all the beautiful wildlife along this coastline, and of course move into the Savo with our neighbors, the Taita Taveta, that one, yes, county, yes, Taita Taveta, and then they are able to fly on Uganda Airlines into Entebbe, and very soon they will be able to fly into Kidepo National Park. There will be a national park, an airport, international airport in the national park in the next 2 years. So you will this time it's an international airport they're building, don't worry. You will be able to fly from here straight into a national park and get the experience. And I think Kidepo is one of the most untapped parks in the world. I wanted again to appreciate members of the Fourth Estate who continue to tell this story. Can we clap for the Fourth Estate who continue to share these conversations with our people? Again, we are streaming live on YouTube. You can share the link with a friend. Just look up Uganda Kenya Coast Tourism Conference. You will be able to see the live stream. Share a link with a friend. All right, so now we move into the crux of the matter and why we're here. I want to invite our very first speaker, our keynote speaker, I will be managing time, but we apologize. We might run a bit late for lunch. So your lunch might come a few minutes after its scheduled time. So we did edit our keynote speaker's profile quite a bit. But the consulate asked that we make sure you understand why we asked him to make this keynote, because he has quite the experience. And before I invite Esther to invite him to speak to us and make his keynote presentation, I'll just briefly run through his profile. He's currently the Chief Executive Officer of the Private Sector Foundation of Uganda. He has over 35 years of experience and previously served as the Chief Executive Officer of the Uganda Tourism Board, UTB, from 2014 to 2019. And previously, he's been in the media from 2003 to 2013, where he managed several leading media houses, the New Vision, the East African, and the Business Week. So ladies and gentlemen, we're talking about somebody who has the experience to talk about tourism, but also the role of the private sector in tourism development. I want to hand over to Esther to invite our keynote speaker.
Okay, thank you very much. At this point, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to ask you all to join me in asking Mr. Stephen Asimwe, the CEO, Private Sector Foundation Uganda, to join me to welcome him on stage to be able to give us the keynote address. A round of applause for Mr. Stephen Asimwe, the CEO, Private Sector Foundation Uganda. Karibu sana, over to you for the keynote speech. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my sister, and good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. I think you had heavy samosas. There's lots of people planting trees, so probably hope they will join us. So I have very few minutes. My task is very easy because many speakers before me have built a very good foundation for this this conference. But allow me quickly to thank His Excellency Ambassador Paul Mukumbia for doing a fantastic job, and your team. I will explain later why we should pay tribute to him, but also in the context of protocol to recognize the ministers, the Deputy Governor, honorable members of Parliament, both committees of Foreign Affairs and also for tourism, but also to acknowledge a very important person I came with, who's representing the chairman, Mr. Daniel Kaziwe, whom you should see at night because he has an interesting engagement here. But very quickly, to thank our hosts from the coast of Kenya, and also the government of Kenya and all the players in the tourism sector, but also a very special group, the media. I was a media personality for 20 years, so I know what it is. Our PS for Foreign Affairs, and I'd already recognized the minister. Now, because of time, I'll just move through quickly to what is a very important purpose why we are here. Now, there's two categories of people here. There's a private sector and there's a government sector. And the two are in this room specifically, to use the words of, I think it was the Deputy Governor, or was it one of the chiefs from Uganda, about a marriage. Now, the private sector's primary goal is to make money. So how many of you are here to make money? And here we are not about selfishness, it's about self-interest. Okay, I hope the government people saw those hands. Please, government, please look at those hands. Private sector, you are here to make money, put up your hands. Thank you very much. When you make that money, government taxes it, and it contributes to the national treasury. So government, the only way you can get an appropriation is when these people are making some money. Now, how many of you private sector people want good roads, good airports, security, health facilities? Government, please look behind. These guys want good things. But for them to get them, they have to give you that necessary taxation. But for us to come to a win-win situation, we need to harmonize our interests in the context of how we can work together. And that's why the theme of this conference was synergies, working together, collaborations, etc. Now, I have been very fortunate to have been in the private sector and government. So I appreciate both positions. I was an accounting officer. I headed the Uganda Tourism Board. I worked with people like Mr. Muridhi Ndegwa, who was the CEO of KTB, and later Dr. Betty Radia. I also did business in Kenya for 10 years, from 2003 to 2013. So I'm very conversant with business here in this country and the whole of East Africa. The last 20 years, there's been such a massive growth of business in the two countries of Kenya and Uganda. And we must appreciate the heads of state and the ministries of foreign affairs for having put in place a very conducive and enabling environment. What do I mean? When I started business in 2003, you had to do a beeline. You had to move very fast to be at the border of Busia and Malaba because the borders were closed at 6 o'clock. You couldn't cross. Currency challenges, cross-border discussions, immigration. Today, you can cross the border for 24 hours. We have a one-stop border post. Our currencies are convertible. My son goes to school in Nairobi. He was here for 2 years in Aga Khan in Mombasa. I pay school fees easily on M-Pesa by the comfort of my wherever I am. So much has happened. And so we've seen a massive growth of business development between the two countries. I was looking at the statistics, ladies and gentlemen. At the time of independence, 1962 for Uganda, 1963 for Kenya, the GDP of Kenya was just barely above $1 billion. Today it is a whopping $120 billion. Uganda was about $0.55 billion. We've passed the 40 mark, 45 thereabout. So our populations have grown from 7 million to close to 60 here, or 55 if you like, and about 48 million in Uganda. The number of airlines flying into our countries has grown massively. The number of cruise ships, and I'm glad someone said this morning that round about independence, you could hardly see a black face on one of the beaches. Now it's the majority. So much has happened. And from just where I stand, I see many, many young people who don't know where we've come from, our history, our culture, our heritage. But I've come here with one proposition, that you guys are standing at a very pivotal time when money is going to be made by all of you on account of the fact that infrastructure, security, travel services, the computer age, or if you like technology, now we have got AI, things are much, much easier. And therefore, it's important that you appreciate what we are going to discuss with you, what has already been given from the government position, and the fact that tourism thrives on one principle. Tourism thrives on something called an experience. Without an experience, there would be no travel industry. Currently, the travel industry is about $1.7 trillion, which is easily, if it was an economy, it would be in the top 10. And the beauty about all of this is that because of the growth of the economies of both countries, we have seen the rise of the middle class in both countries, to the point that if we closed out all other countries without traveling, we can actually travel to both countries and have a fantastic experience. So a combined population of close to 100 million people of Kenya and Uganda, I've talked about the GDP, can actually cause a big push in great benefits for our private sector. And the growth of the private sector then translates into taxes for the government, which then translates in better infrastructure and helps us to create that enabling environment. So I'd like to put a few positions for you. Some statistics have been given, official statistics. But let's say Uganda and Kenya share 814 kilometers of borderline. So easily that 300,000, in my view, is just an official estimate. There are actually more Kenyans and Ugandans crossing into each other's borders on a daily basis. I would like to suggest that it is in the millions of people. Every time I drive across any borderline, I get two networks: MTN, Safaricom, Airtel. I've been moving with Kenya shillings for the last 3 months because at any one time I'm changing stations because of my work. So there's so much interaction taking place. The description that is usually used in many places about tourists, but I would like to call them visitors, because we travel to different countries for different reasons. Some come for leisure, others for business, others for study. But the one thing that is very constant between all the people that travel between two countries is something called money. Whatever reason you are coming into the different countries, you spend. So in tourism economics, we call it the principle S, spend. But for the group that is here, I would like to emphasize that we push another S, which is stay. My ticket reads that I have to go back on Friday. But Ambassador yesterday provoked me to extend my stay here. And by extension, this entire cost is going to earn more money from me. It's called spend. So we do two things. We monitor stay. We also monitor spend. And I want you to listen very carefully, because everybody here will benefit from this discussion. So stay and spend equals the tourism economy. Now, how do you make somebody spend more money and stay longer? And that's the reason why we have come here to discuss. I've given you the statistics on population, 100 million. I've given you the total GDPs of both countries, easily, give and take, about 160 billion. I could expand the discussion further with other neighbors, but that's not okay. And so, what is it that we are offering that is going to cause the Kenyan to spend money in Uganda and the Ugandan to spend money in Kenya? And that is underlined by the word experience. Herbert stole from my notes last night. I was telling him about a friend of mine, a very wealthy friend from Uganda, who spent $1 million on the coast. $1 million on the coast. He's a very rich young man. He turned 50, so he brought his friends, the corporates. These are high spenders: telecoms, banks, insurance companies, real estate owners, some government people. These guys filled an aeroplane, and others came from other destinations. He was an international student many years ago, so he'd been to some of the big Ivy Leagues in the US, and a couple more in the UK, Oxford, Cambridge, name it. So there's this tour operator who organized the event. So they spent some time And I won't name the places they went to because there were several places on the coast. What I know is it was on the coast of Kenya. They spent a week. They came ahead of the discussion. This guy had a theme. He wanted everything white. He wanted champagne. And he wanted to give his lifetime friends the experience of a lifetime. And so they flew here a couple of days before the weekend. Flowers were flown in from Southern Africa. The champagne was flown in from, they were very specific to the detail. The airlines worked round the clock. They had special security detail they had to bring in cars from Nairobi. Everything was tip top. And that was last year. His so many friends booked into very, very luxury rooms. Several of them had to move into other hotels. And I can tell you, everybody made money. 1 year later, each of those families that came for that event has come back for a repeat visit. So when I asked this tour operator, how many such events do you have about Kenyans coming into Uganda and spending $1 million? There was none. So I said, what else, where else do these people go? He says, oh, you know, now we're doing Mauritius, we're doing the Maldives, we're doing some places in Indonesia and Thailand. So I thought, that is capital flight. So I said, what's the main reason? Why don't you bring all these people on this side? He said, for the simple reason that people do not know about Uganda. So my presentation will in context be slightly in the need to create a critical balance. Now, first of all, what do we have in Uganda? Uganda is a small country. Kenya is about 1.8 times the size of Uganda. And we share a lot of commonalities, we share a lot of history, we share a lot of culture, heritage. As a matter of fact, the entire border from Busia all the way to Karamoja neighbors 1 or 2 communities which speak the same language and which were unfortunately cut because of a colonial boundary. There's a story of 2 big patriarchs in Uganda and Kenya, the Aworis. We had Aggrey Awori in Uganda, he's a former presidential candidate and minister, and we had Moody Awori, who was the vice president. Same father, same mother, but a borderline crossed through their compound, and 2 brothers were separated by an imaginary line. In the 70s, during the dark times in Uganda, Aggrey Awori had to go to Kampala to seek permission to go to visit Moody. You can imagine, but today the borders are open thanks to our foreign policy. But what's the point? The point is that we are intrinsically connected to each other, and therefore we need to support and grow our 2 economies in that context. But let me just give you some snippets about Uganda. Uganda is now the premier capital of wildlife in the context of primates. We control close to 58% of the entire mountain gorilla population in the world. We are also home to 2 big communities of chimpanzees. One in Kibale National Park. Kibale National Park is about the size of the state of Qatar. But also, we are home to a very interesting culture and heritage. A lot, I said, we share with you. But there's one history we never talk about. Something called the Uganda Railway, which starts here in Mombasa and ends in Uganda. And about 1900, it was called the Lunatic Express. Lunatic because when the British started that line, the members of parliament criticized it so badly and thought it was a lunatic project. They thought people were mad because it was very expensive. £3 million, which is in current day about 300 million. But that story, I remember it closely when I was in primary school. There was something called the Savo National Park, where 2 big lions ate close to 39 people. And a big story emerged out of that. And to this day, we still teach it in Uganda's primary. That railway has united us so much that I would like to suggest that that becomes a premier selling point for both our countries. And I'm glad that some people have used that line. I've used it before. We speak English, we speak Swahili, we speak our local languages. We need to promote them. About 10 years ago, there is a tribe in Uganda called the Bagisu, which is also in Kenya, and they form part of the Luya bigger community. They have something called the Imbalu Festival. The Imbalu is a circumcision that takes place, and many Kenyans would come for that circumcision event. And so I remember in that event, the king of the Bagisu, or the cultural leader, he's called Omukuka, performed the ceremony that brought close to 300,000 people to the city of Mbale. Now let me tell you about the impact of stay and spend. When that group came to Uganda, everything was consumed, including sugarcane and chewing gum. There was no chewing gum accessible in 25 kilometers radius. Such is the power of an event that can transform even the smallest of people. I think you know about Nyege Nyege. It concluded yesterday. I don't want to look at the level of distraction, but what I'm trying to emphasize is the need for us to start looking at opportunities in that area. So Kenya and Uganda have very unique wildlife, unique nature. The second highest mountain in Africa is Mount Kenya, obviously. But the 3rd, the 4th, the 5th, the 7th, and the 9th are found in Uganda. We need to start selling our geographical experiences. I can't beat the discussion on music, the taribu, the culture. Yesterday at the dining hall, I liked the display. We had everything very continental, and there was something called the Swahili corner. Great food, excellent. Our weather is unbeatable for both countries. There is something we are not talking about. Can we start to invest in sport? And I'm very thankful to Foreign Affairs of both countries that we are now going to co-host the AFCON. Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania are going to host. Fantastic impressions. People, our culture, our hospitality, our friendship is a sense in which people would like to invest. I always share with people that in Uganda, if you visited a doctor in the morning, so this is how the conversation goes. Patient meets doctor, Ugandan doctor, Ugandan patient. So the doctor says, "Good morning." And the Ugandan says, "Very good morning." The doctor says, "How are you?" The Ugandan says, "I am fine." So the doctor asks, "How can I help you?" And the Ugandan says, "I am about to die." There's a contradiction between "how are you, I am fine," and "how can I help you, I am about to die." But before you take that gentleman to the sewers, in Uganda it is disrespectful for someone to greet you and you give a negative note. That's our culture. That's our heritage. Those are the things we should be selling. That's an investment. So, if we have your unique wildlife, and I know that the Masai Mara, the crossing, the great migration is taking place and probably concluding. A unique culture, a unique heritage, a unique history. Weather, sports. Oh, by the way, sports, I think that the two countries that are dominating the marathon are both our countries. Did you know they come from one community? One community is dominating the entire global middle distance to long distance running. The joke is that every time they are going to run, you have to be careful which language you are going to use because they will know it. But allow me to suggest one thing, that we are interdependent, we need each other to survive. So for the government, we are requesting one thing as private sector, an enabling environment, good infrastructure, good airports, removal of visa instructions, and I want to congratulate the Kenyan government for removing visa requirements for travel. We thank both governments for easing cross-border movements by the one-stop border post. But very importantly, and we want to thank government and foreign affairs for establishing a consul office in a strategic geographical area, which is the coast. Between the two of us, when I say the two of us, I mean Kenya and Uganda, so much has happened at the coast. 85% of our freight goes through the port of Mombasa. So it's a very, very strategic place. The cost of doing business has been eased by technology. I remember that in the 60s and 70s, when tourists would be coming in from, especially the UK, they would put their cars in Devon, which was a small port in the UK, just a bit south of London, and it would sail to Mombasa, and tourists would actually drive from KPA. They would drive by themselves using large maps, about twice the size of an A3 map, and travel around. Today they don't have to do that because of the ease of movement. But commercial diplomacy has been eased by the fact that political and diplomatic establishments have brought services closer to the people. And I want to thank Ambassador Mkumbia and your team for doing a great job to unite, to create that bridge that has brought us together. I need to start concluding. My brother is pushing me here, but it's important that we emphasize that bit. So government, please help us on infrastructure, on creating an enabling environment, for lifting all this, and I like what you're doing. The biggest challenge right now is the travel cost, and that's why we need to fix open skies to ease the cost of flying or driving here. I need to be concluding on the last element for private sector. You cannot get infrastructure unless you do business, and that business brings taxes, and those taxes are appropriated to create that that infrastructure. So number one, private sector. You need to work on about 5 or 6 things. Number one, you need to create a story or a narrative that is going to bring the tourists to your country, to your hotel, to your region, or wherever else you are. 2, you need to train your staff on professional ethics, on the ability to communicate better, to communicate frankly, but also to communicate sustainably. 3, we need to work very closely with the media. The media can make or break you. I headed a media house for 10 years, but I also worked in another one. It's important that you shape the narrative that will create that story that will bring the people to your place. Media houses that are here, please create space for travel stories. It's very, very important for you, because then it will translate in the private sector advertising on all your media platforms. Do not emphasize negative news and negative reporting. It's very dangerous. One story can break the entire destination perception for you. For us in the private sector organizational space, let us come together and create programs and packages that are going to help the people. We started something called the East African Tourism Platform in 2016-17, and I'm glad that these partnerships and synergies are working. For us who are at the strategic level, let's push the point at the East African Business Council and the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. But more importantly, let's take advantage and work together to tap into the new countries that have joined us. Southern Sudan, recently DRC, and Somalia, which is joining us. So areas that need support is we need to invest in digital technology. At the hotel level and the hospitality level, sustainability is becoming a big thing. Greening, and I'm glad that we have planted trees today. But it's more than just planting trees. It's about disposal units, plastics, paper, and how we manage the environment. The need for us to invest in research. Travel trends have changed seriously. The younger generation are doing things differently. I have two boys, both of them in their early 20s. When we want to go somewhere, they have different plans, different interests. I pay the money, they decide where we go. There's a new generation, of course, you've heard of the baby boomers and the millennials and the people they call the Zoomers. Things are changing. We need to start to prepare for that. And then, of course, the need for us to invest in very good accommodation. Simple, but very good. You don't have to be the biggest hotel, but you can be the best hotel. We need to change the way we do our attractions. Access to our places of hospitalities, fixing our amenities, but very importantly, to ensure that we invest in activity. So as I close, I know many speakers will be talking today about this, but let me say this, that the growing middle class between Kenya and Uganda is big. We started this discussion last year, and I'm glad that we have managed to bring as many people as possible. So take advantage of this space. Talk to the government players, private sector from Kenya and Uganda, talk together. And then come to us at the strategic level so that we can create that enabling environment. I want to close with a story which took place in Tsavo National Park. I went there on a shooting trip, and I was told that there was a big lion which had been responsible, a grandson of one of the other ones which had eaten people. So I took my gun and I went to a vantage point, and this animal came very close to me. And I took aim. I used the crossbar, and I had a V-point for that. The lion came very close to me, and I shot, and sadly there was no bullet. And then the lion bounced on me. When it came very close to my face, I woke up. I was dreaming. Can we start to dream good stories? Can we take advantage of this conference? And may God bless you as you do business and investment. Thank you very much.
A round of applause for Mr. Stephen Asimwe, the CEO of Private Sector Foundation. We can do better than that, eh? This man, he offered consultancy services for free. If you are listening keenly to him, he just gave you an entire blueprint on what to do for your business in tourism. And what has stuck with me is when he said the tourism economy equals stay and spend. That will never leave my head. I am not in the tourism sector, but that has stuck in my head forever. And I think if we work like that, we'll definitely get more gains. Thank you very much for that presentation. Mr. Stephen Asimwe, the CEO, Private Sector Foundation in Uganda. I'd like to recognize the presence of the Tourism Regulatory Authority. Didi, I recognize you. Thank you very much for being in the room. And I would also want to say that we have several presentations. However, I'd like to ask us to be a bit conservative with time because we are running late with a lot of hours. And so the next presentation, of course, is coming from a lady by the name Ms. Fiona Ngesa, the Director for Market Development at the Kenya Tourism Board. Of course, she's going to talk about the Kenya coastal tourism experiences, introducing Kenya, then zeroing down to the coastal region, of course, all the way from Lamu, Tana River, Kilifi, Mombasa, Kwale, to Taita Taveta. In a nutshell, just telling us what the experience is like. Karibu sana, Fiona Ngesa. A round of applause for Fiona as she does the presentation. Thank you very much. Karibu.
Good afternoon. We are all here, or are we still in that dream? That was a really nice story, my senior, Mr. Asimwe. Thank you very much. And a lot has been said from morning till now. As I'm waiting for the presentation. All protocols observed. We are really grateful as the Kenya Tourism Board for this opportunity to be with you today and to be part of this amazing session. I know we began discussions with Uganda, Rwanda, and our friends in East Africa. What can we do to improve tourism in this region? And this initiative is one amazing outcome that as Kenya Tourism Board, we are delighted and look forward to partnering with you and see how far can we take this. The challenge has been placed at our doorstep. If over 300,000 Kenyans are actually going to Uganda, how do we double that? Because as Kenya, we are still at about 144,000. So the challenge is already there, but maybe one fact that I need to share is that Kenya is a key source market. We are an amazing destination. I'm sure by now you've experienced a little bit of that. But we are also a key source market for Uganda, for Rwanda, for Tanzania, for South Africa, for Dubai, and many other places. So as we look at how we can improve business between Kenya and Uganda so that we can all win, as travel agents, tour operator, airlines, tourism boards, and I acknowledge Uganda Tourism Board here. Dorcas, I saw you somewhere. Yes, nice to see you. And anything that I say and there's a difficult question to be answered, please direct them to Susan, my colleague who handles Africa. So any question you may have, please get in touch with Susan. So quickly, just to make sure we save on time, but I acknowledge all the trade partners in Uganda, all our trade partners in Kenya from SCAL, KCTA, Kato, Hotel Keepers, and many others, we thank you. Ambassador, thank you for this initiative together with KCTA, among many other partners that you've been working with to ensure that this works. And as a tourism board, we are here to support, and we look forward to play even a bigger role in this. For honorable members of parliament, our Minister in charge of regional affairs, Republic of Uganda, and many other partners from Kenya and Uganda, thank you for making time to be with us today. So my job is very simple. From morning we've been learning what is good about Kenya Coast, what is good about Uganda, and why we should be in this room today. So from the Kenya Tourism Board perspective, I'll talk a bit about Kenya, why Kenya, and why Kenya Coast, in the next 15 minutes or less. So Magical Kenya is one amazing destination that has 4 unique selling propositions. For those who are selling Kenya for the Ugandans, selling Kenya for the international market, it's because Kenya is diverse. From the deserts to the mountain tops, to the coast, to the savannas, Kenya is rich with over 40 different unique tribes and ethnic communities. But also because of the year-round magic. 12 months in a year, there's a reason for you to come to Kenya. Whether it's January, December, June, August, there's a lot for you to see. But the other part of it is because it's sustainable. We are all talking about why there's need for us to be sustainable, why we must care about the climate change and a lot more. So the main reason here, when you look at Kenya as a partner for Uganda and as a destination for Africans, is that Kenya is so much more. You may have learned about the safari, you may have learned about the beaches, but I'm sure with your experience here and your interactions with your Kenyan partners, you discover that Kenya is indeed so much more.
This is the real deal.
again from there.
It's okay. Yeah, so just in just 60 seconds, that is all Kenya is about, and there's a lot more. I'm sure with 1 week here, there's a lot more you can discover beyond what we've just shared. Now, zeroing in on the Kenya coast. We all talk about the Kenya coast, and sometime back in 2016, we did a research. Everybody thought Kenya coast is just Mombasa. They go to Watamu, you tell them, where have you been? Mombasa. They go to Lamu, where have you been? Mombasa. Then we wondered, Watamu is not Mombasa. Kilifi is not Mombasa. Malindi is not Mombasa. But this is to tell you that Mombasa as a destination had done well in marketing the destination Mombasa. But then when you look at the entire Kenya coast, you have 7 distinct destinations. So as you're here, we have 8 distinct circuits in Kenya. From northern Kenya, where you get desert safaris in Chalbi Desert and amazing cultural diversity, to Central Rift, where you get Lake Nakuru and Lake Naivasha, to South Rift, where you get the Masai Mara and Amboseli, then Central Rift, where you get Mount Kenya and climb the mountain and discover yourself in the process. But then you have the Kenya coast, and the reason why we are here today. Eastern is another area that is an emerging destination. So in Kenya, we have 8 distinct circuits. For the tour operators and travel agents, as you look at Kenya and look at portfolios that you need to sell, there is a lot more in the magical Kenya. But then today we are zeroing on the Kenya coast. The 7 distinct destinations include Tana River, the Savos, both Savo East and Savo West. Then we have the beach destination, starting with Lamu, Malindi, Watamu, Mombasa, Diani. Those are 7 reasons why you should come back to the Kenya coast. Even once you go back to Uganda, discover what is there, trek the gorillas, do adventure in Jinja, discover Kampala city by night, then come back and discover what else have you not experienced in this amazing coast that we have. So just to share a bit of a vision, because you're all business people and you're looking at what is all here, what differentiates these different destinations. Why Lamu? For the visitors who are looking to run away, they don't want to be found. You leave your laptop, you leave your phone, you leave them, all of it in your room or back in Uganda. Lamu is a destination for families, for solo travelers to just disappear and discover the culture and immerse yourself there. Malindi. Malindi is a multi-generational destination. Sorry? Kilifi. We are coming there. We are coming there. So Malindi, this is a multi-generational destination that you must visit. It used to be known as Little Italy, but also amazing for nightlife. It has gone quiet over some time, but it's a destination waiting to be rediscovered. Then we have Watamu. Watamu, this is where you go for marine ecology. Those who are keen on deep sea fishing, just being in the water, snorkeling, kite surfing, Watamu is your destination. But Malindi and Watamu represent amazing destination that is emerging. This is Kilifi. How many of you have heard of Kilifi? How many have been to Kilifi? Okay, we are good then. But this is an emerging destination beyond Malindi, beyond Watamu. Kilifi is another destination that you need to discover. So this area has unique destinations in itself. Then you have Mombasa. Mombasa has had many terms. Across Africa, I go to Ethiopia, I go everywhere, they're saying Mombasa is a number 1 destination for beach. For a long time, the consumers have given it Mombasa Raha. But the last 5 years, we've known it as Tukutane Mombasa. From this year, what is the term? Explore Mombasa. So there is a lot. This is a city that we look at as the entertainment and events capital for the African millennial. This is where you combine vibrant city experience and the beach. Where else do you get this? Then we have Diani. Diani people here? Diani is your place for honeymoon, weddings, and family. This is a place you need to be. I love the brand, I love Diani, and there's so much more. So you realize just in that nutshell, you have 5 distinct destinations for whichever traveler. Local, regional, international, depending on what they want. You can actually take them across the entire coast without finishing it. This is a bit small. I'll share with you, and for those who have registered, we can share these presentations for the travel agents, tour operators, airlines that are looking to explore more, diversify your business portfolio when it comes to the Kenya coast. We'll share with you. But what we are saying, when you look at the Kenya coast, it has diverse product brands. Number one, the beach. The beach is a top experience at the entire Kenya coast. Over 500 kilometers of white sandy beaches. Adventure, for the snorkelers, deep sea divers, and others, there's a lot to see. Culture and heritage, this is the home, the heritage corridor for Kenya when you look at the UNESCO heritage sites, among others. Fort Jesus, for those who came last year, you had dinner there, a cocktail. How many of you were there? So we need to go back. I think we have only 2 people there. Then MICE, of course, the reason we are here, meetings, events, conferences, networking. Let us discover what we have together. Vibrant city of Mombasa, of course. We have exotic islands around the entire Kenya coast for you to explore. Iconic safaris. The Kenya coast ticks all the boxes. You want a city experience, you want a bush experience, you want a beach experience. The Kenya coast has all the boxes marked. Then cruise. Cruise tourism is another emerging segment that we are looking at expanding. And also in future, hopefully, there will be other smaller cruises between Malindi, Watamu, Lamu, Mombasa, Diani, for people to experience more of the local cruise tourism industry. But when it comes to place brands, we've talked about the 7, Diani, Mombasa, Watamu, Lamu, Malindi, Tana River, and the Savos, but also Kilifi. But then there's quality brands, the quality labels. If you're a person of looking at quality and specific brands for the niche travelers, halal tourism, you can get it at the coast. When you look at the top beaches, the Kenya coast is not only one beach. Just here in Diani, we have at least 3 beaches. I'm sure there is more. You have Tiwi, you have Diani, you have Galu. Which other one? Funzi, Shale. You see, it's almost 10 just in Diani alone. Kenya South Coast. Then health and wellness, family-friendly destinations, ecotourism. All of this you get at the Kenya coast. So why should you choose Kenya coast? Number 1, urban experiences. 2, beach experiences. And lastly, bush experiences. This is where you look at adventure, our nature, and amazing places like Arabuko Sokeke, Shimba Hills, among many other places within the Kenya coast that you get these amazing experiences that we have to offer. But the reason why you should choose Kenya coast, for yourself, for your families, for your clients, Kenya coast gives you an opportunity to connect with nature. Right now we're talking about mental wellness and all these things. Number 2, diversity of wildlife, whether in the ocean or on land. This is where you get it. Number 3, amazing cultures, not just the Swahili culture. This is a melting pot of cultures. And discover the Mijikendas and many others that actually exist here. Number 4, it's a multi-experiential coastline. For those who've gone to Lamu and have been to Diani and Mombasa, you discover the nuances within these different destinations that enrich your experiences. Then we have adventure activities. For those who are not there to just lie on the beach and experience the sun, we already have enough melanin. It's time to discover what else. For those in Diani, you can actually take a bike, discover the backroads of Diani, the communities, even meet the village doctor just to discover what experiences they offer. So lastly, is just the vibrant city of Mombasa. There's a lot that the Kenya coast has to offer, and your guests can stay here for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, without exhausting all the experiences that Kenya coast has to offer. Then there is an extra layer of magic. As Magical Kenya, we launched the Magical Kenya Signature Experiences back in 2019, just before COVID, where we started with just 15 experiences. But after that, last month, we actually expanded the collection to 61 unique, authentic travel experiences found in Kenya. To make it even sweeter, within this, about 17 counties are already incorporated, but within Kenya coast, 5 of the counties of the Kenya coast have these signature experiences. Now that we are in Diani, where you can start is actually Village Bikes by Diani Bikes. That is one of the signature experiences that you get to discover Diani like no other. Then we have Kisiti and Punguti for those who are keen on marine, swimming with the dolphins, discovering Osini Island, Shimoni Caves, among others. But also we have a lot of them in Kilifi, Watamu, and also Mombasa, the Tamarind Dao in Mombasa. Within Kilifi, we have quite a number: stand-up paddle with the dolphins, from zero to hero kite surfing, yoga and kayaking in Mida Creek, floating also in Mida Creek, humpback whale watching in Watamu, Tamarind Dao in Mombasa, and then one more. We have about 11 of them. But for more information, you can actually go to magicalkenya.com/MKSE to discover all these different experiences. But besides Tamarind Dao, we have the Taita Hills Lodge in Taita Taveta. We have Distant Relatives Eco Lodge in Kilifi. We also have just one more, and Finch Hattons Luxury in Savo West. So these are just a number of the experiences that you can actually experience as part of the extra magic. Remember, Mr. Asimwe, I've talked about experience is a new premium. If you're not delivering experiences, we are not doing much. So this is the way to go, and for you to start, this is actually some of the experiences you can actually promote. Next, we have a full calendar for just Kenya Coast, where every single month you can do something at the Kenya coast. These are examples from January to December. There's amazing stuff that you can do within the Kenya coast. For November, actually this month, for those who are willing to extend your stay, we have the Lamu Cultural Festival happening in the next few days that you can actually come and explore. Amazing, amazing experience. In December 31st, we have Under the Baobab Tree in Kilifi for you to cross over the year. We have Yoga Festival, Maulidi Festival, birding in Arabuko for those who are keen on birding. We have, of course, iconic safaris. Golf. If you're here around March, come for the Golf Festival, actually in Kilifi, Vipingo Ridge. Sorry? Sorry? It's a sample. It's a sample. Because beach is all year round, January to December, and it covers the entire Kenya coast. This is just a sample, but we'll give you a detailed calendar that includes all these regions, all these experiences from January to December. So as we say, experience is king, and this is the direction to go. Just quickly, just for you to, in pictures, from city to beach experiences, this is where you all get it. Cultural encounters, many diverse options for you. Shopping and philanthropy, amazing options for you. Barefoot luxury, for those who love finer things in life. This is also found here, the Kenya coast. Heritage and charming towns, amazing stuff for you to do. For those who are keen on soft adventure and just relaxation, there exist options for you also. Active beach holidays, those who don't want to just lay on a beach bed but discover the town, the city, the people, the experiences, there's a lot for you to do. Blue ocean economy, we also say just not the beach and the towns, but also in the ocean. There's a lot more for you to do, including wreck diving, snorkeling, big sport fishing, among others. Then just to give you a snippet, for those, if it's your first time at the Kenya coast, just for you to see a bit. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we talk of the Kenya coast, what we are saying is that it's more than just a destination. It makes a perfect partner as an investment destination, as a place to visit, as a place we can collaborate with Uganda to see what exists here, what exists there, how can we come together. And I hope by today you've learned a little bit more about what the Kenya coast has to offer. And now for the travel agents and the tour operators in the room, for you to learn more, please become a Magical Kenya travel specialist. We've created a whole 16 modules for you to learn more about Kenya, the regions, the experiences, the people. So if we have bronze level, silver level, and among others that you can actually be part of for you to learn more and get a certificate and become a certified travel specialist. For you to get it, this is the website. You can just log in and get more information so that together we are better informed. And as we learn more about Kenya, we are learning more about Uganda, and together we are able to sell the destination even better. Asante sana. Thank you very much for your time.
A round of applause for Fiona once again. Hey Fiona, unaweza chukua pesa yangu yote. I like you, but I also don't like you because you really managed to paint the coast. And I've learned a few things. I didn't even know there was something like barefoot luxury. I probably practiced that. However, I didn't even know that it has a name. I didn't know there are soft adventures. I didn't even know there's halal tourism. I knew there's halal food. Lakini halal tourism hata sikuwa nimejua. So I think we are learning quite a lot just from being here. And I think already if we are like for the counties, I'm starting to ask myself a lot of questions around the same, just looking at the opportunities that are there. And also now just looking at the opportunities that are there. For you as our guests from Uganda, you have no excuse. Until 1st of December, you can actually have navigated all those areas that Fiona was able to mention and had a taste of everything, because I see you will go to Watamu, else you'll go to many of the places, so you'll definitely have a feel of that. So we have to disrupt the program briefly to go for lunch. So we'll do the presentations right after lunch. We are giving you about 40 minutes for lunch. Please do not get offended when the girls come to harakisha you that you need to go back to the conference. So we only have a few minutes for lunch. Then we come back, we'll do the presentations when we come back, and also now have the panel discussion in the afternoon before we have the plenary. So I'd like to ask us all to have lunch. It is in the main restaurant, and then we'll be able to come back in 40 minutes. Enjoy your lunch and bon appetit. Thank you. Please maximize on the time. We don't have so much time. And for the presenters, I'd like you to be here earlier than everybody else so that we can be able to run through and make sure that your presentations are okay. Kindly, Ms. Dorcas Rukundo, I'm not sure if you have your presentation ready. Please just check with the sound team to have the presentation ready. Also from Kwale, Kilifi, Mombasa, and Taita Taveta, just counter check if the presentations are okay, because when we come back, we'll go straight to the presentations. Thank you very much.
This is the real deal.
This is the real deal.
This is the real deal.
This is a real deal.
This is the real deal.
Uganda Airlines. Uganda Airlines. Uganda Airlines.
Lagos.
Uganda Airlines.
Just prepare for the panel discussion. The team that is supposed to be in the panel discussion, kindly prepare immediately after the presentations. We go straight to the panel discussions. We will be beginning shortly. Kindly settle down once more. As we proceed, I'd like to recognize a few people in the room. Tamarind Mombasa Group, that's Mombasa Tamarind. That's Tamarind Village and the Tamarind Restaurant. Asanteni sana, thank you for being here with us. We appreciate your presence. Appreciate and acknowledge the presence of Fatma Hussein, Director at the Kenya National Chambers of Commerce and Industry, Mombasa chapter. Thank you very much for being with us today. I'd also like to recognize the presence of Corey and Marjorie from Mnarani Beach Club in Kilifi. I can see them waving, over lunchtime. I met the two ladies and they said I had not talked about Kilifi, even though actually that's my home. So I have decided to pay homage so that next time I go to Kilifi, they don't tell me that you did not mention your hometown. So Corey and Marjorie, we are together from Mnarani Beach Club in Kilifi. Thank you. I would also like to recognize the presence of Her Excellency Flora Mbetsa Chibule, the Deputy Governor of Kilifi County. Karibu sana. A round of applause for the DJ Kilifi. Thank you very much for coming. We are honored to have you here and we are honored by your presence in this conference today. Thank you so much, Madam DG, for being with us this afternoon. Thank you. Ni kama DJ ameamua tusimbude. Ama sikuelewi DJ. Hili vibe ni vibe la usiku, but ni sawa. Morris, please. Okay. One last confirmation before we roll out. Remember, the presentations are about the investment opportunities in the tourism sectors in the different regions, that is in Uganda, in Kwale County, Kilifi County, Mombasa County, and Taita Taveta County. So just confirm. Then in a minute, we will proceed with the presentations. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you had a good lunch and you managed to unwind and stretch your legs a little. And now we are in the second session of this conference today. And I hope that you're ready to get to know about the investment opportunities in the tourism sectors in the different regions. So at this point, I would like to call upon Ms. Dorcas Rukundo, Business Development Manager, Uganda Wildlife Authority, to be able to start us off with the presentations as we await Kwale County, Kilifi County, Mombasa County, and Taita Taveta County. A round of applause for Ms. Dorcas Rukundo as she comes to do the presentation. Remember, we are keeping it short and sweet. Please, I know the lunch was heavy. I hope we are not going to doze and not listen to the beautiful presentations that have been lined up for us. Karibu sana Dorcas. Thank you.
Asante. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We seem to be very few in the room, but unfortunately scattered. I would wish to request those people who are at the back maybe to come to the front so that we be so that we can be together as brothers and sisters. Good afternoon once again. I have been introduced already, so I'm not going to take any time introducing myself, but I want to invite you to pick what I'm going to say from, I know before we went for lunch, we were just recovering from a dream that Stephen took us through. And when he did not complete the story, because at the time when he woke up and he left the podium, in 1907, that was in 1907, a European man, an Englishman called Winston Churchill came to Uganda. And when he did, he was touring the whole of Africa. He had done the east and the west of Africa. He had done the north, stretching it to the south. And he had gone everywhere, including Mombasa. He had seen the coast. And then when he had finished, he later had to come back to Uganda. He found himself in a little country. And wow. He said, this is the Pearl of Africa. That was 1907. I want to welcome you to the Pearl of Africa, Uganda. Uganda, this country that I'm talking about, I hope my slides can move with this pointer. Can you move them?
Sound team, kindly assist to fix that.
Okay, yes. So Uganda is one of those small countries that are extremely beautiful, located in the Eastern Africa, just your neighbors. And like I said, it is the Pearl of Africa that hosts approximately 46 million people. We are a small country, and yet so many people. We live so close to each other. We are so many tribes of about 56 tribes, different cultures, and we are happy together. We are the happiest country in Africa. Our climate is tropical, so I know many Ugandans have been struggling with the heat. You saw some of us came in suits this morning. And just because of where we come from, the temperatures are moderate. But when we reached Mombasa, thanks to this experience, we realized that Mombasa is raha, and you don't come in suits, you come in shorts, and next time we'll do better. But the tourism in Uganda is focused mainly on landscapes, wildlife and culture. We have abundant wildlife. Like I told you, when Churchill came to Uganda, he saw so many animals, to the extent that some people in Europe think when you come to Uganda, you're picked from the airport by an elephant or a lion. We have abundant wildlife. But then on top of that, we have also the two animals that are uniquely ours and make us who we are, that separate us from our Kenyan brothers. And those are the gorillas and the chimpanzees. East Africa is the biggest source market for Uganda, including the Kenyan market, because for us in Uganda, the Kenyans are our biggest number of tourists that visit the national parks. But then we know that not all of you have been to the national parks. So I see my brothers here, especially the front row, that have not been to Uganda to visit the national parks. And I want to extend an invitation to you that please come and visit, see the abundant wildlife that we have, and enjoy the weather in Uganda, including the hospitable, happy people, especially the ladies. Yes. Yeah. So Uganda is endowed with a variety of resources that would appeal not only to the European market, but to the Africans as well. So come and visit Uganda and see what other people enjoy. But I'm here today to talk about the investment opportunities that are open for us in Uganda. And I want to take you through why you should consider investing in Uganda. Why should you think of all places, think of investing in Uganda? I know some Ugandans have come here and they're looking for land and they want to invest in Mombasa. Because when they reached, they saw the beaches, they saw the beauty of Mombasa, and they want to make it as another business on top of what they have in Uganda. So I want to encourage you to come and invest in Uganda, and why you should invest in Uganda. Uganda was awarded as the best at the annual investment meeting awards in Abu Dhabi 2023. Uganda was awarded the best investment destination in East Africa. So because of that award, because of the climate that we have as a country, Uganda was awarded as the best investment destination in East Africa, and that is this year. And then also, in the top 10 industrial development, Uganda is one of the top 10 in industrial development. And that was the index that was done in Africa Industrialization Index of last year, 2022. Then also the security of person and property in Uganda is guaranteed. You saw some of us leaving our laptops on the tables, leaving our expensive phones, and because we know that in Uganda, that's how it is. You can find your things there. But as an investor, your property, you yourself, the security of these two will be guaranteed by the government of Uganda. And then also, what makes us unique is that 100% ownership of projects is allowed by foreign companies. So when you come to the country called Uganda, the Pearl of Africa, you will not have to open another company in Uganda. You'll come with your company called Neptune, called this, I don't know who runs Diani Reef. But when you come, you'll use this same company to invest in Uganda. I want to make this quick. And then repatriation of profits. Some of us fear that I'll go to Uganda, I'll make my profits, and then I'll not be allowed to move out with my money. Repatriation of profits in Uganda is allowed. So please come and invest your money. You will be secure. You will make a lot of money because Uganda is beautiful. No one has any doubts on that. And so you'll have so many tourists coming into the country. Then, when you make all that money, the profits that you will make, you will have to bring it back to Mombasa and enjoy on the beaches, just like we are doing now. And then Uganda is the second most biodiverse country in Africa, and that was given in 2020. The source is UBF. Uganda is green. When we're coming here, there are some places that where you have a lot of sand, and that makes you really beautiful as a destination. But Uganda is so green. There's no country you'll go to, and you'll find it green from one border to another border, other than the Pearl of Africa. I want to invite you to take this opportunity. Come and invest in the green country called Uganda. Uganda has the lowest labor cost in East Africa. I don't know how much you pay your workers, but when a survey was done, we realized that in Uganda, you'll have the cheapest labor for your industries, for your lodges, for your hotels. And then we have the highest adult literacy as a country. 100% of, well, about 90% of Ugandans are educated. Everyone speaks English. We are trying to learn Kiswahili. And by the time you come to invest and your lodge is up and running, we'll have everyone speaking Kiswahili, but also, most importantly, speaking very good English. Because your target market will be people who can speak English. Yes. In 2023, Uganda once again was nominated as the best tourist destination in the world. We have a national park called Kidepo Valley National Park up north. Some Kenyans sometimes go there, they walk into Kidepo, and that park was named the best destination in the world. In 2020, Mr. Simo, do you remember 2020, was it 2000? It was named as the best destination in the world, Kidepo Valley National Park. And then Uganda is the #1 regional leader in capital markets growth. We have registered capital markets growing, and Uganda is the #1 leader in the whole region. This is our block. This is East Africa. We are not competing. We are complementing each other. But it's also important to know where you're going to invest, so that you know, is it worth it? And that is what I'm telling you, that Uganda is the #1 regional leader in capital markets growth. And as you can see, I tried to put those pictures. I hope you can see those pictures very well. We have the sunset. You've seen the picture of the sunset? In Uganda, the sun will rise in your face and set as you look at it. That is the Pearl of Africa. And that's what a tourist, the people who will come to take your business, will be looking at. Uganda has all the big 5 that we have here, including the 2 that I talked about, the gorillas and the chimpanzees, that I would want you to come and see. Please come and visit our national parks. Maybe I did not say that I work with Uganda Wildlife Authority. We manage and protect 10 national parks and 12 wildlife reserves. And every national park is unique in its own way, because they are located in the different parts of the country. Yes, lastly, Uganda is the #1 happiest country in East Africa. No doubt about it. You want to have your investment in a place where people are happy, just like I am. Ugandans are happy people. If you look around, starting from Ambassador, you'll see that all Ugandans are smiling. But because we are brothers, the smile is contagious. So Kenyans and Ugandans are happy people, but Uganda takes the lead. Yes, now the tourism investment opportunities in this country. What are we offering when you come? Now that you have seen all these beautiful things about this country called Uganda, that we call the Pearl of Africa, that we call home, that is so beautiful, with the best weather in the world, with happy people, and people who can speak English and they're educated, trying to learn Kiswahili. These are the investment opportunities that we have to offer you when you come. I want you to pay attention to this picture. You see that we have also some beaches. You also see that we have sand. Ambassador Mukumbya has not yet appreciated the sand that we have, because when he came here, he was transformed. But we have sand, and all this is open for investment. We have 84 islands in Kalangala district alone, and these islands have sand, beautiful sand, moreover on fresh water. We have 200 islands in Uganda as a country. So if you want to taste beauty in a beautiful country, come and invest in Uganda. You can bring Diani Reef in Uganda. You can bring Neptune in Uganda, because we have it. And these are not developed, as you can see, because we are looking for investors like you who have experience in investing in such places. So please come and reach out to us. We should be able to tell you the procedure, and before I leave, I'll take you through the process. We have also investment opportunities in the wildlife of Uganda. Like I said, we have 10 national parks, we have 12 wildlife reserves, and as you can see our animals in that picture, we have the big 5 plus the 2. I know there are people in this room that have never seen a gorilla. Now you have an opportunity to see a gorilla in picture, so that when we leave this place, I will offer you a gorilla permit. Whoever smiles the best. We have the gorillas, we have the chimps, plus the big 5 that I know you have seen here in Kenya. But we have more to offer. So in the wildlife, we have opportunities in Kibale National Park. Kibale is the home of the chimpanzees. We have opportunities in Queen, where we find the tree climbing lions. I know some people in Kenya, when they meet a lion, they try to climb a tree to run out from the lion. If you do that in Queen, you will be the meat for that lion. So in Queen, in Uganda, we do not climb trees to run out from lions, because our lions actually climb trees. We have opportunities in Kidepo Valley National Park, the park that I talked about that was nominated as the best destination in the world, the best park, Kidepo Valley National Park. We have investment opportunities there. We have investment opportunities in Makshon Falls National Park, where we have the most powerful waterfall in the world. I know you have gone to Victoria Falls. You have seen those falls. They are not as powerful as Uganda's waterfall. If you come to Uganda, you'll even wonder if you should come back to Mombasa. But we want you to come and invest there, so that you stay there, you live there, and you enjoy what we are enjoying down there. So why in the national parks? Like I said, we have the big 5 plus 2, and then the project. We want people who can come and invest you put a lodge that will have about 50 rooms. We can do a MICE like we are doing here. You imagine if we were in the national park, in that green area, serene as it is, and quiet, with very nice weather. You know, now we are enjoying this heat, but you imagine if we're in windy. You imagine if we're in Kibale. The chimps are jumping outside, and we are enjoying this conference. That's why, Ambassador, next conference we should go to Uganda. I know Kilifi wants to take it, But like you said, we shall bid. We are going to bring the chimps, and then we shall put in our bid. We also have investment opportunities in the Ishasha sector. This is the home of the tree climbing lions. For those that have not seen the tree climbing lions, now you have an opportunity to see the tree climbing lions. Our lions are very handsome and beautiful. They are not like any other lions that you will meet. As you can see, our lions even smile. They are happy. Happy lions in a happy country. So we have investment opportunities in Ishasha. And when you're in Ishasha, you are close to the Renzoris, you are close to Kibale, and you are very close to Bwindi, which is the home of the gorillas. And you're living with the tree climbing lions that are happily living in their trees. We have investment opportunities for people who can operate a hot air balloon in any of our savanna parks. And these savanna parks include Queen Elizabeth National Park, the home of the tree climbing lions, Makshon Falls National Park, where we have the most powerful waterfall, and Kidepo Valley National Park, where we have the most beautiful place, and you will find about 6,000 herds of buffaloes walking together happily. We have an opportunity to develop a 40-plus bed in Bwentale Wildlife Reserve, in Chigezi Wildlife Reserve, and this is very close to Bwindi. So you do not need a lodge in Bwindi when you have a lodge at Bwentale. This is a very ripe opportunity for you, my brothers from Kenya, and I'm looking at the people in the front seats because I am inviting you in particular to come and see happy lions. And then also, we have an opportunity to develop a 40-plus bed accommodation and mice facility in Queen Elizabeth National Park. We have the land, and you have the money. We want to work with you. We have also other investment opportunities. Like I told you, Uganda has so many lakes with fresh waters. When I slept in Diani for the first time, I thought it was like Uganda, so I drank some water from the tap. And I thought it was sauce that had been prepared with some salt. Because I didn't know that, Diani is this salty. So I want to welcome you to Uganda, where you will be in the washroom and you can drink that water because it is fresh water. We have fresh water, so we want water vessels to operate on our fresh waters. We need a houseboat, we need some boats, and let me tell you, we have these boats. This picture that you see there is one of the boats that we operate on Lake Victoria. So come and experience what we have, and then you bring better. I am sending an invitation to you. We want hotel development, we want water vessels, and as you can see, if I invite all the Ugandans to stand up, you'll see that everyone has taken at least a cup of milk. And so we have a lot of milk in the country. We are inviting you to join us, and we do dairy production and processing in Uganda so that we can add value. Now I want to show you these pictures because you might think this lady is just talking. This is Uganda. Can you imagine this green? This is Uganda. That water that you see is the water of the River Nile. This water looked after Jesus when he was in Egypt so many years ago. This is River Nile, and Uganda is the source of River Nile. So there's so much blessing in investing in Uganda, because then you'll be drinking the same water that looked after that man many years ago. This is River Nile, and I want to invite you to bring all the vessels that we can put on this Nile so that everyone in the world can experience the beauty and the freshness of Uganda. This is Maction Falls. Those are our falls, which stem from the River Nile. And this is the most powerful waterfall that the world has ever seen, that many of us in this room have not experienced. I want to invite you to come and visit Maction Falls National Park. These are the Rwenzoris. We have about 12 peaks in the Rwenzoris. The Rwenzoris are ranges. They are mountain ranges. It's not like Kilimanjaro, which you'll just hike and you're at the peak. We have ranges. So please come and experience the ranges. If you invest in Queen Elizabeth, you will be close to the Rwenzoris. And this is the only place, by the way, in the world where you have the equator at the bottom and then you have ice at the top. You have never seen it. It is in Uganda. Uganda is the pearl of Africa. And yes, I want to show you this video. I want to request that you allow me. Can we play the video from there? Yes, I have removed sound. I have removed sound because I want you to concentrate on the beauty of this country. This is part of the country. This is the western part of Uganda. Look at those crater lakes. That's fresh water, you know. The country is green, and all those are opportunities that are available. You imagine you have a lodge very close to that water. Do you see how Uganda is green? Look at this beauty. This is Uganda. This is not Switzerland. This is Uganda. And then the incentives, because I might stand here and talk to you and invite you to come and invest in Uganda, and you ask yourself, what are the incentives? So these are the incentives. In the agricultural sector, as you may be aware, Uganda has the best, the sweetest pineapples in the world that you haven't tested. So there is an opportunity to come and invest in the agriculture sector. And in the agriculture sector, you have 10 years of tax holiday. That does not happen anywhere else except in Uganda. You have 0% import duty on importation of plant and machinery for your factory. And almost all agricultural inputs are exempt from import duty and VAT. That is the incentive in the agriculture sector. And then we have also the manufacturing sector. You remember I invited you to come and we do a milk factory. We have 10 years also income tax holiday. We have VAT exemption on machines that you import, and 0 import duty on plant and machinery for setting up the industry. That is in the factory, in the manufacturing sector. And then in the tourism sector, tourism-specific vehicles that you have been seeing around, for us, we exempt them from import taxes as a country. I thought you would clap. And then, hotel equipment, the fixtures, the furniture are all exempt from taxes at importation. And then VAT exempt on accommodation in tourist hotels and lodges located in the country. Our lodges do not pay VAT. Come and invest in Uganda, because these incentives, you might not get them from anywhere. And then, lastly, finally, we have a one-stop service center. When you come to Uganda as an investor, we will walk you through. You enter one building, and that is the one that houses Uganda Investment Authority. You will find URA, you will find National Environment Management, you will find authority, you will find URSB, in case you need to register a few documents. You will find all these, including UNBS, in one place. So if you take one day, you come to Uganda, we have Uganda Airlines. It will take you just one day. You reach in this center. I will be happy to direct you in case from the airport, because someone said it takes 5 minutes. For us, we know it takes longer, slightly longer, but when you reach Kampala, I can escort you to this place, and then we come out with an investment. You come out as an investor. You enter as a guest and come out as an investor. Please come and invest in Uganda, and I want to end here by welcoming you to Uganda. That's how happy we are. That's how happy we be. When you come and you reach at the airport, you will meet Ugandans like these, and they will be happy to host you. Thank you very much. I invite all of you to come and invest in Uganda. Thank you.
A round of applause once again. If you put Dorcas and Fiona in one room, you can never make it out. They will take your everything, these two women. Because the way Dorcas has sold Uganda, I could see the men especially, because you know Kenyan men, when they hear about Ugandan women, they already get excited. Now you can imagine everything that Dorcas has said. In fact, they are not even listening to her. They are thinking of how they will go to Uganda. Cindy Victor, you know, invest in Uganda. They have corrected me. They've said they were thinking of how to invest in Uganda. So I think we've actually seen, and I think this is the beauty of having this conference, because now we can hear it from the horse's mouth, them articulating what is there in Uganda. And I must say that, of course, it's one of the places that all of us should think about seriously visiting and investing as well. Thank you very much, Dorcas Rukundo, the Business Development Manager, Uganda Wildlife Authority. Thank you for that presentation. At this point, I want to call upon our host county, which is Kwale County now, Mr. Anthony Mwamunga, the County Chief Officer for Tourism Promotion, Investment and ICT, Kwale County. Boss, yani Uganda wameuza. Usipopiga ua hii, you know I have to switch in Swahili so that I give him secrets. Hii usipopiga ua bro, sijui itakuwaje, tutakosana. Sasa hapa ndo unafanya ile inaitwa kufunga mchezo. Funga mchezo bro tuone.
Asante sana dada yangu. I'm going to struggle to seamlessly switch from Pearl of Africa to destination. I have the experience of being a Pearl of Africa, and I have the experience of being born and brought up in Diani. But for this talk, how I'm going to switch seamlessly from Pearl of Africa into destination after my sister was here, it's a tough talk, but I will try my best. Honorable Ambassador, Her Excellency, the Deputy Governor for Kilifi, CC members present from Kwale, Kilifi, and Taita Taveta, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Good afternoon once more. We need to do one small zoezi or exercise. I will say destination Diani, then you will say where Kenya meets Uganda. Right? So we say destination Diani. Destination Diani. Ingola, I'm trying, All right, my name is Anthony Mwamunga, Chief Officer, Tourism and ICT, Kwale County Government. I want to say I've been in this portfolio for the last 9 years. So I've seen it all in terms of developing Destination Diani, in terms of synergies, together with the hoteliers and Pearl of Africa. I was the first person, having been instructed by a former governor, Mvurya, to bring together hoteliers and support them in matters destination marketing in Diani. And we've done that together with my good friend Jeff Mukolwe. I call him my half-brother because the experience that he gave me in Uganda, I told him I want to be your brother. so then I can share being a Ugandan and Kenyan. I will play a video. I'll go the other way around. I'll play a video before I give a very short investment portfolio of Kwale County government and the destination. There you go. Please have the sound on.
Welcome to Kwale County. Situated in Kenya's southeast corner and boasting 250 of spectacular Indian Ocean coastline, Kwale County is the gateway to East and Central Africa through the new Diani Airport. It is so much more than an award-winning holiday destination. The county's natural beauty is matched by its abundance of natural resources, and this unique combination makes Kwale such an attractive investment proposition. Tourism is among the drivers of Kwale's economy. The world-famous Diani Beach has been voted Africa's leading beach destination for 6 consecutive years. Kwale is endowed with white sandy beaches, marine parks, and the Shimba Hills National Reserve, home to the rare sable antelope. The opportunities within the tourism sector are as valid as the attractions. They are a significant scope both for the establishment of new products as well as the development of underexploited attractions. There is demand for new accommodation and the existing potential tourist sites, and there is a need to establish institutions to build local capacity. Kwale's journey to become a world's leading tourist destination is just beginning. While Kwale enjoys an extensive coastline, it avails potential nascent opportunities in the blue economy. Already, Kwale County has been supporting beach management units with boats and fishing equipment. The development of Shimoni Port, which is going to be the largest fishing port in Kenya, will boost fishing industry. There is need for widening sea transport channels, build capacity of local fishermen in value addition, boat making and repair. Kwale County welcomes investors to explore this new frontier. Seaweed farming is also a high value product which supports livelihood in Kwale. Kibuyuni Seaweed Cooperative is actively engaged in production, harvesting and exportation of the raw product. The recently tarmacked Kanana Shimoni Road links up the value chain between sourcing, processing, retail and transportation.
We are happy that the national government, in partnership with the county government, we are improving on infrastructure. Kanana Vanga Road is in good shape, so the business is booming in Shimoni because of infrastructure.
Since devolution, the county government has invested heavily in infrastructural development. These road networks opens diverse investment prospects for industrial parks development in the hinterland. Similarly, the Lungalunga Vanga Road provides mobility of goods and services along the coastal investment corridor. The standard gauge railway, Dongokundu Southern Bypass and the Kwale Road network feed into the Trans-African Highway, easing market linkages, hence complementing the export trade window within the East African market. The expansion of Diani Airport now opens Kwale to the rest of the international market. Kwale's fertile land and tropical climate are ideal for growing fresh produce and ranching. Coconuts, mangoes, pineapples, cashew nuts and bixa all grow well in Kwale. Abundant resources and growing global demand means tremendous opportunities lie in large production facilities and agro-processing. Feasibility studies on both fruits and coconuts processing clearly demonstrated their commercial viability. For this reason, Kwale County is establishing a fruit processing plant in Shimba Hills. Kwale has an investment potential in dairy and beef processing, leather tanning, and honey refining for both local and export value addition. In the mining sector, Kwale has significant deposits of coal, silica sands, manganese, zinc, lead and copper, as well as oil and gas. The climate and the coastal line offer clear opportunities in renewable energy, especially solar and wind. Even these streetlights are solar powered. While Kwale's vision is to create a competitive, industrialized, secure, socio-economic, self-sustaining county, its strategy depends on nurturing successful partnership in the private sector. Since devolution, the county government has invested in infrastructural projects. The county government will consider all investment proposals that are in harmony with Kwale's environmental, social, and ethical guidelines. For the county's vision to be realized, projects must be sustainable and anchored on local, natural, and human resources. On its part, the county government has created an enabling environment for investors by promoting equitable, participatory, and inclusive development. Kwale citizens will be central to the success of Kwale. Thank you for thinking Kwale County as your investment destination.
That's a summary. Let me go to my slide. Just before the slide pops up, I just want to say that in the next couple of years, together with the national government, I think Uganda Airlines will have a route coming down to Diani. Because what is happening is the runway has been expanded. It was previously 1.2 kilometers, now it is 1.4. There's a bit of a challenge of some occupancy and some structures. That is being handled, but the future is to have the runway to 1.8. So you can have your Embraer and all those big planes coming down from Entebbe down to Diani Airport. So you have a route there, Uganda Airlines. Okay, the investment opportunities that we have, you can establish new hotels, restaurants along the beach line from Tiwi all the way to Vanga. The entire stretch is about 60 or so kilometers. We have Majimoto, like the Deputy Governor said. We have hot springs about 50 kilometers from here. You can establish a restaurant there, so you can have your guests. Then it's a big area that you can even have picnic and other activities that you can handle within that area. You can also establish, of course, as the visitors and tourists grow, we have an opportunity to have holiday homes, homestays, and established villas. We have our national reserve, Shimba Hills, where you can also develop a hotel. There's a place called Risley Ridge. We can establish a zip line for nature trails activities within the national park. You can do a construction and management of an eatery facility at Shedrick Falls. We have a very nice fall called Shedrick Falls. There's also a very nice viewpoint within the park, which is called Pengo Viewpoint. If you can establish an eatery there, you have people coming from the beach and go to the jungle. You can make provision for, there's need, after the Dongo Kundu is done, of course the ferry will not be there. We'll be able to have, you can even invest in a bus, shuttle bus, that can do straight from Diani into airport and SGR, because airport and SGR are about 5 or under kilometers apart. You can also develop a special campsite within the reserve. This is where technology fails the most, the time you need it most. Opportunities in Kisita Mpunguti Marine Reserve, development of a tented camp in Shimoni, within Shimoni Forest, because there's a forest within the island, establishment of a guest house, conference facility, and walking trails at Shimoni. In light of the view that Shimoni port is coming up very fast, it will be a very big business hub. So there will be business tourism, there will be need for facilities to be added within that area. We have what we call Maluganje Elephant Sanctuary, where you can establish a tented camp and a campsite within the Elephant Sanctuary. Other opportunities are water sports, transport tours and safaris and excursions. And that's about all on my presentation. Thank you very much. But before I leave the podium, you are all invited, like the Deputy Governor said, that we have a gala dinner tomorrow sponsored by the County Government of Kwale with the blessings of the County Governor Fatuma Achani. Thank you very much. God bless you.
A round of applause for the County Chief Officer for Kwale County. Very precise, eh? He didn't even beat around the bush. He was just like, you can put your money here, you can put your money here, you can put your money here. I like that, Anthony. Very nice. And I think now the Ugandans, you got them thinking that by the time they'll be having the nightlife, the next thing you'll be thinking about who you'll have to manage the eatery that you want to build. So business is already starting to boom for everybody. Thank you very much. Now we proceed to Kilifi County, where I'd like to call upon the County Executive Committee member for Tourism, Trade and Cooperatives, Honorable Clara Chonga, who will do the presentation and later on introduce and ask the Deputy Governor to be able to say a word or two, and then we'll be able to proceed from there. Karibu sana. A round of applause for Honorable Clara. Thank you very much. Karibu.
Thank you. Honorable Ambassador, Her Excellency our DG, Ms. Flora Chibule Mbeta, all the stakeholders present, good afternoon. I've been introduced, I'm Clara Chonga, and I will give a short presentation why you should invest in Kilifi County. Kilifi County is a county, first I'll say it's a rich county, rich in history. We all have learned about the Portuguese in Kilifi, the Arabs, mixture of the two. We have the natural wonders in Kilifi. We have vibrant culture, mixture of 7 out of the 9 side tribes in Kilifi, and on top of that, the warm hospitality of our people. The location of Kilifi County is Kilifi County is centrally located with an area of 12,000 kilometers square, and we are proud to have the longest coastline. I repeat, longest coastline of 256 kilometers. Mutupigie makofi. We have 298,000 households and a vast land resource of marine resources with great tourism potential in the county. There are several economic activities which include tourism, fishing, agriculture, and manufacturing. And rainfall pattern is the same in the coastal county. We have 7 sub-counties in Kilifi County, 35 members of assembly, and under the leadership of our governor, His Excellence Gideon Maita Mungaro, with her deputy, Madam Flora. And we'll be proud to say that Kilifi has achieved 50-50% both in ladies and men in the cabinet. In hospitality, Kilifi County has a boost over 378 registered accommodation facilities and a bed capacity of over 12,000, 8 classified hotels and 70 unclassified ones. Why is it not moving? Okay, now come to the investment part of Kilifi. I think I've skipped a slide here. Why is it not going back? The reason why people should invest in Kilifi is first, like I said before, that we are centrally located among the 6 coastal counties, and it's easy to access Kilifi by road. From the Mombasa-Nairobi highway, you come to Kilifi, you can go through Mariakani or through Mazeras and divert to Kilifi through Kaloleni, you head to Kilifi County, and it's all tarmac road. All types of cars can access it. Okay, thank you. And the road is still under construction, very wide road being constructed, and we also boost the longest bridge in Kenya. Longest bridge in Kenya. Take note of that. Mombasa has the widest. Let me just help you in that. And we are constructing another one too. We also have SGR. You can access Kilifi through SGR. From Nairobi, you'll see a light at Mariakani or Mazeras, or still if you want to visit Mombasa, come to Mombasa again through SGR. And by air, we have the international airport in Malindi, and we have an airstrip at Vipingo. So all these are operated by commercial airlines and private airlines. And for those who know how to fly to Vipingo, has a parking there. You can park your flights there and still tour Kilifi. Tourist attraction in Kilifi, we have the largest sandy beaches, diverse and hospitable people, rich culture. Like I said before, in Coast Province, we have 9 tribes called the Midikenda, but 7 of them live in Kilifi. So you can imagine how hospitable we are. We live peacefully with each tribe, and we speak nearly all tribes. So when you come to invest, you will not have a problem communicating with these people. Accommodation and tourist facilities, historic and heritage sites. We have the Jumba ruins, Mnarani ruins. Like I said before, Kilifi is a county which is rich in culture, rich in history. We have all this, and for those who will be attending in the farm trip, you'll be able to see them and learn how they came into existence. The Takaungu slave market, and I know there's a cave where the slaves were passed, which comes out from Takaungu, but it has not been explored, so that's one area which needs to be explored. We have the blue and green ecotourism sites, like the Hell's Kitchen in Marafa. When you go there, there's the story of the milk and the king, which you learn from there, how people turned, how the Hell's Kitchen came to be. We have the Malindi Falconry, Kuruwitu community reserves, where our king visited the other day. Arabuko Sokoke, I've had people who love birds watching and animals. We also have some of the big 5 animals in Sokoke. The Stage Park Adrenaline Center, for you who like to test your adrenaline. The gatherings for your history. Portuguese Chapel, this is one of the oldest church in Kenya. And the pillar tombs, where some of the missionaries were buried there. The Vasco da Gama pillar, we have all read the history on that. Watamu Marine Park, Malindi Marine Park, Mida Creek, Sabaki Estuary, among many others. Why 003? I'm sure most of you are asking yourself, why Kilifi? Because most of the time people don't talk about Kilifi. Someone said here, when people come to coast, they talk about Mombasa. Let me tell you the reason why people talk about Mombasa. Mombasa has the smallest beach, and we are not competing. I'm just giving facts. Yeah? The reason why people talk about Mombasa, in the previous constitution, you used to have 8 provinces, and Mombasa was the capital. That's why everyone talks about Mombasa. But nowadays, they don't go to Mombasa. We are not competing, my brother. We have ready mapped region with high potential for various investments in clusters as selected by the sectors as follows. And these things are also in the governor's manifesto in our CIDP. If you check them, they're already there, ready map for you people to come and explore. Medical tourism, agriculture, sports, the mines, and commerce. Medical and health tourism. Investors have an opportunity to come and invest state-of-the-art hospital. Why the hospital? Isn't that Kilifi has not done anything? Kilifi Hospital has really improved since the coming of this new government. We have invested in the dialysis centers and many other things, but we need a state-of-the-art hospital. Most tourists will ask you, when I fall sick, where will I go? Because most of them fear malaria. So they'll tell you, where will I get treatment? And they wouldn't want to go to any hospital, but will prefer a state-of-the-art. So that's an investment center where we need people to come and invest. Sports tourism. This is a really big thing in our county. We have taken it with open and both hands, and we're investing so much in sports. Right now, I know the CEC sports were in Kilifi last week, and they voted to have the Kisia Games in Kilifi. Why did they choose Kilifi? It has everything to offer, both holiday, sports, and everything. Kilifi boasts 2 golf centers, and one of them is a PGA golf in Vipingo, and we are lucky to host the first open match of Open Ladies European Tour that falls in February each year. So you are welcome to come and tea with us in February. Ambassador, are we together? Also in sports, before I finish, if you love adrenaline, we do have the Go Jumping Kilifi where we do skydiving. I don't think there's anyone in Coast who offers that, so you come and experience that and explore more of Kilifi from up there. What opportunities do we have in sports tourism? We need state-of-the-art. You know, we have the ocean. We can compete in that. But we need state-of-the-art stadia, and also we are able to offer beach games and investment in any sports, including the water sports, which has not been largely invested in Kilifi, despite us having the longest coastline. So we have the yacht cruise where we were talking about having a breakfast in Mtwapa, you are lunching Kilifi, you are 4 o'clock tea in Watamu, and your dinner in Malindi. So we need investors in the water and also the water sports too. We also need state-of-the-art swimming pool where we'll be able to host these competitions in our county too. Education tourism. I know people, when they hear tourism, they only think of holidays, but Kilifi offers an option for you to invest in education. In what aspect? That nowadays we have so many cruise lines recruiting from Kilifi, and what they say is that people do not have enough qualifications. So we have that opportunity to build education centers for this training, and also research on marine eco-life. This is an area which has not been explored. Someone talked about deep sea fishing here, and we also have whale migration in Kilifi. So while people go for Masai Mara, no one talks about the whale migration in Kilifi. And we invite people to invest in this education and put a research center on this marine life, so that you know when time they're going. When we go to Masai Mara, most of the time, you might come there for 3 days without seeing the animals crossing. Why is it so? Because no one has invested in trying to capture how these animals move. You just stay at the riverbank, you are told they'll cross in the morning, you miss your breakfast, miss your sleep, and you don't see any crossing, and you come back disappointed. So we want people to invest in this marine research in Kilifi. Accommodation facilities, and I'll mix this also true with holiday homes. Having the longest beach line, we have enough land for investors to come and put up accommodation from Twapa all the way to Mambrui, where we have the sand dunes there. You don't have to go to Dubai anymore for the sand dunes. We have enough of them in Kilifi. So you can have your beach homes, your holiday homes, very nicely created in Kilifi, invest in these villas, and you make a good return out of it. And just to mention, there are so many celebrities who have homes in Kilifi, so come and join those celebrities and be one of them. You live in a very good neighborhood. The MICE tourism too. With Kilifi, the reason why people don't talk a lot about Kilifi is because we do not have facilities for these conferences. So Kilifi has the land, Kilifi has the good environment, business environment. So we're inviting investors to come and put this. We need a conference center for Kilifi. We need a hotel with big capacity which can host many people, so as to take advantage of all these sandy beaches, good weather, and environment offered in Kilifi. Cultural tourism. This is one area which has not been largely explored, and we ask investors to come. We need our own bombers of Kilifi, like what Kwale is doing, putting up our bombers of Kwale, to take advantage of these people. Remember, in culture we celebrate one of our greatest, Mekatilili, the only woman who was able to slap a white man during independence. Yeah, so you can imagine what type of ladies we are. Tough ladies, not abusive. She was fighting for her rights. Yeah, so we can invest in this culture. We have Mekatilili, who fought for independence, who is not largely spoken about even in our history books. So we need to build such things so that we can take care of our history, our culture, and embrace the 7 out of the 9 sub-tribes. Kwale did not say that they only host 2, we have 9, and we are proud that we coexist so well. So it will be a good investment opportunity to enjoy this rich culture and rich cuisine. Events and entertainment investment in Kilifi. Someone had said here that Malindi was known as the Little Italy, and then things went slow with this coming of Al-Shabaabs and COVID again, they went slow. But Malindi offers a very good place, Kilifi I mean, for any events, tourism, and even for photography, for videos, for those who want to do books, pictorial books. Kilifi has all that package right from Twapa as you cross. And I want you to take note, Mtwapa is in Kilifi. So you don't say Mtwapa and you say you are going to sunset cruise and you say you are in Mombasa, you are in Kilifi. The moment you cross the bridge, take note, you are in Kilifi. So we all entertainment you enjoy is in Kilifi, and we have so much to invest in this entertainment, including amusement parks, clubs, casinos, movie theaters, etc. So come to Kilifi. While you enjoy what we have, you can invest more on that. Ecotourism, this I don't have to talk much about it. You can see our land is also green, and Uganda, we are also competing with you because today is a holiday where we marked planting trees, and we are going to have that forest cover as you. So we are coming behind you, and we offer all these ecotourism sites which you'll be able to explore and invest in. Wildlife tourism, we have vast of wildlife in our forest, in our birds, and we have the largest kipepeo butterfly farm in Kilifi. So that's one place where people need to invest in and come see what we have in our wildlife, both the insects, and even when we talk about wildlife, I would mention that we have Cambry, which researches, and one person mentioned Kilifi is the only place where we see all those weird insects, not seen everywhere. That's why Cambry is there doing so many of those researches. So you are welcome to do also investments both in wildlife and also in research on our wildlife. Karibuni Kilifi, come experience Kilifi, so much to offer. Kilifi is Kilifi, Kilifi is 003, Kilifi, the longest beach and coastline, white sandy beaches, the best governance, best environment for business, and beautiful people. I was told, someone mentioned here that people, you look who is next to you, but let me tell you, the Ugandans, once you come to Kilifi, watatoka na plot, sindio? Hawarudi. I'm not sure if people will go for that farm trip in Uganda, but believe me, they will stay. And thank you for this opportunity, and I take this opportunity to welcome our Deputy Governor to just come and say hello. We save the best for the last.
Thank you, my CC. The Ambassador, Honorable Paul, CC present from JKP, but is it in the four counties? Yes. The Chief Officer present, the Chairman of different stakeholders, and all of us. Good afternoon. My name's Flora, and I'm proud to be here in this forum. I'm so glad to see the presentations that came before Kilifi. Now you understand why it's called the Coastal Jewel. So I'm going to do my remarks tomorrow, but today I was just greeting you and receive warm greetings from Kilifi, a county of rich culture and hospitality. So I'm here to listen, and you'll hear more of me tomorrow. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause once again for Madam DG. Thank you very much, and also for honoring us with your presence, and also just being kind enough to say a word of hello, although your remarks were to be done tomorrow. Thank you very much. We honor your presence in the conference today. We are moving very fast because I know we still have a panel discussion. I'd like to ask now the presenters who will come to be aware of time so that we may be able to make time for the panel discussion. At this point, I want to call upon Violet Adera, the tourism officer from Mombasa County, Okay, and the CAC, Honorable Mohammed Osman, the CACM Tourism, Culture and Trade from the County Government of Mombasa. Thank you very much. Amesema anataka kuja na ofisa wake, so then they can be able to do a power presentation. A round of applause for them as they go to the stage. What were Uganda? You are not clapping. Ugandans, what's wrong? What happened? You have seen beautiful women, just 2 of them and you're scared. Huh? If you see, when you move around the whole coastal region, what will happen? Relax, relax. This is just a tip of the iceberg. Karibu sana Bwana CC.
Afternoon. Afternoon once again. I think mine, I'll be just discussing a few things, and then I'll leave my officer to do justice to what she has come to do. On a brief, I want to tell you that as we are discussing these things about tourism, and we remember as Mombasa County, we have what we call an entity called Mombasa Investment Corporation. It is through these Mombasa Investment Corporations that all our investments opportunities are discussed. So for that one, maybe given time, by tomorrow maybe we'll have the team coming here and discussing with our counterpart from Uganda in regards to that one. Secondly, I think the major things that we came here and we discussed through Jumuiya ya Pwani is about how the 6 counties can complement and come together as one unit. And that's why I'm happy to hear when my counterpart discuss about Mombasa. And you know, when Mombasa sneezes, the other 6 counties catches cold. So on that light note, on those small notes, I would like to welcome my officer to take us through the presentations.
Thank you, Waziri, for the opportunity. Mombasa, the melting pot of cultures. As you can see with the photos, we'll start with the history of Mombasa. First, Mombasa County is assuredly a beautifully Kenyan city, filled and mixed with exotic and scenic attractions, undoubtedly activities and tropical ambience. It has a placid atmosphere all around the city. Reaching Mombasa is an adventure in itself. You can reach Mombasa by air, by road, or by rail. Accommodations. Mombasa has accommodation to suit all budgets and interests, ranging from low-cost guest house to luxurious beachfront resorts. Wherever you sleep, you'll have the traditional Swahili hotel experience, warm hospitality, the calming sounds of the Indian Ocean, and mild sea breezes blowing through your room. Getting around Mombasa County, you can either use tuk-tuks, matatus, boda-boda, or just by walking. It's a safe place. Amenities that are in Mombasa County: we have banks, we have medical facilities and communication networks. Parks and nature attractions in Mombasa. You can see an example of the Nguuni Park that is there, where you can see a tourist there with some giraffes and enjoying the ambience of Mombasa County. The beaches, our blue and sandy beaches, wash up on beaches caressed by golden sands at Nyali, Bamburi, Jomo Kenyatta Beach, Shanzu Beach, Shelley and Chuda beaches, serenaded by the Indian Ocean songs and also the Swahili Taarab. Cuisine, selected as sensational mouth-watering delicacies. For example, the Swahili delicacies, which we have biryani, pilau, samaki wa kupaka, maharagwe ya nazi, wali wa nazi, the Indian, the octopus, aish. Indian food, seafoods, and international foods. Recreational facilities and activities, we have the Mamangina waterfront, which you can go there and watch the sunset. And also there at the Mamangina, you can also see the boats that come to dock at the port. We have the butterfly pavilion where you can have picnics with your families because they are family friendly. You can come for those that like bird watching, and also we have a golf course near the Mamangina waterfront. Dance the night away. Dance the night away is the same that we've been told about the nightlife. So right now Mombasa is trying to adapt the nightlife like the Ugandans, our brothers and sisters. In Mombasa, we have the clubs, we have bars, we have casinos, international casinos, and we also have sandonas. Diverse cultures. If you can see that photo there, that is the photo of His Excellency, the Governor of Mombasa County, welcoming an Arab visitor, a sheikh. So in Mombasa, we welcome all and we respect all cultures. We have different traditions and cultures. We have the Mijikenda culture, we have the Swahili culture, we have the Arab culture, and we also have the Hindu culture. Spiritual encounters. We have different spiritual encounters, for example, mosques situated in different areas, churches in different locations and areas, temples the same, meaning that we are providing a diverse spiritual culture within Mombasa County. Shop till you drop. When we say shop till we drop, we mean shop till we drop. A photo there is an example of our Marikiti market, and we have markets, we have malls, you have coastal crafts, we have street finds where you cannot get lost within Mombasa County because people are friendly, where when you don't know where a place is, you can just ask and it can be shown around. Museum and monuments. We have the Fort Jesus, we have the Askari Monument, and we have the Old Town. Many people that come to Mombasa want to come and experience and see the museums, especially the Fort Jesus. But just to let you know that we also have other monuments within Mombasa. Okay, lastly, I would like to welcome all of you to the Mombasa annual Fish Mish and Triathlon activity, which we usually host in December. Come and spend your money with us. Come and explore Mombasa. Thank you.
On those few notes, I would like to thank the organizers of these ones and also to pass a message to our Uganda delegates that as Jumuiya ya Pwani County, we're working as one unit. When we're talking about Kilifi, the products that you'll get in Kilifi, the products you'll get in Mombasa, the unique product that you'll get in Kwale, the unique product that you'll get in Tana River. So we work as a one unit, and that's why when we have such symposiums, we need to sit down and see, we work on our strength. Kwale will be talking.
The county is doing a good job in showcasing the opportunities in the tourism sector where you know you can be able to put your money. Maurice is getting ready for the next session. And as he does, I would want to thank you all from Uganda, that's Dorcas Rukundo, Mr. Anthony Mwamunga, Honorable Clara Chonga, Honorable Ahmed Osman, and Brian Mwakesi, all from Uganda, Kwale, Kilifi, Mombasa, and Taita, respectively, for the beautiful presentations. Thank you so much. Over to you, Maurice.
Thanks very much. Can we give the presenters another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Also, so mine is very easy. We've seen all the presentations. Do you agree all were fantastic? So we should go everywhere, right? Literally from Taita all the way to Docas at the Uganda Wildlife Authority. So this is not technically a panel because the presentations were made. We all know what they presented. So I'll open this up for questions. All right? So you could direct your question to Docas all the way or back through Kwale and all the way to Taita. That becomes easier. So we don't have to sit. So we'll begin. If I can have the ushers. Ushers, this will be the last exercise the ushers will do before they usher us to to the next and last program. So we'll begin there. I don't know if there's the mic closer to them. All right. But I do note something quite interesting, Esther. So there is panelists, if you check on our list, and I noted that did not present, but I'm happy to pick. All right. So I know, did Prosi Hope, Ambassador, was trying to check because we hadn't seen Prosi here. Is Prosi here? UIA? All right.
Setting up the right infrastructure, and even the Deputy Governor of Kwale County, I think if he's around, I would like to get this challenge, even to my CECM of Mombasa. Setting the right infrastructure is a very huge thing, and it requires a collaboration, not only for Mombasa or Kwale counties, or even the coast counties. We need the governmental intervention. We need the PPP model to actually elevate the standards of the infrastructure. Right now, if you go out and you look out the Diani, specifically, for example, Diani, these private entities or establishments over here, people have invested on their cells, but what has the government done to actually elevate even the shops which are here? Most tourists, both locally and international, when they come and they would like to do any kind of shopping, they actually miss out a lot of these shopping malls. The shopping malls that actually is around is just actually around the corner, and the other one was Naivas at Total or Ruby's over there. So there are several things that are actually missing out. The local culture items that need to be sold, they need not to be sold inside manyatas or huts. So we need branded, well-built infrastructure. So not only for the roads, also for the buildings. And they should actually be sustainable in several aspects. So we should actually look at things in a holistic view. Now, another one, the items which have been mentioned here with regards to the touristic sites. For us to make sure that we elevate or we ensure that East Africa or Kenya, Uganda thrives in tourism, we need to take or we actually leverage on the influences. Just a day or two, I think my minister, CECM Muhammad Usman, had actually met some influencers who are going to market outside. We actually have them right now. When you go to YouTube, you'll see some Ugandans and Kenyans trying to market Kenya and Uganda internationally. But when you actually listen to their stories, the challenges that they are facing, the government is not supporting them. So we need to take leverage on them, and we need to actually ensure we incentivize these efforts that they're making, so that not only the marketers who are only going to market this region internationally, but also these influencers who are many with regards to subsidized fees, commissions, with regards to, for example, giving them specific financial model for their growth. Because if they grow, of course, they will also grow the market. Therefore, the influencers, we're talking about influencers regionally here, both Kenya and Uganda. So please, I'm challenging both governments, I'm challenging the marketers, I'm challenging the stakeholders, all the associations involved. Let us look at it in the two areas, the infrastructure and the investment.
All right.
Thank you.
Well said, and I'm hoping when we come to take the answers, the county reps will be able to do that, the county CECs.
Thank you.
All right. Any other before I invite, because I wanted to invite Mr. Peter Kimanga, Director Global Tea and Commodities, if you could come and join us, join me here at the front, and Ms. Fatma Hussein, a board member of the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce. We won't keep this too long. Any other questions? Quick, because at least I have One or two. So do we say they did a very good job? Or do you find it difficult to ask them questions? There you go. Question. Please introduce yourself and your question or comment. Then we'll have another one there. Esther, do we have another microphone? One of the ushers can pick from you. Oh, you can. Right. No, she has. All right. Go ahead.
Yeah, mine is a suggestion. Every county has showcased the product, and even Uganda itself. But I was saying, as the deputy governor said, that we should have a one product that somebody can go to the Savo, to Watamu, for example, then fly to Uganda, something like that, so that we sell that product, all of ours together. That is a suggestion that I was thinking. Thank you so much.
That's a good suggestion to the agents and operators. That's a good one. I think it's not directly to the counties. I saw a hand there. There is a hand, if you have a microphone. All right, there. It should be working. Do we have another? I just need to identify the hands quickly. There, okay. Go ahead. Switch on. I think they should have just push it up. Yes. Yeah. Push it up. Just push the button up.
Good evening. My name is Joan Otieno, and I am a travel content creator. So
You are the influencer he's talking about.
Yes, I'm one.
I think you've had another word for influencer. You are a
travel content creator.
Traffic content creator. Have you had the new word for influencer?
Travel.
Oh, I thought traffic. Okay. No. But it's the same thing, right? Please stand so we can see you. We need the cameras to see you. All right.
So I am a travel content creator based in Mombasa.
AKA influencer, right?
No, they are very different.
Oh, okay.
But they do somehow similar things, but very different.
All right.
So I do travel and document my experiences to my online community, and I'm convinced to go to Uganda rather than going to Mombasa. So my Mombasa county, you did not convince me. So why should I convince people to come to Mombasa and not go to Kwale and Kilifi or Uganda? You didn't convince me very well. So I have a challenge for you. Thank you.
All right. I think that's a difficult one for me to judge. I'll ask Esther on that one. I think that's very subjective. Okay.
Yes, but probably we'll engage her so we can know, why she wasn't convinced with Mombasa.
All right. I think Dorcas did something. Dorcas, you need to have tea with my travel content creator. I got it. Question there. Just switch it on. Switch on the mic. Just push it up. Gentlemen, there you go.
My name is Jen Trix, and I am a future investor in Uganda.
Where are the Ugandan delegates? That's a future investor.
Yeah, exactly. Especially in the nightlife. Okay.
Nightlife.
So my question is, I've seen a lot of investment opportunities, and my question is, what have you set apart? What are the measures you've set apart for us future investors, so that we can have a smooth platform while we are investing, in case there will be any challenges?
Platform. Stephen, will you want to speak to that? All right. Okay. I have someone who will talk to you about that. Any last one? All right. I'll begin with the latter. So, Stephen, I think start with that, and then I'll come to the counties. I think you had a very interesting question on infrastructure and incentives. I'll start with Stephen. Yes.
Okay, let me stand. Thank you very much for that question. So, first of all, we are at the best place to start your search and your quest for investing in Uganda. His Excellency the Ambassador, the Honorary Consul, the Consul General of Uganda to Mombasa has a fully fledged office which is open 8 hours a day from Monday to Friday to receive any inquiries on how the 5 W's, where to invest, what to invest in, how to invest there, etc., etc. So the first step for you is that you have a one-stop inquiry office in Mombasa for you to have access to a 360-degree investment opportunity west of Kenya. So that's one. Number two, we are here for the next couple of days to answer any question. So if you don't mind, you can see any one of the Ugandan delegation people and they'll guide you. Now, specifically for tourism, we are represented here by the Deputy CEO of the Uganda Tourism Board. If you could stand, please. One of the core mandates of the Uganda Tourism Board is to support on investment in as far as tourism is concerned. So my brother will guide you. My sister earlier gave a fantastic presentation. If you don't mind, Dorcas, to stand. That's Uganda Wildlife Authority. So Uganda Wildlife Authority is the equivalent of Kenya Wildlife Services, KWS. UTB, the equivalent of Kenya Tourism Board. Thirdly, we are here with the Uganda Investment Authority. The Uganda Investment Authority is responsible for supporting, for facilitating, and for aiding any person who would like to invest in Uganda. And like Dorcas said earlier, the Private Sector Foundation built a one-stop center in Kampala. And the responsibility of that one-stop center is that you enter with a prospect, you come out with a permit to invest. So within the one-stop center is the Uganda Registration Services Bureau, Uganda Investment Authority, Capital Markets Authority, Kampala City Council Authority. You have banks, insurances, insurance companies,
URA,
and Uganda Revenue Authority. Thank you. And essentially, they are your footprint to guide you to any part of the investment. But most importantly, they also tell you about the tax holidays, the waivers, and the enabling environment. Now, finally, once you're done with all of that, and your private sector, you come to my office at the Private Sector Foundation of Uganda. We shall register you on any one of the 12 sectors that you are interested in. We shall be able to support, to facilitate, to guide, and essentially to help you establish yourself.
All right.
So you have everything you want. This is a one-stop center here.
In this room.
And therefore, don't go very far. Come and see us day or nightlife. Thank you.
I also like that this was a young person who is interested, and that tells you the spirit of the room. Victor Sijui, you can decide which county you want to start. I don't want to be biased. Nataka, if I go to Taita when I'm going to serve, they give me the same commission I will get from Kwale. So allow me, you can start with our neighbor and all the way. Decide where you want the mic to start. Because the counties had one very interesting question on infrastructure and incentives. Who wants to start? I have microphones. Kilifi? We start with Kilifi first.
Okay, thank you for the question.
Or you're answering for all of the counties?
No.
Oh, okay. I thought you had a caucus.
Okay, actually, the question that came to us is about what measures or mitigations we have in infrastructure. Let me speak for Kilifi. One, I think my CC mentioned the routes that you could come to Kilifi, one being the Malindi Airport. So plans are in place to expand Malindi Airport. We are glad that we also got the Italian president through Malindi Airport, and we really want to also expand that so that we can have direct flights of Ambassador, you come all the way. You want to come to Malindi, you come all the way to Kilifi through Malindi Airport. And another thing, we have increased the flight frequency. So currently, Malindi, we have the jumbo jet. From now, 2 to 4 flights in a day. So that's also an expansion. And another thing, we are upgrading our level 6 hospital in Kilifi, so that when you're talking of health tourism, when we have the level 6, we know all our guests, all our tourists who come to Kilifi, they should not, they should feel secure. Then another thing, we are looking at, yes, we have the county headquarters. As you know, we are in the third cycle of counties, and we have a new governor in place. So we want, as people come to Kilifi County, we have a one-stop shop, or rather one-stop place, whereby when you come, you're going to meet the governor and all the others, cabinet and everything to be there. So those are our major infrastructures in Kilifi. Thank you so much.
All right.
And another thing which cuts across the road expansion we are talking about. Currently, they're on their way to Mombasa, but part of Kilifi, the road has been expanded, and it's all the way to Malindi. So once it's finished, I can say that's also another major infrastructure which we are also working with the national government through KERA. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In Kwale, as regards infrastructure, we have 3 key infrastructural projects that are being undertaken to enhance accessibility and tourism in Kwale. One of them being Dongo Kundu, that connects Kwale off the ferry. The other one is Kinango to Kwale town. There's a route that is going to enhance tourism by way of those coming from the hotels that want to go to Tsavo. They do not have to go to Mombasa. They only connect all the way from Kwale town down into, they get to the Mombasa Nairobi highway via Samburu. That is the second project. The third project, which is a mega project, is Diani Airport expansion. There has been delays in this particular project because it began all the way back 2015. One of the hiccup was about relocating a primary school, Mkokwani Primary School, that was relocated, and now the expansion of the runway from 1.2 kilometers into 1.4 kilometers is almost complete. So that is going to open. As we speak now, a jumbo jet can't get a load lift on full capacity of the seats. They can only do a load lift at 50% of the seats. So you can imagine the cost of jumbo jet will be lower if you have a runway that is able to do a load lift to full capacity. So that is about the infrastructure. And of course, we are, as county government, we are doing the road infrastructure that is within our mandate, like opening up routes into the interior that makes connectivity much faster within the county access places for touristic areas. As regards incentives for investors, one, since devolution, we have given investors in Kwale a very good investment environment in terms of making sure there's political stability, there's not much noise on the political front, so then the business people are able to do their business. And within that time, so many investments has come up in the front of tourism, very many of them. And as a county government, we have money in our budget that we call land banking. When an investor comes and we have a checklist, we tick all the boxes, then maybe they run into headwinds of land, we come to support them by way of land banking. That is, I think, the biggest kind of an incentive that an investor within Kwale County will be able to ask for. Thank you.
All right. Do we still have a huge emerging question? Because I need to move. And I was just checking again if Mr. Peter Kimanga is here. I have a specific question for you. Do you want to do it from there? I'm happy to. Please come. Please come. We want the cameras to capture you properly. And Ms. Fatma Hussain, please come if you can. As I ask the Honorable Osman, did you want to speak to that issue on infrastructure? Because your county is, where's my microphone? There. Any seat, feel free. You're the boss. We want to talk about regional tourism facilities. Yes, Honorable.
Okay, thank you. In regards to this question of infrastructure, I think we are going to look at it from three ways. One, the road network. I think in Mombasa, we have 3 tiers. We have the national government roads. We have government agencies, that is KERA, KENA, and we have also the inroads from county governments. I think all these 3, we are cutting across. The national government are doing their duties. I can see roads from Changamwe, they're working on it. Towards Malindi also, there's a road which is being, it's in constructions. And in regards KERA and KENA, I think they're doing a lot of things in regards opening up the cities. And also, as a county, I think we had a stakeholders meeting where we call all the stakeholders, and we agree that we'll be having our quarterly meetings and discuss issues that are affecting the hoteliers, the tourism agents, so that we can see how, as a county, we can come and help them. And also, we have Mombasa Investment Corporation. This is an investment arm of Mombasa County, where it deals with all the investment, all the investors who maybe have queries and everything towards investing in Mombasa. So I think whoever maybe feels that he wants to invest in Mombasa, it can pay a county's call to the MIC. Thirdly, in regards to, also we are going to form what we call Mombasa Tourism Board. This is a group of stakeholders now, because at the end of it, as we discussed earlier, counties are not enterprise. Ours is just to create that conducive environment for the business to thrive. So those ones, once we create Mombasa Tourism Board, now it will be the duty, now responsibility of that board to ensure that they sit down and then canvass with us counties what they want, and we're there to help them. And lastly, in regards to the influencers, yes, it's true that this is an area that we are overlooked, and now it's high time that I had a meeting with them last week, and towards the end of this month, I think I'll have a meeting with all the influencers of Mombasa. We'll have a one-to-one meeting, a dinner meeting, so that we can discuss how they can come in and help map Mombasa as an investment and tourist hub. And lastly, to my sister, yes, this is a positive comment, I like it, but the only problem is that you're doing it at the wrong forum. I wish you had come to my office. You are from Mombasa, but we are meeting at Diani. But all is not lost. Being a travel content creator, I think after this one, I'll look for you. We have a one-to-one, and then we can discuss. Wanasema nyuma ya tent. Thank you.
Nyuma ya tent. I like that. So I was about to ask. I'm glad. See the questions you've all triggered. This is quite interesting. Can you pack them? And I come. Let me just pack them. I'll give you some time. And I'm glad you're the ones increasing the time we have in this tent, because we are really here to do business. I am going to send a microphone. Just allow me talk to my other bosses. And the reason we want to speak to them after the presentations is because their perspective is a bit different. And I want to talk to Mr. Peter Kimanga, the Director, Global Tea and Commodities, Kenya Limited, and Ms. Fatma Hussein, Board Member, Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the Mombasa chapter. But I'll begin with Mr. Peter Kimanga on regional tourism and how this is facilitating the growth of the manufacturing sector. You are the biggest probably client for Ugandan tea, and so I am very interested in how this facilitates, you know, the tourism we're talking about and this conversation we're having, and how it facilitates the manufacturing sector.
Thank you, moderator. My name's Peter Kimanga. I had some food in Taita called Kimanga. Nothing to do with me. I'm a director of a company called Global Tea and Commodities and Gold Crown Foods EPZ. We are best known for packing a brand of tea called Kericho Gold and Baraka Chai. I would like to marry that issue with the one of manufacturing and tourism. My many visits to Uganda, I've always stopped somewhere to see one of their tourist sites. It could be the Kasubi tombs, the Matea's place, the source of the Nile. Because of the dynamic changes in tourism, we're trying to incorporate as much as we can in the business travels. So it's not just enough to bring a buyer from whichever, Pakistan or Egypt, straight to the Rwenzori Mountains and back to Kampala. So we try to stop over to in the nice sites where they can also enjoy the hospitality. It becomes a more inclusive tour circuit. And as many of you have talked about agriculture, I think one of the biggest letdowns we are having is support, particularly on research and development. As agro-processors, we have the muscle to sell as much as we possibly can from Africa or from this region. But it is a pity, and I heard this from Nairobi, that 50% of our food goes to waste because of post-harvest management. Very scaring in a region where the UN says a person dies in every 48 seconds because of hunger from drought. But we are losing 50% of our food due to post-harvest management. For Kilifi, I went to Kari the other day to look for trees to plant during this trip. Unfortunately, I was told there are no trees to plant. These are the agricultural institutions that are managing our agricultural sector. We have the capability to export a lot of food, particularly from Uganda, which produces some of the best foods probably in the continent. And I did hear your president say he actually carries his pineapples when he goes to Europe. And a lot of us actually do it. Those who have gone there know the differences between the foods we produce here, including sausages, bacon, what we produce here. But we are failing in food safety management systems, where the government should actually put some money on, because some of our teas are being rejected when they go to China, because we are told, sorry, your teas have a higher content of heavy metals. So we really need heavy investment on these agricultural research institutes so that we don't incur many losses because our foods are being rejected. Today's consumer is paranoid about anything that goes down the throat. We had a big discussion in Nairobi because now they are demanding that food that touches, paper that touches the food, like tea that touches the paper, or that paper must be virgin, must be new paper, which this region does not produce. Our governments are levying about 35% import duty on that paper. On top of that, another 25% import duty. So you can't compete on using high-quality packaging paper because of these challenges. I know the governments may be working on it. In Kenya, we still have this problem of the devolved units, where the central government has one regulation and the devolved unit has another. So we need that harmonization so that we are able to follow through. When the producers produce what they can, the farmers grow what they can, we are the agro-processors who are supposed to take it to the next level. And the same buyer is the one who comes to check what is happening here, is the one who will want to incorporate some of the visits to those tourism parks. Yeah, we can improve that if we create a vibrant value-added sector for our food and beverages. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll come to Ms. Fatma, and your role in promoting trade and investment is almost second to none. You've done a fantastic job, especially here in Kenya, leading the conversations on trade and investment through the different chapters across the entire country. But the component we're discussing, tourism, what then is your role as a chamber in driving this conversation around tourism? Because some of the members of the either travel agents or even hotels are actually members of the chamber. So what's your role as a chamber in promoting tourism and supporting such a conversation we're having this evening?
Okay, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity today to speak to this esteemed gathering here of the Tourism Conference. It's a pleasure to discuss the pivotal role that Kenya National Chamber of Commerce plays in promoting tourism, trade and investment. These three aspects are closely intertwined, and the successful synergy can create tremendous opportunity for economic growth and prosperity. So tourism promotion, tourism is not just a destination or just a beautiful place that people go. It's about creating memorable experience, and from KNCCI is very instrumental in shaping and enhancing those experiences in the region. We therefore play a crucial role in promoting tourism by, one, collaborating with the tourism industry. Chamber collaborates with local tourism boards, hotels, restaurants, and tour operators to create attractive packages and events that cater to diverse interests of travelers. Two, infrastructure development. We advocate for infrastructure development and improvement to ensure that the comfort and safety of tourists, including roads, transportation, and accommodation. And three, we have cultural and educational initiative, which we support cultural and educational initiatives that enhance the cultural richness of the region and provide tourists with unique experiences. Trade facilitation. Promoting tourism is closely tied to facilitating international and domestic trade, and Chambers has the significant role in this process by networking and trade events. We also have trade policy advocacy. We have market information, because through Chambers we provide valuable market research and information services to help businesses understand market trends and identify trade opportunity both within and beyond the region. Investment attraction. Chambers actively works to attract investment, which is closely related to tourism and trade promotion. They do so by investment promotion. We showcase economic potential of the region, attracting domestic and foreign investments by collaborating with government agencies and economic development organizations. We have investor services. We have advocating for investment-friendly policies. In conclusion, at Kenya National Chambers of Commerce, we are key drivers in promoting tourism, trade and investment. Our job is not limited to serving business, but extends to fostering economic growth and creating a vibrant and welcoming environment for tourists by actively engaging with stakeholders, advocating for policies and providing valuable services. Chambers play an essential role in development and prosperity of the region. Let us continue to work together, harnessing the power of tourism, trade, and investment to build a brighter and more prosperous future for our community and nation. So, as we say in the chamber, we work for all. That's why we have all these chapters, and I can stand here and say that it has helped a lot in the community, because that's like the gateway to all the investors and all that. So yeah, that is it for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fatma. All right, so I will ask for your indulgence and allow Your Excellency Ambassador, for a couple of more minutes. I had 3 hands up before I went to Peter and Fatima. And I will begin there. There were 2 hands there and the lady there. Yes, I see her hand is still up. Where are the ushers again with our mics? So let's start with the gentleman there. There. And I think the lady next to you also had a question. Okay, it was to ensure that I pick him. All right, very nice. Teamwork.
Yeah, sorry, the other time I did not introduce myself. My name is Mohammed Ali. I'm Principal Marketing Officer, Mombasa County Department of Tourism. I wanted to support my boss of why people should invest Mombasa County than other places, especially when people from Uganda want to come and invest in Mombasa. As you know that Mombasa is the second largest town in all over the Kenya. So the economy is better than other places as the population and infrastructure. So you know that once the economy is better, that means there are so many things there. Secondly, we have a first-class hotels in Mombasa, and we do have a first-class hospitals in terms of healthcare. Also, in terms of education, we got universities, we got a good secondary school, and the other down levels of primary schools. Also, Mombasa is good and great with culture because we have got different tribes in Mombasa. Name it, any tribe in Kenya, you'll have it in Mombasa. So if you're an investor from Uganda, you want to come to Mombasa, it will be so easy for yourself to adjust. The other is the port. We have the biggest port in Mombasa. So for your business, if you want to import cars, you want to import facilities for your factory, it's just there in your doorsteps. And the last thing is Mombasa is the oldest town in Kenya history. It's like 2,000 years old. So that's why we are great in culture and everything. I think you should come and invest in Mombasa. Thank you so much.
All right, there. All right, I'll come. Don't worry. You'll have the last word. Switch on the mic. Just turn it on.
Hi everyone, I'm Betty from Embra Lodges, the beautiful lodges in Uganda and heaven on earth in Uganda. The reason why I'm here, I have one question and I think it's a simple one. I am happy that Uganda and Kenya Coast you're promoting tourism, but my question, I was here in the morning, I heard everyone talking, but there are very few people who talked about promoting cultural tourism. My question is one, even Docas talked about chimpanzees, gorillas, everyone even here. Then Mr. Sim talked about his sons I picked, that the one's planning where he's going, for him is provide. And I am sure they have never told you, let us go and experience cultural tourism. As we grow, as we promote others, I believe cultural tourism is very important. As we produce, we shall reach and our children will lose touch with cultural part. Don't you think it is important to promote cultural tourism in both countries? Thank you.
Excellent. It would have been hurting not to allow you to speak and you talk about culture. And I'm glad we are in Kwale, but I think Mombasa, when we did the first conference and we did the farm trip, we did, of course, as you said, go to Fort Jesus. There's a lot of history there. Even when you visit, I'm trying to remember the other sites, a lot of this is really about the culture of our communities, but I will allow for the counties to speak for themselves. Yes, I'll have the last word there. And Victor said they had to beg you to support tourism as CEC, as you were doing other things. It's all right.
Okay, thank you so much for this opportunity. I wanted to respond to the questions that were asked earlier on infrastructure and the influences. So from Taita Taveta County, on the infrastructure bit, we have the roads, and just like in our country, the roads are classified. So we have the same happening as the CC member for Mombasa explained. Maybe something that I would like to add here is that we also have an airstrip, and this airstrip is supposed to actually be upgraded to an airport. Why? Because we have enough land to have it elevated to that status. And right now, it's not in use, but we are working towards having it operationalized, and we are working together with the national government. So very soon we shall have it up and running. So Ugandans, you're welcome to also land on this airport once it is ready. And something that maybe I should mention about this airport is that it's situated along, the Savo circuit. So as you come down to Taita Taveta, when you want to maybe visit the Savo National Park, and maybe after that you now visit the people so that you get to mingle with them. Madam just now has talked about, cultural tourism, and I want to emphasize the fact that Taita Taveta is well endowed as far as culture is concerned. The presenter mentioned Kimanga. That is our local food. Apart from Kimanga, we also have other cultural aspects like the Vidasi, popularly known as Viondo, and many other cultural activities. We also have the Mazindika, our traditional dance, and recently we had the UNESCO coming down to our county so that they can have it recognized. Still on the infrastructure, we have also the sports tourism. Will allow me to mention this. Why? Because we have our youth that is from Taita Taveta County who are doing so well in matters of sports. Like the other day we had one, Panuel Mukongo. He has been winning, races, not just in the country, but even outside the country. And very recently he won one marathon. And I am mentioning this because Taita Taveta, we have the lowlands and the highlands. In the highlands, this is where our governor is rather looking towards putting up a sports, academy where we can have our youth being trained on the various, sports. And we welcome investors also to come so that they can join hands with our county so that we have a state-of-art sports academy. And then the infrastructure, of course, we need to make sure that they are secure. The presenter mentioned the hills that we have in Taita Taveta County. For tourists to be safe, of course, we need to secure all these places. So that falls under infrastructure. So we are also welcoming investors to come and work with us so that we can have these places secured for our tourists. And of course, at the end of the day, they'll get a return for their money. Working with the influencers, this is something that we also looking at in our county. And I want to mention here that we had our master plan, we have our master plan. It is being developed, and very soon we shall now start implementing all that we have captured in our master plan. And one of the areas that has been highlighted in our master plan is working with the youth who form part of these influencers. And of course we know in our country, and I want to believe even in Africa, the population that is affected, by unemployment is the youth. So by bringing these youth together, we have them, managing our tourist sites,
And these are people who like taking the initiative, and that is why we find that the majority are the influencers. So as a county government, we are working with the youth, and as we have our master plan ready, once we have all the tourist sites identified, we shall have the youth managing these tourist sites, and therefore they will also market the sites due to the fact that they make the big population of the influencers. On the incentives, as a county government of Taita Taveta, we have massive land that we are ready to offer to our investors, of course, so that we can partner, and at the end of the day, we see the return. Rather, they realize their return on investment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ambassador, you had the last word before I let my panelists go.
Thank you. I want to go back a bit into history. When we...
Use the microphone. I think this one is losing signal.
When we started our economic and commercial diplomacy work here at the coast, we started it with the agribusiness symposium and the exhibition that we had at Pride in Mombasa. And we worked so closely with the Mombasa Chamber of Commerce. Then the chair was Mr. Mustafa Ramadan, who is now the National Vice President of the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce. And then we have also worked so closely with the Chamber of Commerce of Kilifi when we organized the trade investment and tourism conferences. The one we started with in Kilifi in May last year, and it's actually the one that gave birth to these standalone tourism conferences. And then we had also another trade, tourism and investment conference here in Diani at Jacaranda, was it? Yes, it was at Jacaranda. Again, we talked about the need to have a standalone tourism conference. So for the chambers of commerce, really they are our key partners, and it is not by mistake that you have seen at the remarks in the morning, we had the chairman of the Chamber of Kwale, Mr. Mkumbuka, making remarks, and I personally made a request to the chairman of the Chamber of Mombasa to be on this panel. And then the Kenya Association of Manufacturers, Mr. Kimanga here is a member of the Kenya Association of Manufacturers. I reached out to come, Kenya Association of Manufacturers, to really come and share with us their experiences in as far as how they relate to tourism. And you must agree, we must all agree, that the chambers of commerce, especially the Kenya Chamber of Commerce, they are such a strong private sector organization. The Kenya Association of Manufacturers, they are such a strong private sector organization. And as we try to attract investments into Uganda, the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and the Kenya Association of Manufacturers really are key partners that we are working with, we have worked with previously, and which we continue to work with. So I want to thank the Chambers of Commerce and the Kenya Association of Manufacturers for being partners with us. And as we look for investors, I was telling Mr. Kimanga here that some of the, what they call small enterprises, some of them would be medium for us. And some of what, some sectors here have become saturated, and yet for us we still need them in Uganda. And in that connection, we are organizing a trade and investment mission to Uganda sometime early next year. I have already discussed that with all the chairmen of the chambers, the Chamber of Kwale, the Chamber of Mombasa, the Chamber of Kilifi, and the Chamber of Taita Taveta. Actually, I had forgotten to mention the Chamber of Taita Taveta. We have worked so closely with the chairman of the Chamber of Taita Taveta. He has really been so supportive. And I still owe him a conference on trade and investment, taking it to Taita Taveta. So I really want to again make that undertaking and request the Chamber and the Kenya Association of Manufacturers to join us early next year in putting together a small team of business people and investors. And we go to Uganda, we take you to these sites where we have shown that we want 50-bed lodges, high-end lodges. Mr. Chimanga, I'm sure you can put up such a facility in one of our tourism sites, and I'll be happy to work with you. And Mr. Jamal, on behalf of on behalf of the Chamber of Mombasa, Mr. Mkumbuka for the Chamber of Kwale, and my brother, the chairman please stand up for recognition, the chairman of the Chamber of Taita Taveta, with whom we have worked so closely. So for me, here, because of the focus we are putting on economic and commercial diplomacy, I know more private sector players than government public servants. And the county executive committee member for Mombasa the other day expressed fears. He said that, Ambassador, do you want to stand for governor of Mombasa? I told him, Wazir, no, I don't have any intentions to stand as governor of Mombasa, but I know these private sector players are key to my work, so I cannot afford to leave them behind. So thank you, private sector of the coast in all the counties, for really making my work and our work as the consulate very smooth. Sincerely, without working with the private sector, we couldn't have put up such a wonderful conference which we have organized. On the issue of influencers, really, and cultural tourism, as I said, for us last year, we took Ndere Center was one of the products that we marketed and which we even have on our itinerary this year. Next year, early next year, we are also planning a Uganda festival. Again, here at the coast. I think I will give Mr. Simwe later, maybe tomorrow. I wish he had talked about. We are organizing a Uganda festival. We want to show you the Uganda culture. We want to show you how we steam matoke. We want to show you how we prepare that, what we call luombo. Luombo is it's a delicacy where we put maybe chicken, groundnut stew, or smoked fish in banana leaves, and we prepare it. We actually steam it. And if you have not eaten luombo, then I don't think it has an equivalent in English, because it is unique to the Ugandan culture. So we are also planning that event early next year. We shall again bring it at the coast here. We are now thinking of taking it to all the 3 counties. We shall have it here in Diani. Already I was advised to take it to Mombasa. And then we shall, I think, also take it to Kilifi if they give us some complementaries, so that we are bringing actually Ndere Center to the coast. We are planning to bring Ndere Center to the coast so that we can experience it firsthand. we shall also, I'm linking it to the part of influencers. We shall also bring a few of our Ugandan influencers. Some Kenyan the other day was telling me that Eddie Kenzo is a very big influencer in Kenya. And in our delegation we have one of the veteran influencers. He's known popularly as Raga D. Some of the old veteran musicians in Uganda, you know, he could sing his songs like Katonde Yatonda later oh. That is the musician that sang that. But we are going to have him in the nightlife. He will be performing during the nightlife. So please look out for him, and he's also a good DJ. He will play out some Ugandan music. So these are what we are really putting together. I thought I should extend a special thanks to the Chambers of Commerce, to the Kenya Association of Manufacturers, and please join me and support me next year when we are putting together a trade and investment mission to Uganda. I'm sure you are going to support us on those. Thank you very much. I thought I should make those remarks.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, and I'll have Peter give us his takeaway, quick takeaway. But there was an invitation to invest. Huh? I hope you picked it.
Yes, I will definitely go there. Mine, I think, is an appeal to the counties, the governments, and particularly those people who have presented. Every time I visit and see such presentations, I keep on wondering, where has this information been? Because to an investor, the first important thing is data. Yes, we can say we have so many pineapples. How much is much, or how much is many? We got so many good products we can sell, but it's not backed by data or statistics, which would help an investor now plan whether to start up a factory. The second thing on his hospitality is we really need to keep up with the changing trends in hospitality. And I'm glad Dorcas mentioned it. Uganda is one of the places that can do a wellness tourism center, where Chinese tourists now are moving around looking for places for yoga or things like meditation. We don't have tourism sites which do offer yoga or meditation sites. Again, Uganda can be very suitable for food tours. South Africa, they have a wine tasting safari, where for 6 days you go sampling different types of wines. Uganda can fit very well, particularly in foods. I've always stopped along that route going to the mountains of the moon, where you stop and have bananas and fresh milk, actually for free. So we need to get this information. We can leverage on technology and have it uploaded in sites where if I want to know what is produced in a certain county or a certain country, that information is readily available. I'm happy about it at Taveta, that site of the World War I. I visited Warsaw, where the World War II was started, and they say they get between 7 and 8 million tourists just to come and see that site. And there's nothing but tarmac. They say it started here. So we have a lot of good information, but because we have not documented it, sometimes we are being forced to comply with standards developed outside this country. We need to come up with our own standards of what we are producing and the data, so that when we are calling an investor, the first thing the investor will say is, do you have enough labor? And you say, yes, 90% of our people are educated. 90% of our water is clean. So that will be music to an investor. But in the absence of that, we'll keep on looking for that information, which is readily available with you. Finally, I want to thank the Ugandan government for organizing this arrangement. I wish we could also have something, a reciprocal thing, going out there to arrange a similar one to showcase what Taita can offer, what Kilifi can offer. Do it now in Uganda. I've visited Uganda a couple of times. It is a place I always find the best chicken. Even in the 5-star hotels, you get kuku kienyeji. You can get tilapia in the 5-star hotels. In Kenya, it's unlikely to get kienyeji chicken in a 5-star hotel. So we also need to promote our. Another thing we are looking at is that local experience. Tourists want to see what that local community does. This idea of locked up in a 5-star hotel is not now the main thing. People want to visit cultural places, taste that local food, see how it is cooked, but more importantly, how it is impacting on the environment. We really have to take care of our environment. So we need to see whether any tourist wants to know whether by traveling, it is in a way impacting negatively or positively to the environment. I know Uganda has the cheapest labor, but we are also being hammered by the West on this living wage. We have to up our living wage because we cannot keep on producing by pushing down salaries. We have to give workers suitable living wage according to the new consumer demands. So thank you very much for that. As an investor, I'll be very happy to come to Uganda because of those opportunities. And of course, I live in Kilifi, by the way. So I still like Kilifi as my second home. Thank you very much.
And you're going to grow more trees in Kilifi so you can find tree seedlings next time. All right. Ambassador, you've had, I think from here you'll have tea with the Ambassador so that you continue that conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together once again for Mr. Kimanga and Fatma. Thank you. Please take your seats. I just have administrative announcements. Honestly, first of all, you need to reward yourselves, all of you who are still here, with a round of applause that you're still in the room. And the ambassador has told me that since these ones stayed in the room, I am going to give them tea and coffee immediately after this session. So we're going to the garden for our tea and coffee. However, I have a couple of announcements. One, we will start our session tomorrow on time so that we recover. We lost an hour, and that's why we are here at 6 p.m. But that's also exciting because it means that we are here to do business. And the Ugandan delegates who are here to really meet as many partners as they can. And that's the session we're going into immediately after this. So the B2Bs can continue. Again, I would request that the B2Bs even extend to, I think tonight we are at the Full Moon Rooftop Lounge. Uganda delegation, Team No Sleep. You know yourselves. That is the chairman of Team No Sleep. So from the lounge, we will come straight to the conference at 8 a.m. All right? So here's what I need to announce. First things first, we have tea. So do not leave the tea behind. We will go in the garden and continue these conversations as we prepare for, it's called Diani Meets Uganda Dine and Dance at the Full Moon Rooftop Lounge. I need to add an incentive. We were talking about incentives. The incentive is happy hour cocktails from 6 p.m. We have started. All right? And those of you who came with per diem, oh, we are late. I apologize. I need to finish very quickly. All right. Finally, please, let's be here at 6 a.m. because I would love to start that session at 8 a.m. Oh, you can hear the Uganda delegation, 6 a.m. 8 a.m. we will have the very fast conversation. Please share, take as many photos as you can with your colleagues and partners using our hashtag UGKE Coast Tourism. Share the link, the live link we had the whole day with your stakeholders, other stakeholder friends, and let the conversations continue. The county representatives, we really want to appreciate you for being with us the entire day. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. They've been here with us the full day. We want to thank you, and Your Excellency, the Ambassador and the Honorable Member of Parliament, allow me to close this by requesting you to host us to tea and let the conversations continue in the garden, and the B2Bs will continue, but please note, half hour, or is it happy hour, is starting at 6 p.m. and it has started. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. See you tomorrow at 8. Myself and Esther will be here waiting for you to start at 8 a.m. sharp. Good evening.